Chapter 297. Outside the fire elemental source. Elder Fei Yu was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, at this moment, Fei Yu seemed to have discovered something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the fire elemental source. This is... Elder Fei Yu's face changed slightly. At this moment, the fire elemental source that was originally filled with dense fire elemental power had completely quieted down. Countless fire elemental power quickly converged and finally gathered on a figure that had appeared at the entrance of the source. Sir. Elder Fei Yu looked at the tall and slender figure. He immediately opened his eyes wide in disbelief. At the entrance of the fire elemental source, there was a handsome man standing there. The man stood there quietly and began to guide the vast and endless sea of primordial qi in the depths of the void. In his eyes there was a faint burning grand sunday. The man's appearance was 90% similar to Su Qin and Fei Yu's memory. However, there were slight changes. It was because of these slight changes that caused the man's temperament to suddenly change. He was like a burning sun god. Perfect. Wild. It's me. Su Qin glanced at Fei Yu and said indifferently. Although his voice was still the same as before, it had become deep and powerful. When Elder Fei Yu heard it, he actually felt that his blood and true origin had the tendency to burn. It's really, sir? Elder Fei Yu was dumbfounded. He quickly calmed himself down and suppressed his qi and true origin. There was a huge wave in his mind. In just a short year, Su Qin appeared in front of him as if he had been reborn. That's right, the only thought in Fei Yu's mind was to be reborn. If the previous Su Qin was like an abyss that was unfathomable, then now he was like the grand sun in the sky, burning fiercely as if he could burn the heaven and earth. Fei Yu would never have thought that there would be someone in the world who would undergo such a huge change. If it wasn't for the great similarity between Su Qin's eyebrows, he would have thought that they were two different people. In fact, Fei Yu was not wrong. Su Qin had indeed been reborn. After the grand sun picture was completed, the fire elemental source had completely transformed Su Qin's body. Now, although Su Qin still had his original body, it had been reorganized by the fire elemental source and became the Golden Crow divine body. Congratulations, sir. For stepping into the earth immortal realm. Elder Fei Yu thought quickly and immediately knelt down and congratulated him. Su Qin's transformation was simply too great. From inside to outside, even his temperament had changed. Aside from the legends, there was no other possibility for him to break through the shackles of the myth realm and enter the land god realm. Only a breakthrough of such a large realm could completely change a person. Earth immortal? Su Qin pondered for a moment, looked at his hands and shook his head. I'm not an earth immortal yet. Not earth immortal? Elder Fei Yu blinked and didn't react for a long time. Although I'm not an earth immortal, but... Su Qin clenched his fist and a strange light appeared on his face. Even if a real earth immortal comes, I can still fight him. The small success of the Great Sun painting was of great help to Su Qin. Originally, Su Qin thought that the Grand Sun picture could only allow him to exchange 2 blows with an earth immortal. But now, with the condensation of the Golden Crow divine body, and the awakening of the Fire Elemental Eye divine ability, Su Qin was confident that he could even fight an earth immortal. In the state of the Golden Crow divine body, Su Qin's strength, speed and defense had increased by many times. His qi and blood were majestic like the ocean. Even an earth immortal's domain could not suppress it. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Although he had all kinds of trump cards before, there was no lack of divine scriptures that could reach the level of an earth immortal, such as the Buddha's palm. But in the end, it only reached the level of an earth immortal in terms of power. But now, Su Qin had stepped into the realm of an earth immortal in all aspects. His every move was like a real earth immortal. Of course, this did not mean that the Buddha's palm was inferior to the 12 divine beasts picture, but that the two were good at different aspects. Cultivating the 12 divine beasts picture to the extreme could only allow Su Qin to transform into a divine beast and grasp all the power of a divine beast. But that was not the case for the Buddha's palm. The power of the Buddha's palm could be infinitely increased. If both were cultivated to a deeper level, the Buddha's palm would be stronger. To put it simply, in the early stage, the 12 divine beasts picture gave Su Qin a greater improvement, but in terms of the real upper limit, the 12 divine beasts picture was weaker than the Buddha's palm. However, I can't maintain the state of the golden crow divine body without any restrictions. I need to consume qi and blood? Su Qin carefully sensed his body and deduced. Under the golden crow divine body, Su Qin's speed, strength and defense had increased by dozens or hundreds of times. His qi and blood were vast, but it was not without a price. Instead, it was slowly consuming Su Qin's qi and blood. At this rate, Su Qin's qi and blood would be exhausted in a few months. Forget it. I'd better leave the golden crow divine body state. Su Qin's thoughts moved, and the aura in his body began to quickly converge. The great sun that seemed to be burning eternally in his eyes began to slowly extinguish. The origin of fire gathered in the ancestral aperture between Su Qin's eyebrows, turning into a palm-sized three-legged divine bird that landed on the shoulder of his Yuan spirit. I can quickly return to the golden crow divine body state with a thought? Su Qin touched his chin and nodded slightly. At this moment his qi changed again. He returned to his normal state from the dazzling sun god. Sir. The old man next to him blinked and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qin, who was under the golden crow divine body, gave him a strong sense of oppression, as if he was close to a furnace all the time. Even with Fei Yu's strength as a peak legend, he still felt extremely uncomfortable, as if it was the most essential pressure from the depths of his life. But now, after Su Qin returned to normal, Fei Yu was much more relaxed. Although the pressure was still there, it was no longer as dazzling as before. Let's go back. After Su Qin returned to the golden crow divine body state, he continued to walk slowly toward Chang'an City. This time, after devouring a complete origin of fire and the picture of the great sun, it took a year for his body to be transformed. Yes, the old man Fei Yu immediately followed. Soon, Su Qin and Fei Yu returned to the imperial palace. The powerful primordial spirit power swept through, and the entire imperial palace appeared in Su Qin's eyes. Not bad. There are dozens more peak grade 1 experts and 3 mythical martial artists. Su Qin raised his eyebrows. During the 1 year he was in seclusion, his vitality tide reached a critical point and rose again. With the blessing of the world, the bottleneck between the 9th grade of martial arts and the myth realm loosened a little, leading to the birth of 3 myth realm martial artists in the palace. Li Wan has also entered the myth realm? Su Qin's expression flashed with a hint of surprise. More than a year ago, Wanjian School brought Li Wan back overseas as a body for Kenzu to possess. In order to make Kenzu's possession more successful, Wanjian School naturally used all means to improve Li Wan's cultivation as much as possible. Countless divine pills and spirit medicines were sent to Li Wan. As a result, by the time Su Qin brought Li Wan back, she was already a grade 1 great grandmaster. However, what Su Qin didn't expect was that in just 1 year, Li Wan had crossed the 4 bottlenecks of her body transformation, divine sense transformation, internal strength transformation, and the ultimate breakthrough and entered the myth realm. Is it because of that sword will? There was a thoughtful look on Su Qin's face. Aside from countless divine pills and spirit medicines, Kenzu had also imbued a sword will into Li Wan's body. That sword will was the legacy Kenzu had obtained from the 10,000 Swords Taoist. That's right. After all, it's a technique left behind by a terrestrial immortal. Su Qin shook his head slightly, immediately understanding. What kind of existence were terrestrial immortals? With the word immortal attached to their name, even if they were not true immortals or gods, their abilities were unimaginable. Wanjian School was originally a small island with a radius of several miles, but because the 10,000 Swords Taoists kept reclaiming land from the sea, the 10,000 Swords Island had expanded into a small continent with a radius of several hundred miles. Such a method was simply beyond the imagination of a myth martial artist. Of course, helping Li Wan transcend the myth realm bottleneck was already the limit of that sword will. After all, this sword will had existed for thousands of years, and the sword progenitor had used up most of it and left the sword will for Li Wan, which had pushed her to myth realm quickly. As for the remaining 9 tiers of myth realm, Li Wan had to rely on herself to get there step by step, and she could not use any tricks to get there. Su Qin's gaze was calm as he took another step forward, and his figure appeared on the stargazing tower in the imperial palace. The stargazing tower was the tallest building in the imperial palace of the Tang Empire. It was the place where the emperors of the Tang Empire used to watch the stars. However, when Su Qin stood there, he was not looking at the stars in the sky, but overlooking the lights of Chang'an City. The old man, Fei Yu, was obediently following beside Su Qin, not daring to say a word. Just as Fei Yu thought that Su Qin would keep watching like this. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Qin did not raise his eyes and said leisurely, "You've been watching for so long, why don't you come out and meet me?" Su Qin's words were unusually calm, but in the ears of the old man, Fei Yu, it was no different from a loud bell. "Someone is beside me?" The old man, Fei Yu's scalp tingled, and he carefully looked around. The next moment, under the incredulous gaze of the old man, Fei Yu, a tall man in a simple wizard robe slowly walked out of the darkness. The man's long hair draped over his shoulders, and he was extremely free and easy, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Even if he stood in front of Fei Yu, he could not feel anything. Who is this person? Fei Yu calmed down, and panic suddenly rose in his heart. However, when Fei Yu thought that Su Qin was beside him, he was slightly relieved. "Fellow Taoist, you have good eyesight." The man in the wizard robe looked at Su Qin and said with a smile, "Witchcraft Qing Meng came uninvited. Greetings, fellow Taoist." The man named Qing Meng bowed slightly to Su Qin. He bowed not because he was afraid of Su Qin, but out of respect and recognition. "Witchcraft? Qing Meng? Your Magus Master Qing Meng." When the old man, Fei Yu, heard this name, his mind suddenly rumbled, and he subconsciously exclaimed, "I didn't expect that after 2,000 years, there would still be people in the world who can remember me." Qing Meng glanced at the old man, Fei Yu, and said in an extremely gentle tone, "Magus Master Qing Meng?" Su Qin looked at the man in the wizard robe not far away, and his thoughts fluctuated slightly. He would occasionally listen to the Lao Dao from the Daoist sect talk about overseas matters. Since the end of the last vitality tide, the overseas martial arts world had experienced more than 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, the most dazzling were the dozen or so land immortals. In every era with land immortals, they dominated the world. Even great sects like the Daoist sect and Raytheon, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, did not dare to show disrespect in front of any land immortals. Other than these dozen or so land immortals, the witchcraft master Qing Meng followed closely behind. More than 2,000 years ago, the Qing Meng master Qing Meng appeared out of nowhere and swept through the world. In just 400 years, he had formed his domain in primordial spirit. He was the peak legend of that era who was most likely to become a land immortal. Unfortunately, the Qing Meng master Qing Meng failed to break through in the end. His qi and blood began to weaken, and his primordial spirit slowly collapsed. He fell like a dazzling meteor. However, now it seemed that the Qing Meng master Qing Meng did not die at that time. Instead, he survived and slept until now with a self-sealing secret art. "You came alone. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Su Qin was not afraid of the Qing Meng master Qing Meng. Putting aside the fact that the Qing Meng master Qing Meng was no longer in his prime and his qi and blood had weakened, even the Qing Meng master Qing Meng from 2,000 years ago would be torn apart alive if he encountered Su Qin, who had the golden crow divine body. Ha 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 ha. Everyone says that the legend of the Empire of Tang killed wantonly and destroyed sects and cities. His behavior was no different from that of the Kuragenkyo. However, I know that you never attack for no reason. The Wanjian school was destroyed because the Wanjian school captured your descendants. The Qing Meng master Qing Meng laughed. "Oh." Su Qin raised his eyes and glanced at the Qing Meng master Qing Meng again. He did not expect the Qing Meng master Qing Meng to have such thoughts. However, what the Qing Meng master Qing Meng said was not wrong. Since Su Qin's debut, he had not been afraid of killing. However, the people he killed were those who had provoked him. "If I'm not mistaken, you should have touched that barrier, right?" The Qing Meng master Qing Meng's eyes flashed as he stared at Su Qin. In the eyes of the Qing Meng master Qing Meng, although Su Qin's body was extremely restrained, there were still wisps of aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Haha. Su Qin shook his head slightly and did not answer. Instead he asked, "Qing Meng master Qing Meng, you didn't come here just to meet me, did you?" Su Qin looked at the Qing Meng master Qing Meng with a faint smile. Although the Qing Meng master Qing Meng believed that Su Qin would not kill innocent people indiscriminately, How could the Qingmang Master Qingmang personally take the risk when it concerned his own life? That's right. I did come here for another matter. The Qingmang Master Qingmang nodded slightly and admitted frankly. When the old man Fei Yu heard this, his heart beat faster. Even if he thought with his feet, he knew that it must be something important for the Qingmang Master Qingmang to come here personally. Say it. Su Qin looked down at Chang and City and said lightly, "It's very simple." The Qingmang Master Qingmang paused for a while and then said with a solemn face, "I'm here to deliver a message to you on behalf of others. It's up to you to decide whether to fight or to make peace." Chapter 298. Is it war or peace? Su Qin was non-committal. As soon as he noticed that the Green Mang Magus Lord was hiding in the palace, Su Qin had already guessed the other party's intentions. That's right. The Green Mang Magus Lord said solemnly, "The land of the great battle is the core of the recovery of the tide of vitality. It is of great importance. It is absolutely impossible for us to sit back and watch you occupy the land of the great battle." The Green Mang Magus Lord paused for a moment before continuing. Now that the first critical point of the tide of vitality has arrived, and the great world is about to begin, if you are willing to hand over 80% of the area you currently occupy, we will not make things difficult for you. The Green Mang Magus Lord said seriously. In fact, leaving 20% of the area to Su Qin was already a great sacrifice for the great sections. It should be known that the great sects were not monolithic, and they also needed to divide up the land of the great battle. Su Qin occupied 20% of the area, which was absolutely comparable to the area of the great battle that the great sects like witchcraft, which had a history of tens of thousands of years. Is that so? I have killed so many people from your great sects and you don't care anymore? Su Qin's expression did not change, and he asked casually. Wanjian School was not mentioned after all. It had been completely destroyed. Even if there were still disciples of Wanjian School overseas, they would not be able to do anything. Even if Su Qin did not take action, there would be others who would take action to take them down and interrogate them about the inheritance of Wanjian School. When the Wanjian School was still there, it was famous overseas. Naturally, there were not many martial artists who dared to take action against the disciples of the Wanjian School. But now that the Wanjian School had been destroyed, the disciples of the Wanjian School who were stranded outside were no different from moving treasure troves for those overseas mythical cultivators. But in addition to the Wanjian School, Su Qin had also killed Ancestor Lei Xing, Ancestor Yuan, and other peak mythical cultivators at the primordial spirit level. Not only Raytheon but the Kuragenkyo still existed. They knew that their ancestor had died at the hands of Su Qin. Would they let it go? As long as you're willing to give up 80% of your territory, I'll help you persuade Raytheon and the other major sections. The Green Glow Magus Master seemed to have thought of this problem and said without hesitation. In the eyes of Raytheon and Kuragenkyo, the fall of a peak mythical being at the level of primordial spirit could be said to be a great loss to the world, but at worst they could just give them more areas when dividing up the land of the great battle. If he could avoid fighting with an expert like Su Qin, it would definitely be a gain for Green Mang Shaman Lord. Even if Green Mang Shaman Lord believed that his strength was not weaker than Su Qin, but after all, there was not much Shoyuan left. Compared with Su Qin, who was full of vitality and could attack without restraint, he was inferior. Even if Green Mang Shaman Lord had several other friends of the same level behind him and had the advantage of numbers, he would still lose 800 of his own to kill 1,000 enemies. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. What if I refuse? Su Qin's tone was calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Refuse? Green Mang Shaman Lord frowned. He did expect that Su Qin would refuse, and this was the scene he did not want to see the most. If you refuse, then we can only fight. Although my friends and I are in our later years and our vitality is not as strong as yours, if we join forces, unless you have already stepped into the realm of Earth Immortal, you should not be able to defeat us. When Green Mang Shaman Lord said this, a trace of pride appeared on his face. As a peak myth who had once tried to reach the realm of Earth Immortal, his primordial spirit had even integrated into the vital Qi, and he had glimpsed some of the techniques of the Earth Immortal realm. Strictly speaking, Green Mang Shaman Lord was no longer in the myth realm. Instead, he was between the Earth Immortal realm and the myth realm, also known as the half-step Earth Immortal. If it were not for the fact that Green Mang Shaman Lord's vitality was declining, even if he sealed it with a secret technique, he would not be so afraid of Su Qin. Earth Immortal? Are you so sure that I'm not an Earth Immortal? Su Qin slowly turned around, looked at Green Mang Shaman Lord, and said lightly, "Are you referring to the source of fire element?" Green Mang Shaman Lord kept shaking his head and said, "Before I came, I already felt that the source of fire element was almost sucked dry. I think it must be your doing." However, although the source of fire element can help a peak myth break through the shackles and step into the realm of Earth Immortal, it is only useful for the primordial spirit to integrate into the vital chi si in the depths of the void. As for the next step, drawing on the power of the vital chi si to transform the body, even if everything goes smoothly, it will still take 10 years. You only took a year to walk out of the source of fire element. I think you must have tried to break through but failed in the end? Green Mang Shaman Lord's eyes flickered, and he said word by word, "Once you fail to break through to the realm of Earth Immortal, you will inevitably suffer a backlash from the vital chi si. Your vital chi will be greatly damaged, and your vitality and primordial spirit will begin to collapse. In the worst case, your body and spirit will be destroyed on the spot. Even if you have the help of the source of fire element and blocked most of the backlash, you must be injured at this moment." Green Mang Shaman Lord paused slightly, and his eyes were fixed on Su Qin. This was also the reason why he rushed to the palace alone. First, he was confident in his own strength. Although he might not be able to defeat Su Qin at the very least, he would have no problem retreating unscathed. Second, Green Mang Shaman Lord inferred from the source of fire element that Su Qin was injured and could not attack with all his strength. Under such circumstances, even if he and Su Qin fell through, he could bear the consequences. Haha, Su Qin chuckled. From a certain point of view, Green Mang Shaman Lord was right. Su Qin was indeed not an Earth Immortal. He did not have a domain or a Dharma body. However, Su Qin had condensed the Golden Crow Divine Body. With the Golden Crow Divine Body, even if an Earth Immortal was face to face, he would not be afraid at all. All right. You can leave. Su Qin could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Green Mang Shaman Lord. If it were not for the fact that Green Mang Shaman Lord did not hurt anyone after sneaking into the palace and had never thought of threatening the lives of the people in the palace, how could he still talk to Su Qin so calmly at this moment? Naturally, Green Mang Shaman Lord did not know that his unintentional actions had saved his life. In fact, the reason why Green Mang Shaman Lord did not threaten Su Qin with the lives of the people in the palace was that in Green Mang Shaman Lord's opinion, for experts like them, they had long achieved the great indifference. Is fellow Taoist refusing? Green Mang Shaman Lord sighed softly. The scene that he did not want to see the most had come. Even if he speculated that Su Qin was injured, it was only a speculation and not 100% certainty. He had just said this with the intention of sounding out, but Su Qin did not reveal the slightest bit, so he could not judge. Besides, even if Su Qin really failed to break through with the protection of the source of fire element, he would only suffer less than 10% of the backlash. If he was desperate, he could still burst out with power close to that of an Earth Immortal. In that case, I hope fellow Taoists won't regret it in the future. Green Mang Shaman Lord said solemnly. It was related to the ownership of the land of the Great Battle. Not only him, but the other great sects also had no way out. This was a great opportunity, involving the opportunity of an Earth Immortal or even a higher realm. It was the greatest treasure in the world. Not to mention that Su Qin was not an Earth Immortal. Even if Su Qin had really stepped into the Earth Immortal realm, the great sects would still bite the bullet and take a gamble. They would not just watch the opportunity slip away and the treasure go away. What? Are you threatening me? Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of inexplicable aura began to leak out. I wouldn't dare. Green Mang Shaman Lord immediately denied. My fellow Taoist, you are very powerful. How would I dare to threaten you? It's just a pity. After all, if you agree to our proposal, there may be no need to fight and kill. Since my fellow Taoist doesn't agree, I'll take my leave first. Thank you for your hospitality. As Green Mang Shaman Lord spoke, his figure quickly merged into the darkness and then completely disappeared. In Su Qin's perception, Green Mang Shaman Lord leaped out of Chong and city at a terrifying speed. Interesting escape technique? Similar to the Thousand Buddha Hall's divine feet escape technique? Su Qin carefully felt it and thought silently in his heart. The Thousand Buddha Hall's divine feet escape technique was a Buddhist escape technique, created by a powerful Buddhist in the previous era of vitality recovery. Although it was still far inferior to the divine feet escape technique, it was still far better than the ordinary escape technique. However, the method Green Mang Shaman Lord used to leave just now was similar to the divine feet escape technique. However, this is the first time I've seen someone from the gate of witchcraft. Su Qin's expression was thoughtful. He is somewhat similar to the moon god I saw in the moon-worshipping cult in Nanzhao. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Decades ago, the saintess of the moon-worshipping cult sneaked into Chang and city to control the family Su and then the empire of Tang. After Su Qin learned about it, he killed the saintess of the moon-worshipping cult. Not long after, he went to Nanzhao alone and destroyed the moon-worshipping cult with one palm. Then Su Qin discovered that the moon god worshipped by the moon-worshipping cult was actually a strand of divine thought of a legendary martial artist. Could the moon god be from witchcraft? Su Qin's expression was normal as he stopped thinking about it. Whether the moon god worshipped by the moon-worshipping cult was really related to witchcraft or not, Su Qin no longer cared about it. Even if the moon god was really a disciple of witchcraft, so what? Would witchcraft dare to seek revenge on Su Qin for a mere myth realm disciple? After Green Mang Shaman Lord left completely, the old man Fei Yu finally mustered up the courage to say, "Sir, Green Mang Shaman Lord is one of the strongest forces of witchcraft. Are you going to let him go just like that?" The old man Fei Yu looked at Su Qin carefully. Although Su Qin and Green Mang Shaman Lord didn't talk much, it was obvious that they didn't reach an agreement. Instead of dealing with Green Mang Shaman Lord in the future, it was better to keep him in Chang and city forever. It's fine. Su Qin shook his head slightly and didn't care. If Su Qin's picture of the Great Sun had not been completed and he still hadn't formed the Golden Crow body, he would have kept Green Mang Shaman Lord in order to reduce the pressure in the future. But now Su Qin was invincible. Even if an Earth Immortal came, he would have to fight to know the winner. Why would he care about Green Mang Shaman Lord? Besides, if Green Mang Shaman Lord died in Chang'an City, it would definitely make the rest of the half-step Earth Immortals suspicious. They might not even dare to come to Chang'an City again. This was the difference in strength and confidence. The way they chose to do things was also different. Seeing this, Fei Yu didn't dare to say anything. He stood beside Su Qin respectfully and watched the lights of Chang'an City together. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period, Su Qin was basically experiencing the skyrocketing power in his body. Although the Golden Crow body was powerful, Su Qin needed time to completely adapt to this power. After all, Su Qin was not a real three-legged Golden Crow, nor was he a powerful divine beast. In addition to adapting to his power, Su Qin was also thinking about his next step. Now Su Qin had two choices: completely abandon the identity of a martial artist and focus on the path of a divine beast. The picture of the 12 divine beasts symbolized the 12 most powerful divine beasts in the world. Now, just the first picture of the Great Sun had brought Su Qin so much improvement. If he continued to cultivate, he would definitely have great potential. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed Earth Immortals. Compared to the path of a martial artist, the path of a divine beast was obviously much easier, and the improvement it brought was far more than the former. For example, if a martial artist wanted to enter the Earth Immortal realm, he would definitely have to go through a lot of difficulties. But for a divine beast, a newborn three-legged Golden Crow had the strength to defeat most Earth Immortals. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Almost all the martial artists in the world couldn't reach the starting point of a divine beast's baby in their lifetime. The path of a divine beast is certainly much easier, but the upper limit is fixed. But the path of a martial artist has unlimited potential, and there is the possibility of becoming an immortal ancestor in the future. Su Qin thought for a long time, and his heart suddenly became firm. If divine beasts were really invincible, then how was the picture of the 12 divine beasts created? The picture of the 12 divine beasts could allow people to easily transform into the 12 most powerful divine beasts. They must have a deep understanding of these 12 most powerful divine beasts. The existence who created this divine art might have reared a group of divine beasts for research and finally created the picture of the 12 divine beasts. Therefore, just from the picture of the 12 divine beasts, it showed that divine beasts were not really invincible. Perhaps in the early stage, divine beasts had unimaginable convenience. They were the starting point of most humans at birth. But the higher the level, the smaller the gap was. Of course, this was also because Su Qin had the system and his potential was much higher than other martial artists. Otherwise, no matter how confident Su Qin was, he wouldn't dare to say that he would surpass an adult divine beast in the future. The picture of the 12 divine beasts is just a means. I still need to be a human martial artist as the foundation. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated and he began to seriously consider. Since I want to walk the path of a martial artist, what I need to do now is to break through the shackles and enter the Earth Immortal realm. Su Qin thought quickly. For other martial artists, the Earth Immortal realm was like a legend. Even in the eyes of Magus Master Qing Mang, the Earth Immortal realm was an unattainable realm. Once they were infinitely close to the Earth Immortal realm, but in the end they failed and fell. But Su Qin felt that the Earth Immortal realm was not difficult. Now that his realm was complete, and with the support of the Golden Crow divine body, his body was like a small sea of fire element vitality. It was easy for him to draw the sea of vitality in the depths of the void. Su Qin was now thinking about how deep he could reach if his primordial spirit merged with the sea of vitality. Chapter 299. When an ordinary peak mythical creature became an Earth Immortal, it was already a blessing for their primordial spirit to be able to integrate into the primordial spirit sea. How would they dare to have other requests? However, Su Qin was thinking about how to integrate into the primordial spirit sea. The primordial spirit sea existed in the depths of the void. Like the War God Temple, it did not exist in the world. It was difficult for ordinary living beings to come into contact with it in their entire lives. Only when a peak mythical creature broke through the shackles, perfected their essence, energy, and primordial spirit, would they have a chance to break through the layers of the void and feel the vast and endless primordial spirit sea. Although the primordial spirit sea was not an ocean, it was similar to an ocean. It was an ocean formed by the endless primordial spirit between heaven and earth. When an ordinary peak mythical creature broke through, their primordial spirit would only touch the surface of the primordial spirit sea. Although the primordial spirit sea contained boundless primordial spirit sea, compared to the depths it was much weaker. Of course, for ordinary peak mythical creatures, they did not care about this because just integrating into the primordial spirit sea on the surface had already exhausted all their strength. However, Su Qin was different. With the support of the Golden Crow divine body, even if he did not integrate into the primordial spirit sea, Su Qin could still have the combat strength of an Earth Immortal. If he was just like other peak mythical creatures who only had a shallow taste, then why did Su Qin want to become an Earth Immortal? The primordial spirit of heaven and earth is like an ocean. The deeper you go, the greater the pressure you will bear. It will be more dangerous to integrate into it. If you are not careful, you will be crushed into powder by the entire primordial spirit sea. Su Qin's expression turned solemn. This was also the reason why he did not immediately try to break through after condensing the Golden Crow divine body. Su Qin's body was unbelievably powerful, even incomparable to the Dharma body of an ordinary Earth Immortal, but his primordial spirit had not undergone a qualitative transformation. Besides, even if Su Qin's primordial spirit had transformed, unless he could destroy the world with a thought, he would still be weak in front of the primordial spirit sea that symbolized the primordial spirit of the world. The primordial spirit sea is recovering, and the primordial spirit sea in the depths of the void has also begun to rise. At this time, if my primordial spirit fuses into it and encounters some rising waves, I'm afraid that it will be smashed into pieces, Su Qin thought. The recovery of the primordial energy tide had caused the primordial energy sea to become active. When a peak mythical broke through, it was easier to sense the fluctuations of the primordial energy sea and fuse with it. However, there were pros and cons. Where there were benefits, there were also risks. Once I maintain the Golden Crow divine body, I can easily control the fire elemental power of heaven and earth, and I'm extremely sensitive to the primordial chi ocean in the depths of the void. Su Qin looked slightly emotional. In this case, if it weren't for the sake of being foolproof, Su Qin would have entered the earth immortal realm with just a thought. The reason why the origin of the 5 elements could help a pinnacle myth breakthrough was that it possessed a huge amount of 5 elements power. It could faintly sense the vital qi ocean in the depths of the void. This way, for a pinnacle myth, it was equivalent to having a direction. There was no risk of getting lost in the depths of the void. But now, Su Qin's body had replaced the effect of the 5 elemental sources. Not only that, compared to the other 5 elemental sources, the Yuan Qi ocean that the Golden Crow divine body could sense was more detailed and more accurate. No matter how precious the origin of the 5 elements was, how could it compare to the body of the legendary divine beast? Even if Su Qin's body was still that of the human race in some aspects, it was already the favorite of the fire elemental power. Just as Su Qin was thinking about how to enter the earth god realm without any risk. Outside the empire of Tang, in a valley with a medicinal fragrance, the Green Glow Magus Master appeared here silently. Green Glow, how was your trip? Did the myth of the empire of Tang accept our proposal? Not long after the Green Glow Witch Master appeared, an old voice was heard. An old man in a white robe slowly walked to the Green Glow Witch Master and asked. Not only the old man in the white robe, but several other figures also appeared and stared at the Green Glow Witch Master. It seems that you've recovered well, Medicine Master? The Green Glow Witch Master glanced at the old man in the white robe and smiled. He then shook his head and said, the myth of the Empire of Tang didn't accept our proposal. Humph. Since he didn't accept it, then die. If we join forces, we can even face an earth god. Why would we be afraid of a mere peak myth? Before the Medicine Master in the white robe spoke, a cold voice suddenly came from a figure next to him, as if announcing Su Qin's fate. That's right. We've already given that Taoist friend of the Empire of Tang a chance. The old man in the white robe nodded slightly, and a look of pity appeared on his face. Unfortunately, that Taoist friend's appetite is too big. He wants to swallow the land of the great battle alone. When the other figures heard this, a look of agreement appeared on their faces. Su Qin's strength was indeed very strong. To be able to completely kill Ancestor Thundershing and the other 2 peak myths in the primordial spirit realm, he was probably already half a step into the earth god realm like them. However, no matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than the great sex that had been passed down for thousands of years? If it was any other treasure or opportunity, the great sex might have given it up. However, the land of the great battle was different. When should we go to the Empire of Tang? At this moment, another voice sounded. 7 days later, the Green Mang Shaman Lord pondered for a moment and said, I still need a few days to adjust myself. Although the Green Mang Shaman Lord's strength had almost recovered after a year of cultivation, he still needed some time to adapt to the changes in the outside world after sleeping for more than 2,000 years. All right. Then let's set it for 7 days later. Let that legend of the Empire of Tang live for another 7 days. At the beginning, the cold voice sounded again. As soon as this was said, no one, including the Green Mang Shaman Lord, refuted it. It was as if in their hearts, once they joined forces to go to Chang'an City, it would be the time of Su Qin's death. In fact, it was exactly so. With more than 5 half-step earth gods joining forces, coupled with the treasures of their respective sects, who could defeat them other than a true earth god? No matter how vigorous Su Qin's qi and blood were, he had not truly stepped into the earth god realm. Under such suppression, how could he survive? The Empire of Tang. Chang'an City. Su Qin naturally did not know that in the eyes of those half-step earth gods of the major sects, he was already a dead man. Even if Su Qin knew about it, he would still smile faintly. The reason why he did not show his strength in front of the Green Mang Shaman Lord was that the Green Mang Shaman Lord did not make a move in the palace. More importantly, Su Qin wanted to wipe out all the major sects in one fell swoop. If Su Qin directly made the Green Mang Shaman Lord stay, the remaining half-step earth gods would not dare to continue fighting. At that time, if they were to hide in the dark and secretly attack the Empire of Tang, Su Qin would have to spend time hunting them down. Wouldn't that be troublesome? On this day, Su Qin was strolling around the palace with Su Yueyun and the Emperor of Tang. Ever since he formed the Golden Crow divine body, Su Qin finally had the confidence to face many major sections. In addition, he was thinking about how to step into the earth god realm without any mishaps. Therefore, He temporarily suspended his cultivation and spent his time with his family. Third brother, those overseas martial artists said that you destroyed Wanjian school. Is that true? Empress Su Yueyun could not help but ask. Now that the recovery of the vitality tide had intensified, more and more overseas legendary martial artists had entered the Empire of Tang. There were even some legendary martial artists from small overseas sects who sought refuge with the Empire of Tang. In the overseas martial arts world, the major sects looked down on all living beings. However, other than the major sects, there were still some small sections. These small sects were far inferior to the major sections. Therefore, they sought refuge with the Empire of Tang. The Empire of Tang naturally agreed. With Su Qin's deterrence, these small sects did not dare to play any tricks at all. Su Yueyun learned about Su Qin's magnificent feat overseas through these martial artists who took the initiative to seek refuge with the Empire of Tang. As soon as Su Yueyun's voice fell, the Emperor of Tang immediately pricked up his ears. Obviously, he was very curious about this matter. With constant contact with the overseas martial artists, the Emperor of Tang became more and more aware of the importance of the major sects overseas. Even the weakest major sect had been passed down for thousands of years. It was comparable to several the Empire of Tang. If there was no Su Qin, any disciple from the major sects would be enough to sweep the Empire of Tang and trample the Emperor of Tang under his feet. It should be true. Su Qin smiled and said casually. After receiving Su Qin's affirmation, the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun looked at each other. Their faces were still full of shock. Even if they had already confirmed this matter in advance, they still found it hard to control themselves when they heard Su Qin admit it. That was a major sect that had been passed down for thousands of years. It had countless resources and experts. How could it be destroyed just like that? Third brother, have you become an immortal? Su Yueyun calmed down and asked tentatively. I'm not an immortal. That's something that only exists in myths and legends. I'm just a martial artist. Su Qin shook his head. According to Su Qin's understanding of the martial arts cultivation system, even an earth immortal was not a real immortal. Not to mention that Su Qin was not even an earth immortal now. With the golden crow divine body, Su Qin was comparable to an earth immortal, but he was not an earth immortal. When Su Yueyun and the Emperor of Tang heard this, they both nodded. Just as Su Yueyun was about to continue speaking, Su Qin suddenly raised his head and looked around with a smile on his face. They're finally here, Su Qin said in a low voice. They're all here? Third brother, who are you talking about? The Emperor of Tang did not react. Apart from them, there were only some patrolling imperial guards nearby. Who else could there be? Just as the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun were confused, an indifferent voice suddenly came from the void. Ha ha ha, I've heard from Qingmeng that you have sharp senses. Now it seems that you are indeed extraordinary. Then, under the shocked gazes of the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun, one figure after another walked out from the depths of the void. In the end, 7 figures stood in the sky above the palace and looked down like gods overlooking ants. The moment these 7 figures appeared, their aura soared. They seemed to have broken through the barrier and came into contact with the vast and endless sea of vitality. Ijin. Chapter 300. In the sky above the Emperor of Tang Palace, the 7 figures were like gods and demons, standing high in the void. Their terrifying aura filled the air and shrouded everyone's heart like a natural disaster. Greetings, Taoist friend. Among the 7 figures, the Magus Master of Qingmeng smiled and bowed slightly to Su Qin. As for the other 6 figures, they were either sneering, indifferent, or calm. They sized up Su Qin in different ways. Is this the last trump card of the upper sects? Su Qin shook his head slightly. The Magus Master of Qingmeng was not the strongest among the 7 figures. The aura of the other 6 figures was extremely deep, and was not much weaker than that of the Magus Master of Qingmeng. They were all peerless experts who were half a step away from Earth Immortals. Taoist friend, you seem to have something to rely on? The Magus Master of Qingmeng chuckled. The moment Su Qin rejected his proposal, the Magus Master of Qingmeng knew that Su Qin must have some trump card. However, in the Magus Master of Qingmeng's mind, no matter what trump card Su Qin had, there was no way he could survive under the joint forces of the upper sects. Su Qin had a trump card, but did the upper sex not have one? Compared to Su Qin's hundreds of years of accumulation, the upper sex had thousands of years of inheritance. How could Su Qin compare? This is not the place to fight. Su Qin glanced at the Emperor of Tang and the others who looked solemn. He took a step forward and disappeared. However, in the perception of the Magus Master of Qingmang and the others, Su Qin had already appeared thousands of meters above the sky. That's right. The Magus Master of Qingmang also glanced at the Emperor of Tang Palace and nodded slightly. If they fought here, the aftermath of the battle would definitely turn the entire Chang'an city into ruins. Once Chang'an city was destroyed, the Empire of Tang would be in chaos. It would not be good for the upper sex to take over the land of the battle. The other 6 figures did not have any objections. For them, the Empire of Tang was already in their bag, so they were naturally happy to do so. After the 7 figures disappeared, the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun were slightly relieved. Just now, when the 7 figures stood in the void, it was as if they had really become the embodiment of the vast world. Even if they stood still, they still exerted great pressure on the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun. This kind of pressure was not the pressure of aura, but a pressure that came from the essence of life. It was as if the 7 figures had completely surpassed ordinary humans in terms of life level. That was indeed the case. Half-step land immortals might not be able to command heaven and earth like real land immortals, but they could still see some of the true meaning. In fact, how could a pinnacle myth compare to them? Third brother, you must not lose. The Emperor of Tang clenched his fists and murmured in a low voice. Although the Emperor of Tang did not know the origin of the 7 people, it was obvious that they were unfathomable. Under their joint efforts, they had obviously set up a killing trap for Su Qin. Third brother will definitely win, Su Yueyun said nervously. Thousands of meters above the Emperor of Tang Palace. At this time, 8 figures were standing leisurely. The astral wind that could tear apart a grade 1 great grandmaster was extremely obedient in front of these 8 figures. They could not get within 100 meters of them at all. We have all been sleeping for thousands of years using self-sealing secret techniques. I don't think you have heard of us. The Green Mang Shaman Lord's tone was gentle. It was as if they were not working together to kill Su Qin, but were chatting as if they were good friends. This is Ancestor Snow of the Snow God Palace. She is the direct disciple of the land immortal of the Snow God Palace 2,800 years ago. Although she failed to break through to the land immortal realm, her methods are rare in the world. She has received the true teachings of the land immortal of the Snow God Palace. The Green Mang Shaman Lord looked at a woman in white among the 7 and introduced her unhurriedly. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Ancestor Snow's face was covered with a veil. Compared to the other ancestors of the Snow God Palace, Ancestor Snow was much more ordinary. Her aura was almost completely restrained and did not leak out at all. She had completely returned to her original state. This is the Thunder God Sex Thunder Ancestor. In his era, an Earth Immortal was born, and the Thunder Ancestor had fought with that Earth Immortal before he reached the Tao. His name had shaken the seas for hundreds of years. The Green Mang Shaman Lord looked at a man and said, the Lightning Ancestor was a tall man. His eyes seemed to be surrounded by lightning, and he was extremely extraordinary. Ordinary peak myths would feel a piercing pain in their eyes even if they only looked at him from afar. Even their divine thoughts could not get close to him. It was extremely terrifying. As for this, he is the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor, and the Medicine God Sex Medicine Master. The Green Mang Shaman Lord quickly introduced the 6 figures. Medicine God Sect. Su Qin looked at the white-robed old man and shook his head. Your Medicine God Sect pursues the pinnacle of alchemy. Why do you want to get involved in this mess? Among the many exalted sects overseas, the Medicine God Sect had a very special status. Even great sects like Raytheon and witchcraft, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, did not dare to be rude to the Medicine God Sect. This was not because the Medicine God Sect was the orthodoxy left behind by a land immortal of alchemy, and had an unfathomable foundation. It was more because the Medicine God Sect controlled most of the sources of pills overseas. In martial arts cultivation, talent and comprehension were important, but pills were also indispensable. Su Qin did not expect that the Medicine God Sect, which had always ignored the outside world, would join forces with the Green Mang Shaman Lord and the others at this moment. With the Medicine God sect's status overseas, as long as they were unwilling, the Green Mang Shaman Lord would definitely not dare to force them. The only possibility was that the Medicine God sect also had their eyes on the land of the Great Battle. Under the recovery of the Vitality Tide, only the land of the Great Battle will produce thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, or even legendary divine herbs. If my Medicine God sect wants to refine a shocking pill, we have to come. The Medicine Master looked at Su Qin with a solemn expression. Although the Medicine God sect was addicted to alchemy, there were many other methods besides alchemy. As the orthodoxy left behind by a land immortal of alchemy, if they only knew how to refine pills, they would have been conquered by the other exalted sects long ago. I see. Su Qin sighed softly. Even the transcendent Medicine God sect could not completely see through the word benefit. Witchcraft, Raytheon, Kuragenkyo, Medicine God sect. Su Qin chuckled and changed the topic. Why didn't the people from Daoi sect come? At this moment, the Green Mang Shaman Lord and the others came from almost all the exalted sects overseas, but the 10,000 Buddhas Hall and the Daoi sect did not send anyone. It was understandable that the 10,000 Buddhas Hall did not send anyone. After all, after Su Qin made a move in the Western Desert, the 10,000 Buddhas Hall regarded him as a true Buddha. But the Daoi sect. The Daoi sect was also a great sect that had been passed down since the recovery of the Vitality Tide. Its foundation was definitely not lower than the witchcraft in Raytheon. There must be a half-step land immortal patriarch in the sect. The Daoi sect. The Green Mang Shaman Lord's smile gradually faded. He had visited the Daoi sect, but they were unwilling to attack Su Qin. Even when the Green Mang Shaman Lord promised to divide the battlefield in the future, the Daoi sect was unmoved. Are the 7 of us not worthy of your attention? The Green Mang Shaman Lord said slowly. Although the Daoi sect was not involved in this alliance, the half-step land immortals including the Green Mang Shaman Lord, Ancestor Snow, and the Medicine Master were the strongest powerhouses of their respective sections. The 7 of them joined forces and gathered the strongest powerhouses of many exalted sects. In the era where there were no land immortals, the 7 of them represented a sweeping force. It would be easy for them to destroy a great sect like the Wanjian school. If other legends were here, perhaps they would have already trembled in fear. The Green Mang Magus Lord and the other 6 legends not only represented invincible strength, but also represented the great sect behind them. It was simply the strength of the entire overseas martial arts world. Cut the crap. If you want to live, hand over the Thunder Calamity Wood. Otherwise, be careful of being struck by lightning and your body and soul will be destroyed. The Lightning Ancestor said word by word, his voice like rolling thunder. He joined forces with the Green Mang Shaman Lord this time. In addition to besieging Su Qin and redividing the battlefield, the other purpose was to take back the Thunder Calamity Wood in Su Qin's hands. Since the Thunder Calamity Wood ancestor Lei Xing fell in the hands of Su Qin had become the target of the entire Raytheon. For Raytheon, not only could the Thunder Calamity Wood help them to cultivate their secret arts, but it also contained a trace of the 9th heaven divine thunder. It was the hope of Raytheon's disciples to step into the earth immortal realm. Without this Thunder Calamity Wood, Raytheon's disciples would not be able to withstand the vast power of the Thunder Origin Chi when their primordial spirit merged into the Sea of Origin Chi. Thunder Calamity Wood? Su Qin looked at the Lightning Ancestor and sighed. The power of thunder inside is really good. It took me a few days to completely devour it. How dare you? The Lightning Ancestor's eyes immediately widened when he heard this. Su Qin's words obviously meant that he had completely devoured the Thunder Calamity Wood. In other words, there was no more Thunder Calamity Wood in the world. How could the Lightning Ancestor not be angry? The aura of the 9th heaven's divine thunder in the Thunder Tribulation Wood was extremely precious. Even the Thunder God sect was trying to figure it out day and night. They didn't dare to waste the slightest bit. I will definitely extract your soul from your body, and extract the aura of the 9th heaven divine thunder from your body. The Lightning Ancestor's eyes were like rolling thunder. Before his voice died away, the Lightning Ancestor raised his right hand and a terrifying thunderbolt fell like a dancing thunder dragon, instantly heading towards Su Qin. Although the Thunder Ancestor had only summoned a thunderbolt, its momentum was far stronger than that of the Thunder Ancestor. It could almost severely injure an ordinary primordial spirit realm pinnacle legend. Even the rest of the half-step Earth immortals had to be wary of it. However, under everyone's gaze, the thunderbolt disappeared when it was 100 feet away from Su Qin, as if it had never appeared. The thunderbolt summoned by the lightning ancestor couldn't even get 100 feet closer to Su Qin. The herb master, snow ancestor and the others who were originally relaxed gradually became serious. Based on this alone, Su Qin was qualified to be on par with them. Let's attack together. The lightning ancestor's expression didn't change at all. The previous attack was only used to test Su Qin, not to kill him. At this moment, as the lightning ancestor roared, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky as if there were thousands of thunderbolts roaring. The other 6 looked at each other and also prepared to attack. In that case, from today onwards, there will be no supreme sex in this world. Su Qin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and clenched his right hand into the depths of the void. Rip! The world suddenly turned dark and a saber radiance slashed down like a crack. There should be more in the afternoon. Also, I want monthly votes. Chapter 301. Just as the lightning ancestor and the others were fighting with Su Qin, they immediately attracted the attention of countless creatures in Chang'an City. As the vitality tide continued to recover, many overseas mythical warriors arrived at the battlefield one after another. And as the capital of the Empire of Tang, Chang'an City naturally had many mythical warriors mixed in. However, due to Su Qin's deterrence, these overseas mythical warriors were well behaved and did not dare to claim to be mythical warriors. After all, under the eyes of a powerhouse like Su Qin, who could kill them with a thought? Who would dare to cause trouble? What's that? Right at this moment, an old man in cloth clothes who was walking with strong steps suddenly stopped. He raised his head to look at the sky, and his pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment, the sky above Chang'an City was already covered with dark clouds. 7 auras were as dazzling as the sun, wantonly exuding a terrifying aura. If they were not too far away, perhaps just these 7 auras alone would be enough to make millions of creatures in Chang'an City kneel down. Peak mythical? No, it's not a peak mythical. How dare a peak mythical release such an aura here? The old man in cloth clothes thought quickly. With the means displayed by the mythical in the palace, ordinary peak mythical would be dead if they came. Even the dignified Wanjian school was destroyed in the hands of the other party. The old man in cloth clothes really couldn't think of which peak mythical would dare to be so presumptuous here. It's a half-step land immortal. The old man in cloth clothes was in disbelief. He was also a mythical warrior who came to Chang'an City from overseas. Although he was not a peak mythical, he still had the cultivation of the 6th heavenly layer. He could vaguely feel that the 7 auras standing in the sky were almost comparable to heaven and earth. Obviously, they had surpassed the limit of the mythical realm, but compared with the magnificent aura of a real land immortal, they were still a little lacking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 half-step land immortals joining forces to besiege. The old man in cloth clothes suddenly trembled. He was obviously frightened. Besiege the mythical of the Empire of Tang? The old man in cloth clothes realized this and suddenly turned pale. Apart from the mythical of the Empire of Tang, the old man in cloth clothes could not think of any other existence that was worthy of 7 half-step land immortals joining forces. In fact, it wasn't just the linen-clothed old man. In Chang'an City, many of the legends who had sneaked in from overseas reacted and were dumbfounded. Something big has happened. 7 half-step earthly immortals. I'm afraid they've almost emptied the resources of those powerful sects, right? What exactly did that mythical being from the Empire of Tang do that made 7 half-step land immortals besieging him? Many overseas mythical creatures were trembling in fear. However, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the battlefield between the 7 half-step land immortals and Su Qin was thousands of meters above Chang'an City. Since Su Qin was able to attract the cooperation of 7 half-step earthly immortals, it was obvious that he had also stepped into the half-step earthly immortal realm. Once the 8 half-step land immortals fought, even the aftermath of their attacks would be enough to destroy Chang'an City. Even the mythical warriors would not be spared. But now the battlefield was thousands of meters in the air. At such a height, 99% of the aftermath of the battle would scatter to the sky. The remaining bit would span thousands of meters, and its power would be greatly reduced. At least, it wouldn't be able to destroy Chang and city. This is a half-step earthly immortal. Even when the news of the immortal gate spread 900 years ago, it only attracted the attention of a half-step earthly immortal. But now, 8 earthly immortals are fighting. The linen-clothed old man's hands were trembling. Even with his 6th heaven mythical state, he couldn't control himself. "Grandpa, is it rare to see a half-step land immortal?" Beside the linen-clothed old man, a tiger-faced little boy asked curiously. "It's more than rare." The linen-clothed old man shook his head and calmed himself down. He then said, although half-step land immortals aren't real land immortals, they usually fail to break through and their blood, chi, and essence spirit begin to collapse. If there's no other reason, why would they fight? Every time a half-step land immortal fights, it's equivalent to shortening his life. If it were you, would you fight with your life at stake? The linen-clothed old man's expression kept changing. At this moment he was already thinking about how to get out of Chang and city as soon as possible. With 7 half-step land immortals joining forces, even if that legend in Chang and city had the ability to reach the heavens, he wouldn't be able to stop them. After today, the land of the great battle would be taken over by the major sections. As for legends like them who didn't belong to the major sects, they naturally had to think of a way out for themselves. At this moment, thousands of meters high in the sky, the thunder ancestor of Raytheon controlled the heavenly thunder and roared like the thunder god. The first ancestor of Kurajenkyo transformed into a curtain of darkness that was everywhere and silently shrouded Suchin. The snow ancestor of the snow god palace pointed out a finger, and a cold aura instantly spread out. Wherever it went, everything was frozen. In an instant, the 7 half-step land immortals attacked at the same time. They knew very well that when facing an expert of the same level like Suchin who was full of chi and blood and had sufficient shoyuan, the biggest taboo was to drag things out. Therefore, when the 7 of them attacked, they were prepared to kill Suchin as quickly as possible. However, in the next moment, the 7 of them saw Suchin wielding the demon god's blade and slashing out a pitch-black saber ray. Rip. The pitch-black saber ray was like a crack in space as it tore through the air and easily split open the lightning summoned by the thunder ancestor. After all, the lightning summoned by the thunder ancestor was just an ordinary heavenly thunder. How could it be a match for Suchin? Crack. The pitch-black saber ray flashed and didn't dissipate. Instead, it slashed towards the snow ancestor. Oh no! The snow ancestor's expression changed slightly. Suchin's saber was extremely sharp and could even split open the lightning summoned by the thunder ancestor, let alone her. The saber ray flashed and arrived in front of her in an instant. The snow ancestor could only withdraw her finger and block the black saber ray. Puff! The snow ancestor grunted and her figure quickly dissipated and reappeared not far away. It was obvious that she had suffered a loss under the demon god's blade. Although she didn't suffer any serious injuries, she didn't feel good either. Buzz! The pitch-black saber ray slashed through the shadow left behind by the snow ancestor and slashed towards the remaining half-step land immortals. The dark sky curtain transformed by the Kurajenkyo's first ancestor was cut open like a piece of cloth under the pitch-black saber ray. The green glow shaman master's body shook as he dodged the saber ray. The medicine master of the medicine god's sex expression changed. He took out a fiery red elixir pill and threw it out without hesitation. He shouted in a low voice, "Explode!" Rumble! A terrifying explosion resounded in all directions as if the sky had collapsed. Under the explosion, the pitch-black saber ray barely dissipated. Even so, the saber chi left behind by the saber ray still penetrated dozens of miles away. It was extremely terrifying. None of them died? A trace of disappointment appeared on Suchin's face. Suchin had already used all his strength in that attack except for the hundreds of trump cards. In the end, none of them died? Compared to Suchin's disappointment, the other 7 half-step land immortals were completely horrified. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Suchin's one slash would cause them to crumble under their joint efforts. Even first ancestor of Black Source Sect, Ancestor Snow of Snow God Palace, and the others were injured to a certain extent. How was this possible? Su Qin fought against 7 half-step land immortals alone. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position, but he also forced them to retreat. It was simply unbelievable. How can he be so strong? The green glow shaman master's eyes were wide open. If it wasn't for the aura that Su Qin exuded that wasn't unity of heaven and man like a real land immortal, the green glow shaman master would have suspected that Su Qin had already stepped into the land immortal realm. Other than a real land immortal, who else could force them to retreat with a single saber strike? Guys, let's use that move. If we continue to hold back, we'll all die here, Ancestor Lightning said solemnly. The strength that Su Qin had just displayed was too terrifying. Just one saber strike was enough to make them panic. If there were a few more sabers, what was the point of fighting? Should they just kneel and beg for mercy? That's the only way. The other 6 people's faces turned solemn. They had already awakened more than a year ago. After such a long time, other than recovering their strength, they naturally had other preparations. In the next moment, the 7 half-step land immortals vaguely occupied a certain position while circulating a strange technique in their bodies. Instantly, the 7 people's strength quickly merged together and formed a whole. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst out as though it had broken through the restrictions of heaven and earth. Judging from the aura alone, the 7 half-step land immortals had almost completely stepped into the land immortal realm. Joint attack technique? Su Qin frowned. He had seen this joint attack technique in the jade stone left behind by the Eastern Sea's true lord. Between cultivators, even if they cultivated the same secret art, the true essence aura they cultivated would be different due to their different physiques. However, a joint attack technique was able to forcefully combine the different auras together and display a strength that far exceeded that of a single person. When the 7 half-step land immortals used the joint attack technique together, the increase in power was definitely at the threshold of an land immortal. Of course, the joint attack technique was not without its flaws. The essence of the joint attack technique was that the auras of different people began to merge. However, it was easy to merge but difficult to separate. Once the joint attack technique was used, it was equivalent to polluting one's own true essence aura. The consequences would be great. Only someone like the Green Radiance Shaman Master who had used a self-sealing secret technique and knew that he could not take that step would use such a joint attack technique. Just as Su Qin was pondering, the Green Radiance Shaman Master and the others had completed the joint attack technique. This power is too powerful. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor had an intoxicated expression on his face. At this moment, he had gathered the strength of 7 half-step land immortals and had almost taken that step. Die. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor had a cold expression. He slowly raised his right hand and pressed it down on Su Qin. The Raytheon's lightning ancestor did the same. With a thought, he mobilized thousands of lightning bolts. There was even a thin purple lightning bolt that quickly covered Su Qin. The Snow God Palace's snow ancestor, the Witchcraft's Green Radiance Shaman Master, the Medicine God Sex Medicine Master. Under the enhancement of the joint attack technique, the 7 half-step land immortals attacked almost at the same time. The terrifying power completely merged together and burst forth with a brand new power that far exceeded the limits of the world. The instant this power appeared, the air was suddenly torn apart. The surroundings within a radius of dozens of miles instantly turned into a blur, pitch black and deep. Su Qin was directly swept into this power. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The legend of the Empire of Tang should be dead by now. When the Green Radiance Shaman Master saw this, a smile appeared on his face. That's right. Our joint attack has already reached the level of an land immortal. It's enough to kill all the enemies in the world. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor nodded. It's a pity about that thunder calamity wood. The lightning ancestor shook his head slightly. However, no matter how unwilling he was, Su Qin had already turned into ashes under their joint attack, let alone the thunder calamity wood that Su Qin had devoured. If Su Qin had left his body, he could have tried to extract the 9 heavens divine thunder aura from Su Qin's body. But now, in the lightning ancestor's eyes, Su Qin's body and soul were completely destroyed. The thunder calamity wood's aura had probably dissipated. Just as the 7 half-step land immortals were about to return to Chang and city and completely take over the battlefield, In the middle of the blurry void, the slender figure of a man suddenly appeared. In an instant, the green radiance shaman master and the others felt a scorching aura enveloping the world, as if there was another sun shining on the world. Before the green radiance shaman master and the others could react, they saw an unforgettable scene. The tall and slender man slowly walked out. In the depths of the man's eyes, an eternal sun was faintly burning. His skin was sparkling and translucent. With every step he took, the elemental energy of fire within a radius of hundreds and thousands of miles would tremble. It was as if the god of fire had descended to the world and controlled all the fire in the world. Under the shocked gaze of the green radiance shaman master, Su Qin looked up at them and said slowly, "Not bad. But I'm going to get serious." Third update. The third update is more than 3,000 words. It's equivalent to 10,000 words in total. I'm looking for monthly votes. I'm looking for double monthly votes these days. Chapter 302. After the 7 half-step Earth Immortals unleashed a joint attack that exceeded their limit, not only did they fail to kill Su Qin, they couldn't even injure him. This was something that none of the half-step Land Immortals had expected. Their attack just now had definitely reached the threshold of an Earth Immortal. Even if Su Qin was lucky enough to survive, he must have been seriously injured. How could he be fine now? Something's not right. He's different. Only Green Radiance Shaman Master's expression changed as he looked at Su Qin in disbelief. Even though Su Qin's appearance didn't change, there were subtle differences. It was this subtle change that caused Su Qin's aura to change. He was like a sun that was emitting endless light, burning eternally. Especially in the depths of Su Qin's eyes, there was a faint image of a sun. It made Green Radiance Shaman Master feel like he was facing the real sun. But how was this possible? The sun was high up in the sky. Even in the previous era of the recovery of vital qi, when there were strong practitioners who crossed the strong winds and headed to the void outside the domain, they never got close to the sun. Just as the 7 half-step Land Immortals were bewildered, Su Qin's aura started to rise infinitely. Terrifying qi and blood filled every inch of the air, making Green Radiance Shaman Master and the rest breathless. We can't wait any longer. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor struggled to break free. Even though he didn't know what had happened to Su Qin, what they needed to do now was to stop Su Qin from increasing his aura. Otherwise, Su Qin wouldn't even need to make a move. If this continued for an hour, they wouldn't even have the ability to resist when the joint attack ended. Curtain of Darkness. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor raised his right hand. In an instant, dense darkness shrouded them. Curtain of Darkness was a secret technique of the Kuragenkyo. It was a kind of divine art that was taken from a nightmare. With first ancestor's current abilities, once he executed Curtain of Darkness, even a half-step Land Immortal's mind would become unstable and might even get lost. After all, first ancestor's abilities had already reached the threshold of a Land Immortal under the amplification of the combined attack technique. Every move of his was enough to shake the world and crush everything. Boring. Su Qin's eyes were calm. Now that he had entered the state of the Gold Crow, under the coverage of his enormous perception, everything in the world could be seen clearly in his eyes. Su Qin stretched out his hands and casually grasped the curtain of darkness that was falling down. Then he gently spread it to the sides. Rip! There was the sound of air being torn apart. The pitch-black curtain of darkness was torn in two by Su Qin's hands like a piece of cloth. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if the entire space was being torn apart by Su Qin's hands. It was a shocking sight. How is this possible? The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, compared to the shock in his heart, the injuries on his corporeal body were nothing. First ancestor looked at the collapsing curtain of darkness and felt a chill down his spine. He was in disbelief. The curtain of darkness was formless and formless. Even the power of the primordial spirit couldn't lock onto it. However, it was being torn apart by Su Qin's hands. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, first ancestor wouldn't have believed it even if he died on the spot. 10,000 Lightning Guide. Just as the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor was filled with shock, another voice rang out. Ancestor Lightning's expression was solemn as he spat out these 3 words with great difficulty. All of a sudden, The dark clouds exploded. 10,000 bolts of lightning seemed to have transformed into lightning dragons. They roared towards the sky and swooped down towards Su Qin. Thousand Lightning Guide was already Raytheon's forbidden technique. As for 10,000 Lightning Guide, only land immortals of the Lightning Dao had the ability to execute it. Ancestor Lightning took advantage of the state of the combination technique. He had already crossed the threshold of land immortals to execute this move. Otherwise, without the combination technique, Ancestor Lightning's corporeal body and primordial spirit would have been torn apart by the enormous power of lightning the moment he wanted to summon the 10,000 lightning. However, Ancestor Lightning paid such a price to release 10,000 Lightning Guide. Its power was indeed destructive. If it wasn't for the fact that they were thousands of miles high in the sky, it would have been enough to turn a radius of hundreds of miles into a dead zone. Rumble. 10,000 bolts of lightning roared in unison. Heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning. How is he going to face this world-destroying lightning? When Green Radiant Shaman Master saw this, he immediately stared at the center of the sea of lightning. Even if Su Qin had displayed the power to tear the curtain of darkness apart, the 10,000 Lightning Guide summoned by Ancestor Lightning was simply too terrifying. Even a true land immortal would have to retreat in the face of this move, right? Ancestor Snow muttered to himself. Although land immortals were strong, they were not fools. How could they withstand the power of 10,000 lightning bolts? With the means of land immortals, there were countless ways to avoid the sharpness of 10,000 Lightning Guide. However, the next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the sea of lightning quickly dissipated as if it was constantly being devoured by an abyss. A moment later, when the last bolt of lightning entered Su Qin's body, everyone suddenly reacted. Didn't Lei Xing tell you that lightning is useless to me? Su Qin shook his head slightly. As early as decades ago, Su Qin could bathe in the sea of lightning with the 5 Thunder God Fist, let alone now. If Su Qin could ignore most of the fire element killer moves in the world with the Golden Crow Divine Body, even ordinary heavenly lightning would not be a threat to Su Qin except for the real 9th Heaven Divine Thunder. Oh, by the way, Lei Xing is dead, so I naturally can't tell you. Su Qin suddenly thought of something. He looked at Ancestor Lightning with a smile on his face and said, "Now it's your turn." Before his voice died away, Su Qin's figure had already disappeared. Oh no! Ancestor Lightning's figure suddenly retreated, his face livid. He thought that the 10,000 Lightning Guide that he released at a huge cost could suppress Su Qin, but in the end it was all devoured. Not only did it not have the effect of suppressing, but it also seemed to have replenished the opponent's consumption. Buzz! The next moment, Su Qin's figure had already appeared 10 meters away from Ancestor Lightning. 10 meters was a distance that even an ordinary person could cross with a leap, let alone the many experts present. It's over. Ancestor Lightning saw this scene and felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. According to the strength Su Qin had just shown, no matter how confident Ancestor Lightning was, he did not think that he could block Su Qin. Although he had the blessing of the joint attack and all the injuries he suffered would be distributed to the other 6, he would have to bear at least 50% of the injuries. Just as Su Qin's palm fell, Ancestor Lightning closed his eyes and waited for death. A man in a shaman's robe suddenly stood in front of the lightning ancestor. Then his body suddenly expanded, and the terrifying power of blood qi filled the air. He actually managed to block Su Qin's palm strike. When Ancestor Lightning saw this scene, he immediately retreated a few miles away and looked at Su Qin as if he had escaped from a tiger's mouth. Dharma body? Su Qin glanced at Green Mang Magus Lord and a smile appeared on his face. The one who blocked his palm was Green Mang Magus Lord. At this moment, Green Mang Magus Lord's robe had long been torn, and his qi and blood began to surge like an ocean. It was a Dharma body that only Earth immortals could have. Witchcraft is good at physical bodies. As early as thousands of years ago, I had half a step into the realm of Dharma bodies with the divine medicine left by witchcraft. Now, with the help of the joint attack, I barely entered the realm of Dharma bodies. Compared to you, Taoist friend, it's not worth mentioning, Green Mang Magus Lord said with a calm expression. Among the many exalted sects overseas, some were good at swords, some were good at sabers, some were good at thunder techniques, and some were good at alchemy. However, witchcraft was good at physical bodies. Oh, Su Qin shook his head and said non-committally, "You shouldn't be able to live for long if you completely circulate your qi and blood, right? If Green Mang Magus Lord Shoyuan had enough, it would not be a problem to circulate his qi and blood. Just like Su Qin, he could attack without restraint. However, the Green Radiant Sorcerer Master had been sleeping for thousands of years. He did not have much lifespan left to begin with, and his qi and blood had already declined to the lowest point after thousands of years. Under such circumstances, if he continued to circulate his qi and blood with all his might, even with the help of the combined attack technique, he would still be courting death. If I don't do anything, we'll still die when you kill Ancestor Lightning and break the joint attack." Green Mang Magus Lord said softly. The 7 half-step Earth Immortals could barely resist Su Qin with the help of the joint attack. Without the joint attack, they would be killed in an instant by Su Qin. "In that case, let me see your witchcraft body." Su Qin smiled and took a step forward. He appeared in front of Green Mang Magus Lord and threw a punch. Whether it was the Ancestor Lightning or the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor, they were all using long-range attacks to deal with Su Qin. This made Su Qin a little angry. Although those long-range attacks could not do anything to him, how could it be as satisfying as close combat? Seeing this, Green Mang Magus Lord could only brace himself and fight. Boom! Boom! In just an instant, the Green Mang Magus Lord was suppressed to an absolute disadvantage. If not for the fact that he had used the secret arts of the witchcraft sect, coupled with the art of combined attack that could disperse the power of Su Qin's attack, the Green Mang Magus Lord would have been suppressed on the spot. "Let's restrict him." Ancestor Snow and the others from the Snow God Palace immediately took action when they saw this. Ancestor Snow summoned a layer of ice and snow to reduce the temperature within dozens of miles in an attempt to restrict Su Qin's speed. Meanwhile, the Medicine Master of the Medicine God sect took out a black elixir and threw it at Su Qin. He said in a low voice, "Explode." Suddenly, a terrifying poison spread out. The poison did not affect the body but the vital spirit. The Medicine God sect was an alchemy sect that could make countless spirit pills that could increase one's cultivation level and save one's life. They could also make poisonous pills that could take one's life. However, unfortunately, all the means of the 6 half-step Earth Immortals continued to weaken when they were within 100 feet of Su Qin. By the time they landed on Su Qin's body, their power was already reduced to nothing under the vast blood qi. Awesome! Su Qin and Green Mang Magus Lord were entangled in a fierce battle. Su Qin's moves were very simple. His punches and kicks did not have the slightest ingenuity, but they carried a faint ancient aura. Even though Green Mang Magus Master relied on his Dharma body, combined attack technique, and the other 6 half-step Earth Immortals to restrain him, he gradually fell into an absolute disadvantage. Although the Dharma body was powerful, Su Qin's Golden Crow Divine Body had surpassed the ordinary Dharma body. With just the Golden Crow Divine Body, he could challenge a real Earth Immortal. How could an ordinary Dharma body compare to him? In the end, Su Qin threw a punch. Under the desperate gaze of Green Mang Magus Lord, the punch penetrated his chest and shot into the sky. With one punch, Green Mang Magus Lord was dead. Chapter 303. He's too powerful. The remaining 6 half-step land immortals trembled as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. They thought they could easily suppress Su Qin after using the combined attack technique. After all, the 7 half-step land immortals had already crossed the threshold of a true land immortal. However, they did not expect Su Qin to be so powerful that he could ignore their attacks and directly punch through Qing Mang Grand Magus Master. How could they fight? No matter how they attacked, they could not affect Su Qin. However, Su Qin could easily kill Qing Mang Grand Magus Master, who had the strongest body among the 7 with just one punch. Facing such an expert made them feel hopeless. "Your body." Qing Mang Grand Magus Master's body exploded, but his primordial spirit barely managed to gather together. Even after Kanzu's body died of old age, his primordial spirit could survive for so many years. He could even possess another body, let alone Qing Mang Grand Magus Master, who was more powerful than Kanzu. However, it was precisely because of this that Qing Mang Grand Magus Master realized how powerful Su Qin's body was. With the support of the joint attack technique, His physical body had barely entered the conjured physique domain. His vital energy and blood were strong. However, he was undoubtedly at an absolute disadvantage when facing Su Qin's punches and kicks. In the end, Su Qin's punch even penetrated his physical body. What did this mean? It meant that Qingmeng Grand Magus Master was completely defeated in the battle with Su Qin's body. The so-called Dharma body was far inferior to Su Qin's body at this moment. You talk too much. Su Qin glanced at Qingmeng Grand Magus Master, raised his right hand again, and pressed down on him. Since Qingmeng Grand Magus Master chose to attack, he was already a dead man in Su Qin's eyes. Of course he would not hold back. Rumble. Su Qin pressed down with his palm. It was as if the sun had fallen. Even if Qingmeng Grand Magus Master's body and primordial spirit were still intact, he would not be able to withstand it. Buzz. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Qingmeng Grand Magus Master's primordial spirit quickly dissipated. And at this moment, many legends who were watching the battle from afar in Chang and city were stunned. For ordinary people, it was impossible to see anything clearly from a distance of a few thousand meters, but the vision of a legend was extremely sharp. Coupled with the coverage of a legend's divine sense, even if they could not get close to the battlefield, they could still vaguely discern the extent of the situation just by relying on the aura that leaked out. Witchcraft's Green Mango Shaman Lord has fallen? Some of the disciples from the major sects were dumbfounded. Even though several thousand years had passed, the reputation of the Green Radiance Shaman Master was still circulating among the major sections. Now, in the face of the fall of this legendary figure, especially at the hands of Su Qin, everyone had the illusion that their beliefs had been shattered. Compared to the many legends in Chang'an City, the remaining 6 half-step land immortals on the battlefield were completely terrified. Once the Green Mang Shaman Lord was completely dead, it meant that their original joint attack technique was missing a link. This missing link could be slowly made up under normal circumstances, but at this moment how could Su Qin give them the time to make up for it? To put it simply, the fall of the Green Mango Shaman Lord had led to the complete collapse of the joint attack technique. In an instant, the world-shaking aura that was comparable to an land immortals suddenly dropped and finally divided into 6 weakened auras. Everyone, Green Mango is dead. If we continue to hold back, I'm afraid we'll all die. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. At this moment, none of the 6 half-step land immortals thought of escaping. Not to mention whether they could escape or not. Even if they were lucky enough to escape, what about the major sects behind them? They could escape, but the major sects were there and had almost never changed their positions for thousands of years. Therefore, not only for themselves but also for their respective sects, they had to fight to the death. Humph! Not far away, the lightning ancestor snorted coldly. Just now, the Green Mango Shaman Lord had blocked Su Qin's palm for him. At this moment, the lightning ancestor had finally recovered. Thunder! The lightning ancestor's eyes were solemn. In a trance, a fist-sized thunder appeared above his head. As soon as the lightning seal appeared, it exuded an extremely terrifying lightning aura. It was as if the fist-sized lightning seal contained a vast sea of lightning as vast as the ocean. Raytheon's heavenly thunder seal? I didn't expect the lightning ancestor to bring such a powerful weapon with him. The medicine god sect's medicine master's eyes suddenly narrowed. The heavenly thunder seal was a dharma treasure passed down by Raytheon from the previous Vitality Tide era. Legend had it that a Thunder Dao land immortal went deep into the Sea of Thunder and absorbed the chi of heavenly thunder. It took him 200 years to refine it. In addition, after Raytheon, all the land immortals had refined it with their own blood. It could be said that the heavenly thunder seal had reached a certain level and was the most powerful dharma treasure below the cardinal treasures. As the lightning ancestor took out the heavenly thunder seal, the other 5 half-step land immortals did the same. The snow ancestor of the snow god palace took out a miniature palace. The miniature palace spun and shone with layers of light, protecting the snow ancestor tightly. The medicine god sect's medicine master took out a medicine cauldron. There seemed to be flames burning in it and a faint pill fragrance leaked out. A cold smile appeared on Su Qin's face. It's too late to use these trump cards now. If the 6 half-step land immortals used all their trump cards without hesitation before the death of the Green Mang Magus Lord, they might still be no match for Su Qin. However, they would at least have a chance to escape. Among the 7 of them, perhaps 1 or 2 of them would be able to escape with a wisp of their essence soul. But now, without the support of the joint attack technique, the power of these Dharma treasures would be greatly reduced even if they were used. How could they threaten Su Qin? In the next moment, Su Qin took a step forward. His qi and blood surged like an ocean. The origin energy of fire within a few hundred miles started to vibrate. The entire world seemed to have turned into a huge furnace. Thunder come. The lightning ancestor's eyes flickered. He summoned an even greater thunderbolt with the heavenly thunder seal and fell on Chang and city. At this moment, the lightning ancestor, who was in despair, suddenly thought of using Chang and city to threaten Su Qin. However, before the thunderbolt summoned by the lightning ancestor could take shape, "You're courting death." A trace of coldness appeared on Su Qin's face. He crossed a few miles in an instant and came in front of the lightning ancestor. He clenched his fist and punched. This time, no one blocked Su Qin's attack for the lightning ancestor. The terrifying power directly penetrated the heavenly thunder seal and sent the fist-sized thunder seal flying. Then, the remaining power smashed the horrified lightning ancestor into pieces. His body and essence soul were reduced to nothingness. Then Su Qin took a deep breath and swallowed the vast thunder that was originally summoned by the heavenly thunder seal into his mouth. With just one punch, the lightning ancestor, who was holding the Raytheon heavenly thunder seal, had completely died. He didn't even have a chance to possess his body. However, that was not the end. After killing the lightning ancestor, Su Qin disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was standing not far from Ancestor Snow in the Snow God Palace. Oh no! Ancestor Snow in the Snow God Palace was still shocked by the death of the lightning ancestor. When she found that Su Qin was close to her, she was scared out of her wits. The miniature palace above her head spun quickly. Boom! Su Qin punched again and shook the miniature palace. The terrifying power of the punch also shattered Ancestor Snow's body and essence soul. Clatter! Su Qin pressed his hand and the medicine cauldron in front of the medicine master of the medicine god sect shattered. Compared to the heavenly thunder seal and the snow ancestor's miniature palace, this medicine cauldron was not a defensive Dharma treasure. How could it block Su Qin's punch? In the blink of an eye, the medicine master followed in the footsteps of the lightning ancestor and the snow ancestor. His body and essence soul were completely shattered. Then, another half-step Earth Immortal's body began to shatter before he could even make a sound. In the end, he turned into dust along with his essence soul. This half-step Earth Immortal was the weakest among the 7. He wasn't even as strong as the medicine master. If he wasn't the furthest away from Su Qin, he would have already died. But even so, he couldn't escape death. What? The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor widened his eyes and looked at Su Qin in horror. Ever since the death of the Green Glow Magus Master, 5 half-step Earth Immortals had died in a short period of time. The 7 half-step Earth Immortals who had joined forces and were confident of victory were slaughtered like chickens in front of Su Qin. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. It was terrifying to the extreme. Although part of the reason was that the joint attack technique was broken, it was still a half-step Earth Immortal. Even if a real Earth Immortal were to kill 5 half-step Earth Immortals with perfected nascent divinity and true energy, that would be the most he could do. 5 half-step Earth Immortals. Even if they were facing a real Earth Immortal, they wouldn't be defeated like this. At least 1 or 2 of them would be able to escape. Although they would still be hunted down by the Earth Immortal. Who are you? Why are you not an Earth Immortal but have the ability to fight with an Earth Immortal? The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor calmed himself down and asked in a trembling voice. At his level, he had not felt despair for many years. However, at this moment, the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor felt as if he had returned to the time when he was still a grade 9 martial artist. He was terrified and powerless when he met a legend at the peak of the Essence Soul realm. The Kuragenkyo's first ancestor was very sure that Su Qin was not an Earth Immortal. Not only him, but half-step Earth Immortals such as the Green Glow Magus Master, the Medicine Master of the Medicine God Sect, and the Snow Ancestor of the Snow God Palace also confirmed this. Otherwise, if they realized that Su Qin was an Earth Immortal, they would have knelt down and begged for mercy. How could they dare to continue resisting? Although there was only a half-step difference between a half-step Earth immortal and a real Earth immortal, the gap in strength was like a natural chasm. However, from the beginning to the end, Su Qin did not have the majestic aura of being one with heaven and man like an Earth immortal who could communicate with the Sea of Vitality. One had to know that any Earth immortal had experienced the fusion of their primordial spirit into the Sea of Vitality in the depths of the void, and could naturally guide the Sea of Vitality. However, Su Qin did not. It was obvious that he had never fused his primordial spirit into the Sea of Vitality. If he couldn't do this, it meant that Su Qin was not an Earth immortal. No matter how deep Su Qin went in the myth realm, he was only a half-step Earth immortal. His strength was similar to theirs. However, what the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor did not expect was that although Su Qin was not an Earth immortal, his methods were not weaker than ordinary Earth immortals. It was simply unbelievable. Even during the peak of the previous vitality tide, such an inconceivable thing had never happened before. If an Earth immortal could be surpassed so easily, could he still be called an Earth immortal? Go to hell. Su Qin naturally could not be bothered to answer the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor's question. He directly threw out another punch. Under the state of the Golden Crow divine body, Su Qin's physical body had already surpassed an ordinary Dharma body. With just the strength of his physical body, he could compete with an Earth immortal. With a punch and kick, he could kill a half-step Earth immortal. Let's go all out. When the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor saw this scene, his heart trembled. He immediately began to circulate the Kuragenkyo's forbidden technique. In an instant, the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor's body expanded several times. He was like a small giant more than 10 meters tall, and his terrifying aura was still increasing crazily. In the next moment, Su Qin's punch arrived. Kacha. As if everything was shattering, the body of the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor collapsed and quickly turned into nothingness. In Chang'an City, countless legends who were watching the battle fell into dead silence. They could not react for a long time. If 7 half-step Earth immortals joined forces to kill Su Qin, it would be shocking enough. At least in the era when there were no Earth immortals, such a scene had never happened before. After all, other than a real Earth immortal, who else could be worthy of 7 half-step Earth immortals joining forces? But now, not only did Su Qin block the 7 half-step Earth immortals, but he also killed them in one fell swoop. The 7 half-step Earth immortals were all killed, and not even a trace of their primordial spirits escaped. Even the Kuragenkyo's first ancestor, who was known to be the best at escaping, was completely killed. It was simply shocking to the extreme. One must know that even in the era when Earth immortals existed, it was impossible for so many half-step Earth immortals to die. After all, the half-step Earth immortals were not stupid. How could they offend an Earth immortal? Since there was no conflict, the Earth immortals naturally would not make a move. For Earth immortals, they were already above all living beings. Unless it was necessary, they would not interfere in the secular world. Something big has happened, something big has happened. Some legends lowered their heads, not even daring to look up at Su Qin. Their hearts were in turmoil. The disciples of the major sects, in particular, lowered their heads deeply. Most of the glory of their sects had been obtained by their half-step earthly immortals. Now that these half-step earthly immortals had fallen, their glory was also gone. Some rogue cultivators were horrified when they saw this scene, and at the same time they felt strange. For thousands of years, many of the major sects had been overlooking the living beings overseas like the heavens. But now, the fall of these half-step Earth immortals was tantamount to a declaration to everyone. The era of the major sects had passed. Grandpa, what's the situation now? Who won? The tiger-faced little boy looked up at his grandpa. He tiptoed and looked at the sky. Unfortunately, he was not a legend. How could he see the situation thousands of meters above the ground? What's the situation? The old man in linen clothes lowered his head and stroked the little boy's head. He whispered in an inexplicable tone. He said in an inexplicable voice, "The sky is falling." Chapter 304. The sky is collapsing. Although the old man's tone did not fluctuate violently, it contained an extremely complex emotion. Since the end of the previous vitality tide, The world's vitality chi had fallen silent and everything had withered for more than 10,000 years. But even so, many of the exalted sects overseas still stood above all living beings like the real heaven, overlooking all living beings. But now, with the fall of 7 half-step earth immortals, the exalted sects that symbolize the heaven of billions of living beings had truly collapsed. Not only the old man, but many other legends, including the disciples of the exalted sects and the nameless itinerant cultivators, were also shocked. Half-step earth immortals were dazzling in any era. Only the real earth immortals could suppress them. But now, 7 of them had fallen in a row. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be afraid? How could they not be afraid? Compared with the fear and uneasiness of many legends, the Tang Empire's side was in ecstasy. The commander of the Forbidden Army who had just entered the myth realm reported excitedly to the Emperor of Tang, "Your Majesty, the Imperial brother-in-law has won." Although the commander of the Forbidden Army had just entered the myth realm, he could still roughly sense the changes in the situation thousands of meters in the sky with his divine thought. Now the auras of the 7 half-step earth immortals had all disappeared, leaving only Su Qin's aura. It was obvious that Su Qin had won. That's right. The 7 half-step earth immortals have fallen. The Lao Dao cultivator next to him bowed and said, "The commander of the Forbidden Army might not know the significance of this battle, but as an elder of the Daoyi sect, how could the Lao Dao cultivator not know? Su Qin had killed 7 half-step earth immortals from many exalted sects by himself, which was equivalent to suppressing the entire overseas. From now on, who in the world could stop Su Qin?" In addition, the Lao Dao cultivator was a little worried. The 7 half-step earth immortals had joined forces to kill Su Qin. Although the Daoyi sect was not involved, the Lao Dao cultivator was still a little nervous before he figured out Su Qin's true attitude toward the Daoyi sect. As for whether the Daoyi sect could stop Su Qin, the Lao Dao cultivator had never thought about it. No matter how strong the Daoyi sect was, it could not compare to the 7 half-step earth immortals. Even the 7 half-step earth immortals had fallen. What could the Daoyi sect do? Unless the Dao One sect immediately gave birth to an earth immortal, they might have a chance to block it. However, the Dao One sect had not given birth to any earth immortals in the past few hundred or thousand years. How could one suddenly appear now? Moreover, even if the Daoyi sect had an earth immortal, it was another matter whether they could stop Su Qin. After all, Su Qin had easily killed 7 half-step earth immortals. His strength might have reached the threshold of an earth immortal. What the Lao Dao cultivator did not know was that the 7 half-step earth immortals were still killed by Su Qin, even after their strength had increased by a level after using a joint attack technique. If the Lao Dao cultivator knew about this, his evaluation of Su Qin would not be that he had reached the threshold of an earth immortal, but that he had definitely stepped into the realm of an earth immortal. I hope the Dao Master will admit defeat. Only then will we have a chance of survival. The Lao Dao cultivator thought to himself. The third brother won? The Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. He probed, "Will the exalted sects continue to take revenge on the third brother?" The Emperor of Tang knew that the exalted sects overseas were extremely protective. Now that Su Qin had won, how could these exalted sects let it go so easily? Of course, the reason why the Emperor of Tang asked this was because he did not know the position of the 7 half-step earth immortals in the exalted sects. Although the Lao Dao cultivators of the Daoyi sect and other overseas mythical martial artists, who had sided with the Empire of Tang, had already roughly told the Emperor of Tang some information about the exalted sects. However, there were very few half-step earth immortals. How high was a half-step earth immortal? Before today, no matter how bold the Lao Dao cultivators of the Daoyi sect were, they would never have dared to imagine that one day, 7 half-step earth immortals would fall in the hands of Su Qin. Take revenge on His Excellency? The Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoyi sect was slightly taken aback. He then shook his head and said, "Those exalted sects are begging for mercy now. How would they dare to take revenge on His Excellency?" The fall of 7 half-step earth immortals was definitely a heavy blow to many exalted sects. Even though other exalted sects such as witchcraft and Raytheon that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years still had other half-step earth immortals in hibernation, Su Qin had already killed 7 half-step earth immortals. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill a few more. How would these exalted sects dare to take revenge on Su Qin? Were they not afraid that they would end up like the Wanjian school, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years? While countless people were still in shock, Su Qin, who was standing thousands of meters above the ground, was much calmer. It was as if killing 7 half-step Earth immortals was just a piece of cake for him. In fact, that was indeed the case. Now that Su Qin had formed the Golden Crow divine body, he was comparable to a real Earth immortal with this extraordinary Dharma body. When he was fighting with the 7 half-step Earth immortals, Su Qin had only used the power of his body. As for other means, he did not even use the eye divine power that was hidden in his eyes that was awakened along with the Golden Crow divine body. He had already held back a lot. Come here. With a thought, Su Qin summoned the heavenly thunder seal that was the size of a fist at the place where the lightning ancestor of Raytheon had fallen. It spun and quickly flew to Su Qin. This Dharma treasure is not bad. Su Qin glanced at the heavenly thunder seal and nodded slightly. Although there was a fist mark on the heavenly thunder seal that was left by Su Qin, it could not hide its essence. It should be known that with Su Qin's current body, it was already extremely rare for him to be able to withstand his punch and only leave a fist print behind. If I devour the lightning energy in this small seal, I'm afraid my 5 Thunder Divine Fist will be upgraded to another level. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. For the current Su Qin, the biggest use of this heavenly thunder seal was to boost the progress of the 5 Thunder Divine Fist. If Raytheon knew that the heavenly thunder seal that they had refined for tens of thousands of years was devoured by Su Qin, he would probably faint from heartache. Next, apart from the heavenly thunder seal, Su Qin also collected the Dharma treasures left behind by the other half-step Earth immortals. As the strongest foundation of their respective sects, these half-step Earth immortals naturally carried many Dharma treasures with them. However, most of the Dharma treasures were turned into dust by Su Qin's punches and kicks. Only a few Dharma treasures of sufficient quality like the heavenly thunder seal were left behind. What a pity about this cauldron. Su Qin glanced at the cauldron held by the medicine god sect's medicine master, and shook his head slightly. He had been signing in for decades, but he did not obtain many cauldron Dharma treasures. Now that he finally saw one with decent quality, it was obviously a pity that it was shattered by Su Qin's punch. Just as Su Qin was counting his gains, far away from the empire of Tang, the sect masters of the various major sects gathered on a mountain peak. This time when the half-step Earth immortals of the sects attack together, even if that legend from the empire of Tang has the ability to reach the heavens, he will still die, the sect master of Raytheon said slowly. Naturally, they knew that 7 half-step Earth immortals had joined forces to attack Chang'an City. That was why they gathered here and waited for the news of the destruction of the empire of Tang. This time I, the thunder ancestor of Raytheon, paid a great price for the heavenly thunder seal. After today I, Raytheon, will occupy Chang'an City. The sect master of Raytheon glanced at the other sect masters and said, in his opinion, it was only natural for the 7 half-step Earth immortals to join forces and kill Su Qin. Once Su Qin was suppressed, the empire of Tang would inevitably collapse and become a place ruled by the major sections. At this time, in the eyes of the sect masters, the most important thing was how to divide the land of the great battle. Chang'an City? The rest of the sect masters frowned slightly when they heard this. Chang'an City was the ancient capital of the 10 dynasties. It could be said that it was the core of the land of great battles. After the recovery of the essential Qi tide, such a place would definitely bear the most benefits. This was clear when the source of fire element was born hundreds of miles away from Chang'an City when the essential Qi tide first broke out. Obviously, none of the sect masters were willing to give up such a precious land to Raytheon. Taoist Raytheon, your thunder ancestor paid the price, but do you think my witchcraft's master Qing Meng didn't pay anything? The witchcraft sect master sneered. My witchcraft also wants Chang'an City. As soon as he said that, the rest of the sect masters immediately spoke in unison. They all wanted to take Chang'an City. With the half-step Earth immortals backing them, none of the sect masters backed down. In the end, the sect masters jointly decided that each major sect would take control of a part of Chang'an City and jointly rule the ancient capital of the 10 dynasties. After dividing Chang'an City, they began to divide the other parts of the empire of Tang. The 102 states in the southwest belonged to my Kura Genkyo. The The 113 states in the northeast belong to my snow god palace. The 209 states in the southeast belong to my witchcraft. In an instant, the sect masters had already divided the entire Tang Empire, leaving nothing behind. Then, they looked in the direction of Chang and city with anticipation. Judging by the time, the ancestor and the others should be back soon. They were located outside of the Empire of Tang, and were hundreds of thousands of miles away from Chang'an City. Naturally, they couldn't sense the battle that happened above Chang'an City. Of course, in the sect master's opinion, they didn't need to sense it because the fate of the legend of the Empire of Tang had already been decided by the 7 half-step Earth Immortals. There was no other possibility. Just as the sect masters were waiting patiently, the sect master of Dao Yi sect suddenly said, "Are you so sure that the legend of the Empire of Tang will lose?" As soon as the sect master's voice fell, the sect master of the Black Source sect immediately sneered, "Sect master, this time our great sects have joined forces, but only your Dao Yi school has rejected this proposal. Then the ownership of the land of great battle has nothing to do with you." Although the Dao Yi sect had been passed down from the previous Vitality Tide era and its foundation was far superior to the Kuragenkyo, the Dao Yi sect had already provoked the dissatisfaction of the other great sects because they didn't take action several times. Under the joint efforts of many great sects, even the Dao Yi sect couldn't get any benefits. "Sect master, can't you see the situation clearly? Who in the world can stop the 9 half-step Earth Immortals when they join forces? How can the legend of the Empire of Tang not lose under such heavenly power?" The Snow God Palace Master shook his head slightly and looked at the sect master of Dao Yi sect sympathetically. "Is that so?" The sect master of Dao Yi sect looked calm, but there were waves in the depths of his eyes. Suddenly, at this moment, several escape lights sped out from the depths of the Empire of Tang and rushed toward the sect masters. "Why is Qingzhou back?" The sect master of Raytheon frowned when he noticed that one of the escape lights belonged to him, Raytheon, and it was his disciple. Wasn't Qingzhou, the disciple of Raytheon, supposed to be in charge of Chang'an City? Why would he come here at this time? The other sect masters also noticed that their disciples were among the escape lights and they were puzzled. Could it be that the patriarch wants us to move to Chang'an City? The sect master of the Medicine God sect couldn't help but ask. The other sect masters nodded slightly when they heard this. Indeed, the sect master of the Medicine God sect's guess should be true. Otherwise, how could they explain why the disciples were rushing back? However, there were still a couple of headmasters that were puzzled. The reason for that was because they discovered that the speed of the few rays of light that had rushed back was abnormally fast. They ought to have disregarded the price and used all sorts of forbidden techniques to be able to reach that speed. If they were just sending a message back for the patriarch, why would they be so desperate? One should know that although the forbidden techniques were effective, the consequences were severe. No martial artist would be willing to use the forbidden techniques unless it was a matter of life and death. A moment later, several escape lights had already arrived in front of the sect masters. "Sect master." The disciple of Raytheon named Qingzhou immediately knelt in front of the sect master of Raytheon and cried, "Sect master, it's over. Everything is over. I, Raytheon, am finished." Their cries were so loud that they tore their lungs apart. It was extremely tragic. The sect master of Raytheon's face suddenly changed when he saw this. What happened? Where is the patriarch of Raytheon? Did the patriarch of Raytheon send you here? How is the situation in Chang'an City? Has the legend of the Empire of Tang been killed? The sect master of Raytheon asked several questions in a row. At this moment, even though the sect master of Raytheon noticed that things had changed, he still didn't want to believe it and still had a glimmer of hope. The patriarch of Raytheon? The disciple of Raytheon named Qingzhou suddenly felt sad. He had seen the patriarch of Raytheon being blown up by Su Qin's punch with his own eyes. Even the heavenly thunder seal was sent flying. At this moment, the sect master of Raytheon's question directly evoked this memory. "Sect master, the patriarch of Raytheon is dead. They're all dead. They're all dead." The disciple of Raytheon named Qingzhou trembled all over, and his voice was extremely hoarse. "Dead? The patriarch of Raytheon is dead." The sect master of Raytheon trembled all over, and his mind went blank. He couldn't react for a long time. And at this moment, The voices of the other disciples who had escaped from Chang and city also sounded. Sect Master, the first ancestor has fallen. Sect Master, Shaman Master Qingmeng is also dead. Palace Master, Ancestor Shui has died. Many of the sect masters stood there dumbfounded. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. Chapter 305. Impossible. Patriarch Qingmeng's corporeal body was invincible. Other than a true land immortal, who else could have killed him? How could he have fallen? The witchcraft sect master struggled out of his shock. As a half-step earthly deity of the witchcraft sect, not only was his body invincible, but his techniques were also unfathomable. Even when he was besieged by several half-step earthly deities, he was still able to escape unscathed. How could such a rare powerhouse die just like that? Furthermore, there were 6 other half-step land immortals who had gone to Chang and city with Patriarch Qingmeng. With 7 half-step land immortals working together, who in the world could fight against them? The witchcraft sect master didn't believe it at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the messenger was a direct disciple of the witchcraft and had great talent, he would have been slapped to death. Sect master, this is true. I saw it with my own eyes. Patriarch Qingmeng's corporeal body was penetrated by a punch from the Empire of Tang, and his primordial spirit was destroyed. The witchcraft disciple's eyes were filled with extreme fear. When the witchcraft sect master saw this scene, he instantly fell silent. The fall of 7 half-step land immortals was definitely an earth-shattering event. No disciple would dare to lie to him. Furthermore, it was easy to confirm if the old ancestor had fallen. He just had to return to the sect and check if the old ancestor's life fire was extinguished. It couldn't be faked. The other sect masters had solemn expressions as they thought of the same thing. The Kuragenkyo sect master, in particular, had an extremely ugly expression. The Kuragenkyo's foundation was originally inferior to the other sections. They didn't even have a single land immortal, and they relied on first ancestor to support them. Now that he had fallen, it was a fatal blow to the Kuragenkyo. After today, regardless of what would happen to the other sects, the Kuragenkyo would definitely be in a miserable state. For so many years, the Kuragenkyo had acted recklessly and provoked countless enemies. If first ancestor was still around, these enemies could only hold it in no matter how unwilling they were. However, now that first ancestor had fallen, the Kuragenkyo sect leader shuddered at the thought. That legend from the Empire of Tang, could he really be a land immortal? The palace master of the Snow God Palace was silent for a long time before he finally spoke in a bitter voice. When the other sect masters heard this, their lips moved as if they wanted to say something, but nothing came out in the end. It didn't matter whether Su Qin was an earthly immortal or not. Witchcraft and Raytheon could barely accept the fall of 7 half-step earthly immortals, but the other major sects such as the Snow God Palace and Kuragenkyo had completely collapsed. Even the Taoist master of the Tao One sect was in disbelief. Initially, he thought that Su Qin would be able to survive the joint attack of the 7 half-step land immortals. Little did he expect that Su Qin would be able to kill the 7 half-step land immortals in Chang and city. Saving one's life and counterattacking were 2 completely different concepts. There were many reasons for the former. It could be because one had extremely powerful life-saving means, or because one sensed fear in time and dodged in advance. However, the latter was purely a clash of strength. The Taoist master of the Tao One sect knew that the 7 half-step land immortals had gone to Chang and city with the art of combined attack. With the art of combined attack, they could even fight against an earthly immortal. How could they die? Now what should we do now? After a while, the sect master of the medicine god sect braced himself and asked. The fall of the 7 half-step land immortals was an unprecedented blow to the major sections. Many major sects were even unable to recover from this setback. However, the most important thing now was what to do next. One had to know that the 7 half-step land immortals were dead, but Su Qin was still alive. If they did not come up with a plan as soon as possible, the Wanjian school would be a warning to the other major sections. The Kuragenkyo sect master suddenly looked at the witchcraft sect master and said in a deep voice, "Sect master, I heard that there is a supreme treasure that was passed down from the last vitality tide in the depths of the witchcraft sect. Why don't you try again with the power of the Supreme Treasure? The so-called Supreme Treasure was a Dharma treasure left behind by a Supreme Expert. A Supreme Expert was in existence that surpassed the earthly immortals. Even during the heyday of the last vitality tide, there were not many Supreme Experts. Even the weakest Supreme Treasure was far more powerful than a Dharma treasure. Some Supreme Treasures even had spiritual intelligence and the ability to recover on their own. Supreme Treasure? The witchcraft sect master's expression changed drastically. He shook his head without hesitation and said, "The Supreme Treasure is the foundation of the witchcraft sect. No one can activate the Supreme Treasure unless the sect is in a real crisis." The witchcraft sect master was telling the truth. Apart from the Supreme Experts, even an earthly immortal would find it difficult to control a Supreme Treasure. In a way, the Supreme Treasure had undergone a certain sublimation and possessed some of the characteristics of a living being. It was extremely incredible. At this moment, the Taoist sect master suddenly said, "I have a suggestion." Suddenly, all the sect masters looked at the Taoist sect master as if they had thought of something. They suddenly realized that among the major sects, the Taoist sect was the only one that had not attacked Su Qin. Apart from the Taoist sect, the Thousand Buddha Hall was also the same. However, the group of bald donkeys in the Thousand Buddha Hall had always acted differently from ordinary people. They could not figure out what was going on, but the Taoist sect was right under their noses. "Taoist sect master, what is it?" All the sect masters looked at the Taoist sect master with burning eyes. Although witchcraft and Raytheon were protected by Supreme Treasures, the Supreme Treasures could only protect the sect from destruction, and would not take the initiative to kill the enemy. If Su Qin chose to block the door and not fight with the Supreme Treasures, the disciples of witchcraft and Raytheon would be killed one after another. Who could stop them? It's very simple. The Taoist sect master pondered for a while and said slowly, "If you surrender and go to Chang and city to ask for forgiveness, the legend of the Empire of Tang might spare you this time." As soon as the Taoist sect master said this, the sect masters looked at each other and their expressions changed again. Behind them stood the major sects that had thousands of years of history. If they chose to surrender and ask for forgiveness, wouldn't they be disregarding the reputation of the major sects? However, if they did not do so when Su Qin came to kill them, not to mention the reputation of the major sects, they might not even be able to survive. Chang'an City. After Su Qin collected the Dharma treasures left behind by the 7 half-step earthly immortals, he directly returned to the palace. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun immediately went to greet him. The old man Fei Yu and the Lao Dao cultivator of the Taoist sect also followed closely behind. "Third brother, are you okay?" Su Yueyun couldn't help but ask. Although she knew from the Lao Dao cultivator that Su Qin won, she was still a little worried. "I'm fine." Su Qin shook his head. Before returning to the palace, he had already retracted the Golden Crow divine body. Otherwise, the natural aura of the Golden Crow divine body would be unbearable even for a pinnacle legend like Fei Yu, let alone an ordinary person like the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun. "My lord." The old man Fei Yu, the Lao Dao cultivator of the Taoist sect, and the other legends bowed deeply to Su Qin. At this moment, in their eyes, Su Qin was really like an immortal god. Next, after chatting with the Emperor of Tang and the others for a while, Su Qin turned around and left, returning to the majestic underground palace. The Emperor of Tang, on the other hand, returned to the Tai Chi Palace excitedly. The impact of the battle between Su Qin and the 7 half-step earth immortals was too great. After repeated explanations from the Lao Dao cultivator of the Taoist sect and the old man Fei Yu, the Emperor of Tang finally realized what kind of situation the Empire of Tang was going to face. After today, no major sects would dare to act presumptuously in the territory of the Empire of Tang. Inside the majestic underground palace, the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp emitted layers of Buddhist light, while the Wutu flag was inserted in the center of the palace. A huge amount of earth elemental energy faintly spread throughout the entire palace. Under the protection of the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp and the Wutu flag, the majestic palace's aura was restrained to the extreme. Even an earth immortal would overlook it if they were careless, let alone other living beings. Should I go to the major sects overseas and sign in at all the places where I can sign in? Su Qin sat cross-legged, silently thinking in his heart. After the fall of the 7 half-step Earth Immortals, the major sects overseas could no longer stop Su Qin. Therefore, Su Qin had the idea of going to the major sects' territories one by one to sign in. After all, the sign-in at the Myriad Sword Island last time allowed Su Qin to sign in a lot of good things. Among the major sects overseas, although the Wanjian school's inheritance was not the shortest, it was definitely not the longest. For example, major sects like witchcraft and Raytheon that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years would definitely not disappoint Su Qin. I'm not in a hurry now. I'll think about it after I enter the Earth Immortal state. After thinking for a moment, Su Qin gave up on this idea. Firstly, it was because Su Qin's current strength had reached a bottleneck. Before he entered the Earth Immortal state, it would be difficult for him to have a qualitative change. Under such circumstances, even if Su Qin really got something good from sign-in, he wouldn't be able to use it. Besides, the major sects overseas were there, and he couldn't run away. Su Qin could go there at any time, so there was no hurry at all. Secondly, major sects like witchcraft and Raytheon that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years might have other backup plans. If Su Qin rashly barged in, he might be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Su Qin's idea was to wait until he completely entered the Earth Immortal state, and his strength had increased again. It wouldn't be too late to make a trip there with more confidence. Anyway, Su Qin was already at the threshold of the myth state. If it wasn't for the sake of being foolproof, he would have already started to break through to the Earth Immortal state. But even so, according to Su Qin's estimation, he would start to break through in a few months at most. With my current level of compatibility with the fire element vitality, once my primordial spirit fuses with the vitality sea, it will definitely be in the depths. At that time, after I enter the Earth Immortal state, the benefits I'll obtain will be even greater. Plus, with the Golden Crow Divine Body, Su Qin's eyes began to shine. As long as I successfully break through in terms of strength alone, I should be considered a powerhouse in the Earth Immortal state, not to mention the other trump cards. Su Qin calmed down, and his gaze suddenly became firm. Next, he was ready to break through with all his strength and strive to enter the Earth Immortal state in the shortest time possible. Chapter 306. To ascend to Earth God Immortal, I need to fuse my Yuan spirit with the Sea of Vitality in the depths of the void, and slowly draw on its power to replenish my physical body. Su Qin's thoughts were in turmoil. Right now, all the shackles and bottlenecks of ascension to Earth God Immortal were as clear as the flip of a hand to him. Moreover, the most difficult thing for other pinnacle myths was to have their Yuan spirit traverse the void, lock onto the location of the Sea of Vitality, and successfully fuse with it. But for Su Qin it was as if it did not exist. After all, Su Qin's physical body was the Golden Crow Divine Form, a favorite of fire-type Yuan Qi. He was born with the ability to sense the location of the Sea of Vitality, which was equivalent to carrying a miniature fire-type origin pool with him. With the Golden Crow Divine Form's ability to sense the Sea of Vitality, it would only take a thought for Su Qin to fuse his Yuan spirit with the Sea of Vitality, unless he was deliberately unwilling to look for it. According to the Wanjian school's records on ascending to Earth God, fusing one's Yuan spirit with the Sea of Vitality is a crucial step. But after that, using the power of the Yuan spirit to draw on the power of the Sea of Vitality to replenish the physical body is equally important. Su Qin lowered his gaze as his mind raced. As the legacy of Earth God Immortals, the Wanjian school naturally had records on how to ascend to Earth God Immortal. After Su Qin destroyed the Wanjian school, he had shrouded the entire Wanjian school with his divine mind, and after his Yuan spirit metamorphosed, he had used its power to cover every corner of the island and browse through the countless tomes of the Wanjian school. That included these records. Fusing one's Yuan spirit with the Sea of Vitality, using its power to nourish one's Yuan spirit, and then drawing on the Sea of Vitality to replenish the physical body. It's a process that cannot be accomplished overnight, and must be done slowly. The 10,000 Swords Taoist of the Wanjian school had spent 10 years incessantly drawing the power of the Sea of Vitality into his physical body, and finally became a Earth God Immortal. Su Qin thought to himself, how vast was the power of the Sea of Vitality? That was a symbol of the convergence of all the vitality in the world. Even though Su Qin's Gold Crow Divine Body had already surpassed the ordinary Dharma body, if he was not careful, he would be instantly blown apart by the power of the ocean of vitality. Therefore, when drawing the power of the sea of vitality, one must be extremely careful. That was also the reason why very few people would survive if they failed to break through to the Earth God realm. Of course, most of the pinnacle mythics could not even draw the power of the sea of vitality to replenish their bodies. When they used their primordial spirits to search for the sea of vitality, most of them were already lost in the depths of the void. However, with my Golden Crow Divine Body's devouring speed of vitality, it will take far less than 10 years. If I'm slow, it will take at least 1 year. If I'm fast, I will be able to replenish it within a few months. A smile emerged on Su Qin's face. The 10,000 Swords Taoist had spent 10 years using the power of the Sea of Vitality to replenish his physical body, because his body was too weak, and the amount of vitality he could absorb was very limited. On the other hand, the amount of vitality Su Qin's Golden Crow Divine Body could absorb in a single day was equivalent to the 10,000 Swords Taoist's 1 month, or even several months. And that was with the Golden Crow Divine Body connecting with the Sea of Vitality and absorbing far more vitality than the 10,000 Swords Taoist. Otherwise, if the total amount was the same, Su Qin would only need a few days or dozens of days to make the leap from Pinnacle Mythic to Earth God Immortal. Even so, no matter how short the time needed to break through, there is no turning back once I choose to break through. Su Qin's expression turned solemn. During his breakthrough, Su Qin's primordial spirit would have to fuse with the Sea of Vitality, and would not be able to interfere with the outside world. His physical body would have to endure the replenishment of the Sea of Vitality at all times, and would not be able to move at all. And if he chose to give up during that period and his primordial spirit forcibly returned to his physical body, not only would his breakthrough fail, he would also suffer the backlash of the entire Sea of Vitality. Even Su Qin's scalp felt numb at that price. While he had the immortal fruit peach of immortality that could heal all injuries, Su Qin could not guarantee that he would be able to swallow the peach of immortality in time under the backlash of the Sea of Vitality. That was why Su Qin would not be able to fight for months or even a year if he chose to break through. Let's see how deep my primordial spirit can fuse with the Sea of Vitality. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes. Su Qin's primordial spirit abruptly leaped out from the ancestral aperture between his brows and circled around the black, majestic hall before striding out and fusing with the void. The depths of the void were vast and boundless. The power of Su Qin's primordial spirit walked unhurriedly in the void. With the guidance of the Golden Crow Divine Body, Su Qin's primordial spirit had already locked onto the location of the Sea of Vitality after entering the depths of the void. He rushed in a certain direction without any hesitation. There was no sense of direction in the depths of the void, and there were terrifying turbulences everywhere. But how powerful was Su Qin's primordial spirit? Unless he encountered a rare void storm, ordinary turbulence would not be able to shake Su Qin at all. It seemed like a moment had passed. It seemed like a few hundred years had passed. At a certain moment, Su Qin's primordial spirit suddenly squeezed into a colorful world. This world was filled with endless heaven and earth essence qi, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, thunder. This is the Sea of Vitality? Su Qin was slightly shocked. Even though he had already expected this scene, he was still shocked at this moment. The Sea of Vitality was too vast, and endless vitality filled every place. Su Qin even sensed that extremely far away, there was a certain attribute of vitality that had turned into a life form and was slowly wandering in the Sea of Vitality. Vitality life form. Su Qin's pupils shrank slightly. The so-called vitality life form was the gathering of endless vitality, and then after endless time, there was a slight possibility of forming a vitality life form. The vitality life form was innately close to the heaven and earth essence qi. Although it was still far from a supreme divine beast like the three-legged golden crow, it was still much stronger than other life forms. At least now, although Su Qin's Golden Crow Divine Body was known as the darling of fire attribute vitality, it was still inferior to a vitality life form. After all, the Golden Crow Divine Body was only a kind of constitution formed by the picture of the Great Sun, and naturally could not compare to the vitality life formed in the endless heaven and earth essence qi. Of course, if Su Qin cultivated the picture of the Great Sun, it would be a different story. After the picture of the Great Sun was completed, Su Qin would be able to transform into the three-legged golden crow. Even with Su Qin's strength, he could only transform into a three-legged golden crow cub, and in terms of life form, he was much stronger than the vitality life form. This is only the surface of the Sea of Vitality. If other pinnacle mythical stage primordial spirits found the Sea of Vitality, they would basically choose to fuse with it here. Su Qin's gaze kept sweeping across the vast Sea of Vitality. But I'm different. Su Qin chuckled, took a step forward, and began to walk toward the depths of the Sea of Vitality. Just as Su Qin began to explore the Sea of Vitality with his primordial spirit, the battle between Su Qin and the 7 half-step Earth Immortals spread like wildfire. In the overseas martial Dao world, the major sects were in a dominant position, overlooking all living beings like the heavens. However, the major sects were not the only major sects in the overseas martial Dao world. There were also countless itinerant martial artists in various sections. At this moment, when they heard that the 7 half-step Earth Immortals of the major sects had joined forces and died in the hands of Su Qin, they were all dumbfounded and in disbelief. That mythical stage god from the Empire of Tang is so powerful? Impossible! Don't tell me that the mythical stage god from the Empire of Tang has really become an Earth Immortal? That's right. With 7 half-step Earth Immortals joining forces, other than a real Earth Immortal, who can resist them? Countless itinerant martial artists could not believe it because the news was too absurd. No matter the era, the death of a half-step Earth Immortal was a big deal, let alone 7 of them in a row. Moreover, they had all died in the hands of the same person. However, as time passed, more and more such rumors were spreading. No matter how unbelievable the rumors were, many of the major sects remained silent. Such actions were tantamount to confirming this matter. Otherwise, with the arrogance of the major sects, how could they remain indifferent when they heard the news of their half-step Earth Immortal Patriarch's death? Not even the slightest reaction. All of a sudden, the overseas martial Dao world was in an uproar. Countless itinerant martial artists gloated. Many of the major sects were at the peak of the overseas martial Dao world and had monopolized most of the martial Dao resources. Countless itinerant martial artists had suffered under the major sections. Now that these high and mighty major sects had finally fallen, how could they sympathize with them? That mythical stage god from the Empire of Tang is too terrifying. I'm afraid only Lei Xuanzi from 300 years ago can compare to him. A level 5 mythical stage god sighed. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed slightly. Lei Xuanzi was the most terrifyingly talented disciple of the major sect Raytheon in the past 10,000 years. He was also known as the existence who was most likely to enter the Earth Immortal realm. It was said that when Lei Xuanzi was born, a sea of lightning descended. If it wasn't for a passing elder Raytheon who discovered it in time, Lei Xuanzi would have turned into dust in the sea of lightning. However, it seemed that it was because of this reason. Lei Xuanzi had an extraordinary understanding of the Thunder Dao. After joining Raytheon, relying on the martial Dao cultivation resources provided by Raytheon regardless of the cost, he had entered the peak of the mythical stage in less than 300 years. Moreover, he had formed his domain and primordial spirit. He even had the battle record of a half-step Earth Immortal. However, unfortunately, Lei Xuanzi, who was regarded as the greatest hope by Raytheon, had mysteriously disappeared 300 years ago and never appeared again. Lei Xuanzi. How can Lei Xuanzi be compared to the mythical stage god of the Empire of Tang? A mythical stage god immediately retorted. Lei Xuanzi's strongest battle record is that he fought a half-step Earth Immortal. However, the mythical stage god of the Empire of Tang killed 7 half-step Earth Immortals in a row not long ago. How can the two be compared? But if Lei Xuanzi is still alive now, he must have entered the Earth Immortal realm and is qualified to be on par with the mythical stage god of the Empire of Tang. Is it that easy to break through the Earth Immortal realm? Just as many overseas martial artists were arguing endlessly, Su Qin sat cross-legged in the majestic black hall under Chang'an City. His primordial spirit was deep in the vast sea of vitality. Have I reached my limit? Su Qin's primordial spirit suddenly stopped and looked around. Chapter 307. Primordial Qi Ocean. It was so vast that one could not see the end of it. In this place, there were almost no traces of other living creatures other than the primordial Qi life. Only the primordial chi life could survive in such an extreme environment. At this moment, in the depths of the primordial chi ocean, Su Qin's primordial spirit suddenly stopped. This place is probably close to the bottom of the primordial chi ocean, right? Su Qin glanced around. If the surface of the primordial chi ocean was a colorful world with many primordial chi mixed together, then, after going deep into the primordial chi ocean, one would find that all the primordial chi such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin-yang, thunder, and so on began to become orderly and distinct. But now the primordial chi in front of Su Qin began to slowly merge, forming a gray gas that slowly floated. I can't go any deeper. Su Qin was extremely cautious. Although the gray gas far exceeded any kind of primordial chi in terms of energy intensity, it gave Su Qin an extremely dangerous feeling. When a peak mythical creature broke through to an earth immortal, the essence was to integrate the primordial spirit into the primordial chi ocean, and then borrow the power of the primordial chi ocean to nourish the primordial spirit and replenish the body. And the power represented by the primordial chi ocean was completely different from the surface to the depths. Generally speaking, the closer one was to the primordial chi ocean, the purer the power would be. If a peak mythical creature used this to nourish the body, the greater the benefits would be. But the prerequisite for obtaining benefits was that one could bear the benefits. For example, in Su Qin's current position, the primordial chi of heaven and earth had begun to faintly merge into one, forming a brand new power. If the primordial spirit of other peak mythical creatures went deep into this place and drew the primordial chi here to replenish the body, their body would probably explode immediately. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. A peak mythical creature who had lost his body, no matter how powerful his primordial spirit was, it was impossible for him to become an earth immortal. Moreover, without a body as a coordinate, the primordial spirit would probably not be able to return to the human world. It could only be trapped in the primordial chi ocean until the primordial spirit collapsed. This was also the reason why other peak mythical creatures chose to fuse only on the surface of the primordial chi ocean, because they could not bear the power of the primordial chi ocean at all. Of course, Su Qin was different. Su Qin's body was the golden crow divine body, which was superior to ordinary dharma bodies. Moreover, he was born with the control of fire element yuan qi, which was equivalent to half a yuan qi life form. With the golden crow divine body as the foundation, it was no problem for him to contain the power of the deep yuan qi ocean. Moreover, the golden crow divine body was too strong. It had already surpassed ordinary dharma bodies even before it was replenished by the vital qi si. The power of the vital qi si on the surface was unable to improve the golden crow divine body at all. However, no matter how strong the golden crow divine body was, it could only contain fire yuan qi. But at this moment, if Su Qin went deeper, the yuan qi of heaven and earth would start to fuse together. The fusion here was not the kind of mixture on the surface but a complete fusion. And Su Qin's current position was at the critical point where the yuan qi began to fuse. If he took another step forward, the energy of the yuan qi si would begin to fuse completely. If I had completely mastered the picture of the great sun, I could have tried to take it a step further. I could have the body of the three-legged golden crow as the strongest divine beast and forcefully combine all of the vitality qi together. But now I think I should forget about it. Su Qin shook his head slightly. However, although he could not take another step forward, Su Qin was already very satisfied. At this moment, he was already in the depths of the vital qi si, and was only a step away from the real bottom. If Su Qin chose to fuse here and step into the earth immortal realm, the benefits he would obtain would definitely far surpass any earth immortal of any era. This is it. But before I break through, there's still something I need to do. With a thought, Su Qin's primordial spirit began to leave the vital qi si, crossing layers of the void and returning to his physical body. Just now, Su Qin only went deep into the vital qi si with his primordial spirit, and did not choose to fuse to break through to the earth immortal realm. That was why he could leave and return at any time. Once I choose to break through, I won't be able to do anything for at least a few months. During this time, if anything happens, Su Qin narrowed his eyes. Although the black towering hall he was in was underground and had dharma treasures such as the Million Spirit Buddha lamp and Wutu flag to conceal his aura, logically speaking, no one should have discovered him. But it was better to be safe than sorry. What if someone really broke in while Su Qin was in seclusion? As for the guardian formation, no matter what kind of formation it was, without the master of the formation, its power would inevitably be reduced. It would not be a problem to deal with those who were not as strong as Su Qin, but if it encountered a powerhouse of the same level, the formation might be broken. On Immortal Abode Island, the Heaven and Earth formation left behind by Lord Donghai, who was a peak Earth Immortal, was easily broken by Su Qin. Of course, too much time had passed, and the Heaven and Earth formation had begun to decline, and its power was less than 100%, but it was also because of the loss of the master of the formation. Therefore, if Su Qin wanted to break through without any worries, he must find a trustworthy person to guard him. Thinking of this, Su Qin turned his gaze and looked at the black entrance not far away. This entrance was the passage connecting the human world and the underground cave world. Thousands of years ago, countless demons of the cave world had invaded the human world through this entrance. However, when the demons of the cave world found that the vitality of the human world had fallen silent, and all the laws had withered, they retreated. For the cave world, only when the human world was at the peak of the recovery of vitality would it have the significance of invading. Otherwise, at other times the environment of the human world was not as good as the cave world. Moreover, the vitality of the human world was like poison to most demons, so what was there to invade? After a while, under Su Qin's gaze, a figure in black walked out of the entrance. This figure had a cold expression, but it had the same appearance as Su Qin. Except for the difference in temperament, it was almost exactly the same as Su Qin. It was the incarnation that Su Qin had sent to the cave world to sign in everywhere. This incarnation was barely formed by Su Qin's flesh and blood rebirth, and the division of nearly half of his primordial spirit. The incarnation and Su Qin shared the same consciousness. Strictly speaking, the incarnation was Su Qin, but the body was different. And Su Qin planned to let the incarnation ensure that he would not be disturbed when he was breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm. At the same time, he would also guard Chang and city and intimidate all demons and monsters. His strength is a little weak. Su Qin frowned slightly and carefully looked at the incarnation. After staying in the cave for decades, in addition to signing in every day, this incarnation had also improved its strength. Now, it had already transformed into a primordial spirit, and was not weaker than a half-step Earth Immortal. This kind of strength in the human world was definitely the peak powerhouse. As long as the Earth Immortals did not appear, it symbolized invincibility. Even in the cave world with countless powerhouses, it was a peerless demon comparable to the Demon Flower Domain Lord. It could overlook a domain and even have the opportunity to meet the demon god. But in Su Qin's words, it was indeed a little weak. If Su Qin's idea was spread out, it would probably make a group of old farts vomit blood. If a half-step Earth Immortal was weak, then what were they? They didn't even have the qualifications to be weak? However, no matter what the outside world thought, in Su Qin's eyes, a half-step Earth Immortal was indeed weak. After reaching the initial level of the Great Sun Painting and condensing the Golden Crow Divine Body, although Su Qin was not an Earth Immortal, his combat strength and means were not weaker than a real Earth Immortal. He was fully qualified to say that a half-step Earth Immortal was weak. It's mainly because of the Great Sun Painting. Su Qin sighed softly and thought silently in his heart. The Great Sun Painting was not a divine ability, but a supreme cultivation method. To cultivate the Great Sun Painting, one would need a mountain of fire element martial arts resources. Therefore, even if the incarnation mastered the cultivation method of the Great Sun Painting, without enough resources, it could not even reach the initial level of the cultivation of the Great Sun Painting. But I can temporarily increase the realm of the Great Sun Painting with the blood essence. Su Qin's mind moved, and the Golden Crow Divine Body immediately unfolded. A terrifying aura filled the entire black towering hall, as if there was a real three-legged golden crow roaring. At this moment, Su Qin raised his right hand and several drops of dark red blood essence were forced out and floated in front of Su Qin. These drops of blood essence were the Golden Crow Divine Blood that Su Qin took out in the state of the Golden Crow Divine Body. With these drops of blood essence, the incarnation could improve its physical body to the level of the Golden Crow Divine Body in a short time. Of course, the reason why the incarnation could do so was because the incarnation was originally derived from Su Qin's flesh and blood. coupled with the fact that they shared the same consciousness and were familiar with the Golden Crow divine body, it could barely achieve this. Otherwise, if it were other experts, they would definitely explode from the Golden Crow divine blood, and their essence spirit would be annihilated by the terrifying aura in the divine blood. Just as Su Qin was about to enter seclusion to break through to the Earth Immortals stage, Chang'an City was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless overseas mythical martial artists poured in and looked around Chang'an City in awe. Since Su Qin killed 7 half-step Earth Immortals, the entire overseas martial arts world was completely shocked. Many overseas mythical martial artists carefully entered Chang'an City, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Imperial Palace. Many ministers had a headache. So many mythical martial artists suddenly appeared in Chang'an City in a short time, and some of them were even at the 4th or 5th heavenly layer. How could the ministers not have a headache? One must know that decades ago, not to mention legends, there were not many peak grade 1 great grandmasters. Now a group of mythical martial artists suddenly appeared in Chang'an City. If a conflict were to occur, the consequences would be unpredictable. One must know that mythical martial artists can communicate with heaven and earth. Their every move can cause great destruction. A group of mythical martial artists is enough to tear down most of Chang'an City in a short time. Ministers, don't panic. With third brother here, those mythical martial artists will not dare to make trouble. The Emperor of Tang was not worried at all. I hope so. There were still some ministers who were worried. Suddenly, at this moment, the commander of the Forbidden Army hurried out of the Taiji Palace. Your Majesty. The commander of the Forbidden Army quickly reported. The Palace Master of the Snow God Palace, Sect Master of Raytheon, Sect Master of the Medicine God Sect, Sect Master of the Kuragenkyo, Sect Master of the Witchcraft. They are already outside. As soon as the Forbidden Army commander's words came out, the expressions of many ministers on the scene changed. Even the Emperor of Tang, who was quite confident, had a dignified expression. Whether it was the Snow God Palace, Raytheon or Witchcraft etc., they were all major sects. With so many palace masters present, it was hard to predict whether they were good or evil. What are they doing in Chang'an City? The Emperor of Tang calmed down and looked at the Forbidden Army commander and asked. Their purpose is. The Forbidden Army commander looked at the Emperor of Tang cautiously, swallowed his saliva and said, to ask for forgiveness from the imperial uncle. Chapter 308. In the Taiji Palace. All the civil and military officials were dumbfounded. They thought they had misheard. To the ministers, the arrival of the sect masters of the various major sects seemed like a form of coercion. However, they did not expect that the purpose of these sect masters was to ask for forgiveness. In fact, the ministers could not be blamed for thinking that way. Although they knew that Su Qin had fought with 7 half-step Earth Immortals not long ago, they did not know what it meant to have 7 half-step Earth Immortals. For example, when 2 countries were at war, who would come to ask for forgiveness when they saw that the situation was not good? Although the death of 7 half-step Earth Immortals would greatly damage the foundation of the various major sects, it was not like there was no way out. At least, the major sects with tens of thousands of years of history such as Witchcraft and Raytheon had supreme treasures that could stop the Earth Immortals. Ask for forgiveness? Ask for forgiveness from the third brother? The Emperor of Tang was dumbfounded. Took him a while to react. Even if the Emperor of the Empire of Tang found it unbelievable that the sect masters would ask for forgiveness, as the Emperor of the Empire of Tang, his thoughts were naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. No matter how unbelievable it was, he quickly thought about how to deal with this matter. Let them in. The Emperor of Tang pondered for a moment and said. The sect masters of the various major sects were very honorable. Now that they had taken the initiative to ask for forgiveness and were so humble, the Emperor of Tang could not pretend that he did not see them. Your Majesty. They said that without the imperial uncle's permission, they dare not enter the palace. The commander of the Forbidden Army braced himself and said, in the overseas martial arts world, every expert had their own cave abode. Su Qin was in charge of the palace. In the eyes of the sect masters, the entire palace was Su Qin's cave abode. Without the permission of the cave abode's owner, Any martial artist who dared to enter the cave abode without permission would cause the owner of the cave abode to be displeased. The owner of the cave abode might even kill them. Therefore, without Su Qin's clear statement, the sect masters would not dare to enter. They had even taken a great risk to come to Chang and city together. After all, strictly speaking, the entire Chang and city belonged to Su Qin's cave abode. It was just not the core. You don't dare to enter? The Emperor of Tang fell silent. At this moment, he realized more and more how terrifying Su Qin's deterrence was. Without saying anything, many sect masters came forward to beg for forgiveness. They didn't even dare to enter the imperial palace. The officials in the imperial court looked at each other in disbelief. Since the recovery of the vitality tide, the intelligence of the overseas martial arts world had been constantly transmitted to the Empire of Tang. In the eyes of these ministers, the major sects that dominated the overseas martial arts world were the undisputed overlords. But now, these overlords had already begun to crumble in the hearts of their subjects. Is third brother in the Eastern Palace? The Emperor of Tang hesitated for a moment and asked the commander of the Forbidden Army. Your Majesty, the imperial uncle is not in the Eastern Palace, the commander of the Forbidden Army said in a low voice. Third brother is not in the Eastern Palace. He must be in seclusion, the Emperor of Tang whispered to himself. In that case, there is no need to disturb third brother. I will go and meet these sect masters. The Emperor of Tang thought for a long time and made a decision. No matter what happened, unless it was really necessary, it must not affect Su Qin's cultivation. As for the matter of these sect masters asking for forgiveness, the Emperor of Tang wanted to see what they were planning. As you wish. The commander of the Forbidden Army respectfully retreated. This time, outside the imperial palace, there were already many overseas martial artists. Most of these overseas martial artists had rushed over after hearing of Su Qin's fame after the recovery of the vitality tide. Some of them were also disciples of the major sections. But at this time, the arrival of many sect masters of the major sects in Chang and city and stopped outside the imperial palace immediately attracted the attention of almost all overseas martial artists. In order to show their sincerity, these sect masters of the major sects did not use any concealment secret arts and waited outside the imperial palace without any disguise. The palace master of the Snow God Palace? Sect Master Raytheon? The sect master of the witchcraft sect. Why are they here? Countless martial artists rushed over to watch and chatted. Although the sect masters of the major sects were not the strongest, being able to become a sect master was already a symbol of the major sect's prestige. At this moment, these sect masters were gathered together, which obviously had a far-reaching impact. 7 half-step Earth Immortals died in battle, and the legend of the Empire of Tang dominated the world. These major sects know that they have no hope of resisting, so of course they are here to ask for forgiveness, a legend sneered and said. Ask for forgiveness? The legend of the Empire of Tang killed their half-step immortal patriarchs. Not only did these sect masters not seek revenge, but they also want to ask for forgiveness. A young martial artist couldn't help but ask in disbelief. The legend of the Empire of Tang? I'm afraid you're wrong. Now they should not be called the legend of the Empire of Tang, but Tang Guotian, another old-age martial artist said with a glint in his eyes. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into a dead silence. Celestial being, what was a celestial being? Earth immortals were able to become one with heaven and man, and they could draw the vast and endless vitality sea with a wave of their hand. Therefore, Earth immortals were also called celestials. The old-age martial artist called Su Qin a Tangguotian. Obviously, he believed that Su Qin had become an Earth immortal. In fact, when Su Qin killed 7 half-step Earth immortals in one fell swoop, countless people guessed that Su Qin had become an Earth immortal. However, guesses were just guesses after all. But now, the sect masters of the major sects came to ask for forgiveness, which was tantamount to confirming this guess. If Su Qin was not an Earth immortal, would the sect masters of the major sects be so humble and ask for forgiveness? Even these major sects thought that Su Qin was an Earth immortal, so who would dare to question it? An Earth immortal, there is finally another Earth immortal in the world. That's right, other than an Earth immortal, who else can make the major sects take the initiative to ask for forgiveness? This is the first celestial in nearly 1,000 years. What a pity. I originally thought that Lei Xuanzi from Raytheon would be able to reach this stage. Lei Xuanzi is right. Lei Xuanzi is indeed very likely to become an Earth immortal, but that's all. How can he be compared to a Tang Guotian? Many martial artists were in awe, and even their voices were much softer, for fear of disturbing Su Qin. This was the power of an Earth immortal. He could suppress the world without taking a single step. Even major sects like the witchcraft and Raytheon, which had been passed down from the previous era of vitality recovery, would tremble in the face of an Earth immortal. Although there was hope for a supreme treasure to block an Earth immortal, it was a dead object after all, and the consumption of activating the supreme treasure was simply like a mountain or a sea. If Su Qin really wanted to attack the witchcraft and Raytheon, he didn't need to do anything. He only needed to release his aura and guard outside the mountain gate. In less than a few decades, the heritage of these major sects would be exhausted, and even their inheritance would be cut off. Of course, generally speaking, no Earth immortal would do this. Firstly, it was because the supreme treasure had the mark left behind by the supreme expert. Even if an Earth immortal obtained it, he wouldn't be able to use it. Secondly, an Earth immortal only lived for more than 1,000 years, so they wouldn't completely fall out with each other. Otherwise, when this Earth immortal passed away, the inheritance he left behind would probably also be counterattacked by other major sections. Just as countless martial artists were discussing spiritedly, the Emperor of Tang and many imperial guards came to the top of the palace wall and looked down at the many sect masters standing outside the palace. Greetings, the Emperor of Tang. Many sect masters glanced at the Emperor of Tang and bowed slightly. With their status, they didn't need to do this to a mere emperor of a dynasty. However, behind the Emperor of Tang stood Su Qin, the celestial being. How are you going to apologize? The Emperor of Tang didn't beat around the bush and asked bluntly. As soon as his words fell, many sect masters looked at each other. Finally, the Kuragenkyo sect master stood up and raised his right hand. Suddenly, 10 items such as bells, axes, swords, and other items floated up. The Kuragenkyo is willing to offer 10 inherited magic treasures to apologize to the celestial being. The Kuragenkyo sect master respectfully bowed to the depths of the palace. In an instant, the scene suddenly boiled over. 10 inherited magic treasures? The Kuragenkyo has been passed down for thousands of years, but the total number of inherited magic treasures they have is no more than 10. Right? Now they are offering 10 at once? Is the Kuragenkyo crazy? Inherited magic treasures are not ordinary magic treasures. They can protect the sect and be passed down for thousands of generations. Not to mention 10, even one is a big price to pay. Many martial artists were dumbfounded and full of disbelief. If a peak myth could barely refine a magic treasure after exhausting all their efforts, then the so-called inherited magic treasure could only be left behind by the Earth immortals. The Kuragenkyo's cultivation method was flawed and couldn't give birth to the existence of the Earth immortals. If they wanted to get the inherited magic treasure, they could only exchange it with other great sects or plunder other martial artists. In this way, after thousands of years of accumulation, they could barely gather more than 10 inherited magic treasures. But now, just to apologize to Su Qin and offer 10 inherited magic treasures, it was simply drawing the blood of the Kuragenkyo. However, before many martial artists could react, the medicine master of the medicine god sect also stood up and said respectfully, "The medicine god sect is willing to offer 10 elixirs to apologize to the celestial being." Elixirs? 10 more. Some myths' hands were trembling, and their minds were in a mess. Even in the previous era of vitality, elixirs were extremely precious, let alone in the current era of vitality. Ordinary peak myths might not even have seen a single elixir in their lives. I, Raytheon, am willing to offer a caddy of thunder origin stones to apologize to the celestial being. I, witchcraft, am willing to offer. I, snow god palace, am willing to offer. Then, one after another, the sect masters of the great sects stood up and respectfully offered their treasures to Su Qin, asking for forgiveness. Just as the sect masters of the great sects were waiting uneasily, Su Qin suddenly appeared on the stargazing tower in a black robe. Here to ask for forgiveness? The black-robed Su Qin looked outside the palace, his expression indifferent. It's been a long time since I signed in at the palace. Su Qin glanced at the stargazing tower and said in his heart, "System, sign in." The next moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. "Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the Void Gourd." Chapter 309. Void Gourd. All kinds of information about the Void Gourd suddenly appeared in Su Qin's mind. At the same time, Su Qin's mind quickly merged into the system space and saw a small palm-sized gourd floating quietly in a corner. The gourd was dark yellow and its surface was full of mottled traces of time, as if it had existed for thousands of years, and exuded an ancient aura. "I didn't expect it to be a space treasure." A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He was very satisfied. This void gourd was a space treasure. It contained an independent space that was about 1/10 the size of the East Palace. This made Su Qin quite happy. One had to know that although the system space could also accommodate everything, it could only store treasures obtained from signing in. For example, the demonic dragon that Su Qin had killed earlier couldn't be taken away in the system space. In the end, he could only refine the demonic dragon's flesh and blood on the spot into 9 drops of dragon blood. Such a rushed refining not only couldn't make the most of the demonic dragon's corpse, but it was also a waste of time. If there were powerhouses of the same level around at that time, how could there be time for Su Qin to refine? Although the space treasure had a single function and basically had no offensive or defensive effects, it was extremely convenient for peak mythical level, or even Earth immortals. At least when carrying things, they only needed a thought and didn't need to worry about the number of things. Speaking of space treasures, when I step into the Earth Immortal stage, I will go to the peak of Kunlun Mountain and take back the War God Temple. Su Qin touched it and made a decision in his heart. During the trip to Kunlun Mountain, Su Qin had successfully refined the War God Temple. However, due to the limitations of his strength, he could only wait until he became an Earth Immortal to have the ability to control the War God Temple and summon it back from the depths of the void. Strictly speaking, the War God Temple was also a space treasure. However, compared to the space contained in the Void Gourd, the War God Temple was simply much stronger. The Void Gourd could only accommodate 1/10 of the East Palace's space, while the War God Temple encompassed half of the Empire of Tang. Of course, compared to other magic treasures, space magic treasures were the most unique of all magic treasures. Even the weakest space magic treasure could only be refined by supreme experts. This was also the reason why space magic treasures were so rare. At the very least, when Su Qin destroyed the Wanjian school, he did not find any trace of space magic treasures. The Wanjian school had a legacy of over 4,000 to 5,000 years, and was a legacy left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist, a land immortal of swordsmanship. One could only imagine how precious a spatial mystic treasure was if even it did not have one. It's said that the strongest have mastered the mysteries of space and can only refine space magic treasures with the help of space crystals. Su Qin thought to himself, ordinary space magic treasures usually only have a space the size of the Taiji Palace, but this Gourd of the Void is 1/10 the size of the Eastern Palace. It should be a high-grade space magic treasure, or even a supreme-grade space magic treasure. Su Qin nodded slightly. As for the War God Hall, Su Qin shook his head slightly. From a certain point of view, although the War God Hall was a spatial treasure, it was definitely more precious than most supreme treasures. Just the War God catalog recorded in the depths of the War God Hall was enough to surpass everything else. Even a supreme expert would not be able to comprehend it after spending hundreds or thousands of years. With this Gourd of the Void, it will save me a lot of trouble. Su Qin's eyes turned slightly and looked outside the palace, at the many sect masters who were waiting respectfully. The next moment, Su Qin's figure disappeared. At the same time, on the palace walls, the Emperor of Tang, the Forbidden Army, and the ministers looked at the treasures that the sect masters had offered as an apology and were shocked. If the Kuragenkyo's 10 legacy magic treasures were somewhat understandable, then the medicine god sect's 10 500-year-old spirit herbs were beyond the imagination of the Emperor of Tang and the others. Although the Emperor of Tang's palace had hundreds or even thousands of years old ginseng, no matter how old the ginseng was, it was far inferior to spirit herbs. Spirit herbs could only grow in an environment with abundant essence qi and spiritual vigor. As for the Empire of Tang, before the recovery of the essence qi tide, The Empire of Tang did not even have the qualifications to produce spirit herbs. In fact, not only the Empire of Tang but even in the entire overseas martial arts world, there were very few places where spirit herbs could grow, let alone a 500-year-old spirit herb. As for the Thunder Source Stone that Raytheon offered and the 18 Xueling fruits that the Snow God Palace offered, it was completely beyond the knowledge of the Emperor of Tang and the others. The Emperor of Tang and the others had never even heard of Thunder Source Stone or Xueling fruits, let alone seen them. However, since Raytheon, the Snow God Palace, and the other major sects had cautiously offered to apologize, it was obviously very precious. At least it was not inferior to the legacy magic treasures and 500-year-old spirit herbs. Should I accept it or not? The Emperor of Tang lowered his head and looked at the many sect masters standing respectfully outside the palace. He was slightly hesitant. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Qin in a black robe appeared silently in front of him and looked down at the sect masters. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang heaved a sigh of relief. If Su Qin did not appear, he really did not know how to deal with these sect masters. Greetings, Heavenly Lord. The Witchcraft sect master and the other sect masters immediately greeted Su Qin respectfully when they saw him. Not enough. Su Qin glanced casually and said calmly, if the major sects wanted to use these treasures to apologize to him, it was naturally far from enough. The Snow God Palace's palace master saw Su Qin speak and was overjoyed. He quickly said, Heavenly Lord, if you have any orders, we will definitely do it. He was not worried that Su Qin would raise other conditions, but that he would not say anything at all. If Su Qin did not say anything and did not make a clear statement, these major sects would feel like a sharp sword was hanging over their necks. They were worried that Su Qin would settle the score with them at any time. Add 20 Xue spirit fruits. Add 2 pounds of Thunder Origin stones. Add 10 legacy magic treasures. Su Qin glanced at the sect masters and said slowly. With his strength, he could naturally crush these sect masters who were not even peak legendary stage cultivators into powder with just a thought. But there was no need for that. Although the major sects had besieged Su Qin many times, in reality, Su Qin was not affected at all. Instead, the elders of the major sects had fallen one after another. In the end, even half-step Earth Immortals had been killed. When the sect masters heard Su Qin's words, their faces instantly turned pale. Especially the Kuragenkyo sect master. Even if the Kuragenkyo had accumulated for thousands of years, they only had slightly more than 10 legacy magic treasures. Now that Su Qin had asked for 20 legacy magic treasures, it was completely beyond what the Kuragenkyo could bear. However, no matter how bitter the Kuragenkyo sect master was, he did not dare to refute. The Kuragenkyo did not have any extra legacy magic treasures, but the other major sects had them. At most, they could use the other treasures of the Kuragenkyo to exchange for them. However, after this, the Kuragenkyo's vitality was definitely greatly damaged. Not only did the first ancestor, who was comparable to a half-step Earth Immortal, fall, but even the martial Dao resources that they had accumulated for thousands of years had basically been given to Su Qin. Of course, to the Kuragenkyo, as long as Su Qin did not continue to pursue the matter, everything would be worth it. One had to know that the Kuragenkyo did not have supreme treasures like witchcraft and Raytheon to suppress them. If Su Qin was really prepared to make a move, the Kuragenkyo's outcome would probably be no different from Wanjian school. The sect masters of the other major sects basically had the same thoughts as the Kuragenkyo sect master. To many of the major sects, as long as the sect still existed, there would be a day when they would prosper again. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? Su Qin swept his gaze across the major sects and said indifferently, we don't dare. Reporting to Celestial, we have no objections. That's right, I'll return to the sect now and bring back the item that Celestial wants. Many of the sect masters trembled when they heard this and immediately bowed. In that case, all of you can scram back. With a thought, Su Qin instantly put away the treasures that the sect masters had just offered into the void gourd. This is the power of space. Celestial has mastered a certain space treasure? The witchcraft sect master felt the earth which would in front of him disappear. His pupils constricted, and he became even more respectful. Space treasures were extremely precious, and even ordinary major sects couldn't get their hands on them. However, the witchcraft sect was a major sect that had been passed down since the revival of the previous vital chi tide. They had a low-grade space treasure in their sect. The space inside was about the size of a house. Even so, this space treasure was hidden in the depths of the witchcraft sect, in the same place as the witchcraft sect master's supreme treasure. The witchcraft sect master didn't expect that Su Qin had mastered a space treasure. Space treasures could only be refined by supreme experts. If Su Qin had mastered a space treasure, could it be that he had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert? Just as the witchcraft sect master was thinking about this, the other sect masters of the major sects all bowed and said, "Yes." Soon, the sect masters quickly left Chang and City and returned to their respective sections. And as the sect masters left completely, the other overseas martial artists in Chang and City were completely in an uproar. Su Qin ordered the sect masters, but the sect masters didn't even have the courage to refute and could only respond. This kind of behavior of suppressing the entire overseas sect master with his own strength was enough to be shocking in any other era. Just as countless martial artists were discussing, Su Qin had already returned to the stargazing tower. Su Qin naturally didn't refuse the treasures offered by the sect masters. Even if Su Qin didn't use the inheritance treasure, he could give it to others. But treasures like the Thunder Origin Stone and the Earth Witchwood were obviously thunder and wood treasures. Even if Su Qin didn't need them now, he might need them in the future when the Great Sun painting was completed, and he cultivated the other 12 divine beast paintings. According to Su Qin's guess, among the 12 mythological beast diagrams, the first Great Sun diagram was the strongest mythological beast of the fire attribute, the three-legged golden crow. Then, the following 11 mythological beast diagrams should symbolize the strongest mythological beasts of other attributes, such as the strongest mythological beast of the thunder attribute, the strongest mythological beast of the wood attribute, and so on. Now that he had gathered these treasures, it was equivalent to paving the way for cultivating the other divine beasts paintings in the future. At least he wouldn't need to sign in temporarily to gather fire treasures to cultivate the Great Sun painting. I wonder what kind of divine beasts paintings are after the Great Sun painting? Su Qin sat on the stargazing tower with anticipation on his face. Just the first Great Sun painting alone was enough to surprise Su Qin. It allowed him to be on par with Earth Immortals even before he became an Earth Immortal. What about the other divine beasts paintings? One had to know that the power of the divine beasts paintings could be stacked. If Su Qin cultivated 2 divine beasts paintings, he would be able to use all the power of the 2 divine beasts at will. And once Su Qin cultivated the 12 divine beasts paintings, he would be able to enhance the power of the 12 divine beasts with a thought. How earth-shattering would that be? Chapter 310. On the Stargazing Tower. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated before he finally calmed down. No matter what kind of destructive power the 12 divine beast diagrams would possess in the end, Su Qin had not even completed the first diagram of the Great Sun. He had only reached the minor accomplishment level, and was still far from the great accomplishment level. However, now that these sect masters have personally come to apologize, it seems that there really isn't an Earth Immortal here. Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. As long as there were Earth Immortals in these great sects, they would never take the initiative to apologize like this. Moreover, they would agree to all of Su Qin's requests without daring to refute. What a pity! A trace of disappointment flashed in Su Qin's eyes. Originally, he wanted to force out an Earth Immortal to see the true power of the Golden Crow divine body. Previously, when the 7 half-step Earth Immortals joined forces, Su Qin only had to spend some effort. He didn't even use the I-type divine ability, so he couldn't see the upper limit of the Golden Crow divine body. However, this time, other than those sect masters, there are some other people here. Su Qin raised his head slightly and looked outside the palace at a famous inn in Chang'an City. This inn was called the Lucky Inn. At this moment, under Su Qin's gaze, hundreds of chi dynamics appeared. Some were strong and some were weak, but one of them was extremely special, as if it was covered by some kind of secret technique. If it were not for the Eye of Truth, Su Qin might have missed it. Even Su Qin, who had the Eye of Truth, almost did not notice it. It could be seen how profound the chi dynamics concealment technique was. It had even begun to involve chi dynamics. After all, chi dynamics were formed by the chi field of living beings. As long as it was a living being, it was inevitable that chi dynamics would appear. Even Earth immortals were no exception. Someone is secretly observing me? A trace of inexplicable meaning flashed across Su Qin's face. Although this chi dynamic did not make Su Qin feel threatened, in Su Qin's eyes, it was indeed quite interesting. After all, ever since he obtained the Eye of Truth, it was the first time he saw a method that could affect chi dynamics. Not an Earth immortal. Su Qin looked at it carefully again and shook his head slightly. When the primordial spirit of an Earth immortal merged with the primordial chi ocean, no matter how hard he tried to conceal it, he would still reveal the aura of merging with the primordial chi ocean and everything in the world. This was something that could never be hidden from Su Qin. Interesting. Su Qin took a step forward and disappeared. When Su Qin appeared again, he was already standing outside the Lucky Inn. Outside Chang'an City, Sect Master Raytheon met with his own patriarchs. Raytheon's hierarch quickly recounted everything he had experienced in Chang'an City. As the patriarchs of Raytheon listened, their expressions changed. Especially when they heard that Su Qin asked Raytheon to add another 2 pounds of Thunder Origin stones. They were even more pained. Even if Raytheon had been accumulating Thunder Origin stones for thousands of years, the Thunder Origin stones he had were only a few pounds. Giving a pound of Thunder Origin stones to Su Qin was already a huge loss. For Raytheon's disciples, Thunder Origin stones could not only promote cultivation, but also play a great role in breaking through bottlenecks. Even when a peak myth broke through to an Earth immortal, gathering a certain amount of Thunder Origin stones was equivalent to the effect of the Thunder Origin stones. It could help the primordial spirit of a peak myth to feel the primordial chi ocean in the depths of the void more easily. It could be said that Thunder Origin stones were definitely Raytheon's most precious treasures apart from the most precious treasures. Even the Thunder Calamity Wood could not compare to it. After all, if they lost the Thunder Calamity Wood, it would have an impact on Raytheon, but it would not be great. However, if they lost the Thunder Origin stones, the possibility of Raytheon becoming an Earth immortal would be infinitely reduced. The Tangguitian people have gone too far. Do they really think that Raytheon, can be bullied at will? A patriarch's face was filled with anger. Raytheon had been roaming the seas for thousands of years. When had he ever been suppressed like this? Half a pound of Thunder Origin stones was not enough, and they wanted another 2 pounds? Did they really think that Thunder Origin stones were stones by the roadside? The other patriarchs also looked indignant. In the end, everyone looked at the oldest ancestor in unison. This patriarch was the person with the highest status in Raytheon after the fall of the Thunder Ancestor. Do as the heavenly being said. The old patriarch was silent for a while and said slowly, "But patriarch, the remaining Thunder Origin stones are prepared for Lei Xuanzi. If we give them to the Tangguitian people, if Lei Xuanzi returns in the future." A patriarch said hesitantly. Lei Xuanzi, Raytheon's sect master, listened respectfully. Although he was the sect master, he was an insignificant junior in front of the patriarchs. However, when he heard the words Lei Xuanzi, his heart was still stirred. Lei Xuanzi was the most talented person in Raytheon in the past 10,000 years. He was even known as the person who had the highest chance of becoming a land immortal. Unfortunately, Lei Xuanzi had disappeared 300 years ago. If it were not for the fact that the vital fire that belonged to Lei Xuanzi in the depths of Raytheon had not been extinguished, everyone would have thought that Lei Xuanzi had fallen. However, even if Lei Xuanzi was not dead, he had not appeared for 300 years. In the eyes of most people in Raytheon, he was most likely trapped in some dangerous place that he could not get out of. Or he was simply suppressed and sealed. It was no different from dying. It doesn't matter if Lei Xuanzi can come back in the future or not. But now that the Tangguitian people are dominating the world, if I, Raytheon, dare to go against the will of the heavens, even with the suppression of the supreme treasure, I will not be able to escape the fate of extinction. The old patriarch said word by word. Yes. The patriarchs looked at each other and said silently. If Su Qin only showed the strength of an Earth immortal, then although the Thunder God sect would be afraid, they would not be in a state of panic. The inheritance overseas has been passed down for thousands of years, and more than 10 Earth immortals have been born. But now these Earth immortals have all died of old age, while the Thunder God sect still stands in the world. However, what really made Raytheon afraid was that now was the era of the recovery of the vitality tide. With Su Qin's strength, he might be able to take that step and touch the level of an immortal with the help of the vitality tide. An immortal, even in the heyday of the recovery of the previous vitality tide, an immortal was also a big shot who looked down on the world. When the cave world invaded the human world, if it weren't for the immortal blocking the hundreds of millions of devil race troops and suppressing countless devil race experts in the cave world, the human world would have been reduced to a paradise for the cave world. Of course, how difficult was it to become an immortal? Even in the heyday of the recovery of the vitality tide, there were only a few immortals, and all of them were the children of the world's luck and power. No matter how strong Su Qin was, the hope of becoming an immortal was still extremely slim. But Raytheon didn't dare to gamble. Not only Raytheon, when the patriarchs of the other great sects learned of Su Qin's request, they agreed without any hesitation. Even the great sects like the Snow God Palace and the Demon God Valley took the initiative to offer some other treasures in order to please Su Qin. At the same time, in Chang'an City, the Lucky Inn was bustling with activity. The children of officials, merchants, and martial artists came and went in and out of the inn. It was said that the Lucky Inn was the property of a big shot in the palace, which was why it could stand in Chang'an City for so long without falling. At this moment, there was only one topic that everyone on the 3 floors of the Lucky Inn was talking about. That was Su Qin. Su Qin just stood on the city wall and announced the fate of the sect masters of the upper sects as if he was a deity. Even the overseas legendary martial artists were in awe of him, let alone the others. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, 2 Taoist priests were sitting in a corner of the Lucky Inn. The 2 Taoist priests, one young and the other old age, were sitting there drinking wine and eating. It's been a long time since I've eaten mortal food. The old-age Taoist priest took a sip of the Lucky Inn's special wine, and a look of great enjoyment appeared on his face. The young Taoist priest beside him couldn't help but ask, "Master, the Tanguetian just showed up. Did you see anything?" "See what? How could the Lao Dao dare to spy on a deity?" The old-age Taoist priest rolled his eyes and said, But master, didn't you say that you wanted to see the Tanguetian's background this time?" The young Taoist priest blinked and didn't react for a long time. "Master, you didn't see anything at all." The young Taoist priest stared at the old-age Taoist priest suspiciously. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The old-age Taoist priest suddenly felt embarrassed and glared at the young Taoist priest. The Lao Dao's divine divination art is known as the art of divination. It's called the art of divination. Apart from breaking through everything, it's a supreme powerhouse who's untainted by karma. Even the land deities can't escape the art of divination. It's just that, when the old-age Taoist priest reached this point, his tone paused slightly. The Tanguetian is indeed a little strange. If the Lao Dao is overseas and is separated by tens of thousands of miles, it's understandable that we can't divine his background. After all, the distance is too far, and it'll affect the art of divination. But just now the Lao Dao saw the Tanguetian, but we still can't divine any useful information. This is really strange. The old-age Taoist touched his chin and shook his head in the end. But although the Lao Dao can't divine anything, we can see that the Tanguetian's strength is very strong. It's no wonder that the 7 half-step land deities have all fallen. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. When the young Taoist priest heard this, he immediately panicked. "Master, the Tanguetian is so strong. Will he realize that we're secretly divining about him?" "Impossible." When the old Taoist heard this, a proud look appeared on his face. Although this old Taoist can't calculate the information of the Tang Empire's celestial being, the breath-concealing technique passed down by the Tianji sect shocked the previous era of the vitality tide. Even if an earth immortal is in front of me, he won't be able to detect it. As the old-age Taoist priest spoke, his gaze casually looked at the other places in the Lucky Inn. However, this glance made the old-age Taoist's voice come to an abrupt halt. His face instantly turned pale as if he had seen something unbelievable. "Master, what's wrong with you?" The young Taoist priest next to him felt strange. He followed the old-age Taoist priest's gaze and was similarly frightened. At the entrance of the Lucky Inn, a slender and tall figure slowly walked in. With every step the figure took, an inexplicable aura shrouded the surroundings, causing everyone in the inn to fall into silence. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps were neither fast nor slow, as if they were stepping on the old-aged Taoist priest's heart. Under the old-aged Taoist priest and the young Taoist priest's incredulous gaze, the figure that slowly walked into the inn stopped in front of them. Then, the figure casually sat opposite them and looked at the two of them calmly. "Are you the one spying on me?" Chapter 311. Tangguotian? The old-aged Taoist priest's face stiffened and was full of bitterness. He never thought that even the famous breath-holding skill of the Tianji sect in the last essential Qi-Tide era could not hide from Su Qin. This was the breath-holding skill that even Earth immortals could not lock onto. As a result, when he was in front of Su Qin, not only did he fail to avoid Su Qin's perception, but he also came to find him. In a flash, the old-aged Taoist priest thought a lot, and finally got up, bowed respectfully to Su Qin, and said, "Tianji Zi of the Tianji sect greets the celestial being." "He's from the Tangguotian?" The young Taoist priest next to him felt his scalp tingle. Although he had already seen Su Qin from afar on the walls of the imperial palace, that was just a sneak peek. But now, Su Qin had directly appeared in front of them. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. For example, even if Su Qin did not release any aura, just standing there, the young Taoist priest could not breathe, and his genuine essence and divine thoughts were almost stagnant, as if he was not facing a human, but a prehistoric divine beast. Tianji sect? Su Qin sat casually on a sandalwood chair in the Lucky Inn and narrowed his eyes slightly. In the overseas martial arts world, the Tianji sect was very special. It did not belong to any of the upper sects, and there were not many disciples in the sect, but it pursued the divination of Tianji and wanted to calculate all the lives of the world with its own strength. It was precisely because of this that the disciples of the Tianji sect were basically obsessed with the divination method, and did not get involved in the mortal world or compete for foreign things. Decades ago, the overseas martial arts world spread the news of the land of great battle, and Ruanqing came to Chang'an City because of this. It was because Tianji Zi of the Tianji sect had divined the land of great battle. "It's interesting." Su Qin smiled and gently tapped on the table with his right hand. Suddenly, the people in the inn, who were almost condensed, recovered in an instant, as if they did not notice at all, and were still talking there. "This is..." When Tianjizi saw this, his body trembled. If it were other peak mythics, they might not have noticed anything, but Tianjizi could vaguely sense that Su Qin had used the power of his primordial spirit to forcibly freeze the minds of everyone in the inn. This was the reason why time seemed to have stopped. It wasn't that time had truly stopped. Instead, everyone's minds had been frozen. In fact, everyone's blood was still beating. Even so, the power of Su Qin's soul was unimaginably powerful to be able to silently freeze the minds of at least hundreds of people. This was not killing hundreds of people with the power of the Yuan spirit. Instead, it was freezing the minds of hundreds of people. The difficulty of the latter was countless times greater than the former. "Speak. Why did the Heaven's Secret sect come here?" Su Qin said unhurriedly. If Tianji Zi had come to Chang'an City openly, Su Qin would not have bothered to pay attention to him. However, Tianji Zi had concealed his aura and was sneakily spying on Su Qin. This naturally aroused Su Qin's interest. "I just want to see if the celestial came from that place." Tianjizi hesitated for a moment and immediately said, "If we offend the celestial, my Tianjizi sect is willing to offer up treasures. We hope the celestial can forgive us." Tianjizi's tone was extremely sincere. In fact, Tianjizi had no choice. Su Qin could even kill 7 half-step earth immortals, let alone the Heaven's Secret sect. If Tianjizi dared to provoke Su Qin, the entire Heaven's Secret sect would probably usher in the end, just like the Wanjian school. "That place? What place?" Su Qin's expression changed slightly. When Tianjizi heard this, he asked cautiously, "Do you know about the Immortal Sect?" "Immortal Sect?" Su Qin's eyes flickered slightly. This was the second time Su Qin had heard about the Immortal Sect. The first time was when the Wanjian school was destroyed, and the old man Fei Yu took the initiative to tell Su Qin where the Immortal Sect had once appeared. According to the old man Fei Yu, The immortal sect contained the secret to breaking through to the Earth immortal level. For thousands of years, every Earth immortal would search the world in their later years to find the immortal sect and try to unravel the secret of the immortal sect. According to Su Qin's guess, the immortal sect should be related to the previous era of vitality. As for the specific relationship and what kind of existence the immortal sect was, it was not clear. After all, even the old man Fei Yu knew little about the immortal sect. So you do know about the immortal sect? Could it be that you really came from the immortal sect? Tianjizi's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Su Qin's reaction, and there was a trace of excitement in his tone. Why do you think so? Su Qin's eyes were calm, and there was no change in his expression as he looked at Tianjizi and said faintly, the birth of the celestial beings suppressed the overseas martial arts world, and before that, there was no trace of them. You must know that the cultivation of a martial artist is after all a step-by-step process, but the celestial beings have infinitely shortened this process. Other than having something to do with the legendary immortal sect, I really can't think of any other reason, Tianjizi said honestly. Of course, Tianjizi did not mention the most important point. Since Su Qin was born, he had killed almost all the major sections. In a way, Su Qin was definitely not from a major sect. If a martial artist who was not from a major sect wanted to become an Earth immortal, he would have to consume a sea of resources and compete with many overseas major sects for martial arts cultivation resources. In the past hundreds of years, the Tianji sect had never heard of Su Qin. Under all kinds of speculations, only Su Qin came from the legendary immortal sect, which could explain all this. I'm not from the immortal sect. Su Qin shook his head. With his current strength that was comparable to an Earth immortal, there was no need to use the name of the immortal sect. The celestial beings are not from the immortal sect? When Tianjizi heard this, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Tianjizi did not doubt Su Qin's words. With Su Qin's strength, there was no need to lie to him. Tell me about the immortal sect. Su Qin looked up at Tianjizi and said. Yes. Tianjizi thought for a while, as if organizing his words, and said in a deep voice, the immortal sect is a backup plan left behind by several supreme powerhouses in the last Vitality Tide era to fight against the silence of vitality and the withering of all things. A backup plan of several supreme powerhouses. Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. This was in line with Su Qin's guess. Originally, Su Qin suspected that the so-called immortal sect was related to the supreme powerhouses like the War God Temple. Above the Earth immortal is the supreme powerhouse, but the supreme powerhouse is not the name of this realm. It is just a description of a certain realm. For example, the Buddhist Arhat is called the Venerable, and the Earth immortal is called the Celestial. At this point, Tianjizi's face turned solemn and he said solemnly, the realm after the Earth immortal is called the Void-Breaking Realm. Void-Breaking Realm? Su Qin's expression did not change, but waves slowly rose in his heart. The so-called void-breaking realm was to shatter space. Powerhouses of this level could shatter the void with just a raise of their hand, just like the gods of creation. The supreme powerhouses of the void-breaking realm had already begun to comprehend the power of space. It was by relying on the power of space that they could shatter the void. This was also the reason why only the supreme powerhouses could refine spatial magic treasures. Without the supreme powerhouses' comprehension of the power of space, how could they refine a spatial magic treasure that could accommodate a small part of the void? The heaven and earth essence chi is like a tide, rising and falling at times. The supreme powerhouses comprehended the power of space and naturally realized this early on. Therefore, in the previous essence chi tide era, the few remaining supreme powerhouses joined forces to break through the void and opened up a small world outside the mortal world. When the essence chi tide began to decline and the Dharma was about to wither, they sent their descendants in. The small world opened up by the supreme powerhouses was independent of the mortal world. Therefore, it was not affected by the essence chi tide in the mortal world and could avoid the Dharma ending age when essence chi declined. As Tianjizi spoke, his tone was full of awe. Compared to the supreme power of the supreme powerhouses to open up small worlds, even the earth immortals were as insignificant as dust. In a way, the supreme powerhouses of the void-breaking realm were already considered true immortals. I see. Su Qin nodded slightly, and some of the doubts in his mind were finally solved. For a long time Su Qin felt a little strange. Why was there almost no information about the supreme powerhouses in the world? The Empire of Tang was fine. After all, before the recovery of vitality, it was just a remote continent. However, overseas had thousands of years of heritage, especially witchcraft and Raytheon, which had been passed down since the last Essence Chi Tide era. But there were still very few rumors related to the supreme powerhouses. Now it seemed that it was not that the major sects deliberately concealed information about the supreme powerhouses, but that they had little to do with the supreme powerhouses and could not come into contact with the real supreme powerhouses. As early as thousands of years ago, the supreme powerhouses had brought their descendants and related people into the small world opened up to avoid the Dharma ending age when the vitality declined. The small world called Immortal Gate was painstakingly opened up by the supreme powerhouses. Even if it could not maintain the concentration of vitality and spiritual vigor during the heyday of the vitality tide, it was not far from enough to sustain the breakthrough of the Earth Immortals and even the supreme powerhouses. This was also the reason why the past generations of Earth Immortals searched the world to find the Immortal Gate in their later years. It was because only in the Immortal Gate would there be sufficient vitality and spiritual vigor for the Earth Immortals to break through. Moreover, because the supreme powerhouses had entered the Immortal Gate to avoid the decline of vitality, of course, they would not leave any important inheritance outside. Under the stillness of vitality, the environment of heaven and earth had become unfavorable for cultivation. Even if there was a heavenly divine art, it was meaningless. Immortal Gate? Su Qin repeated these two words in a low voice. Originally, Su Qin thought that the Immortal Gate would be the name of a sect or a place, but he did not expect that the Immortal Gate was a small world opened up by the joint efforts of the supreme powerhouses to break through the void. It was simply a big deal, however. Tianjizi hesitated for a moment and continued, although the Immortal Gate is a small world opened up by the supreme powerhouses, it is only a small world. There is a big difference between it and the human world. The vitality and spiritual vigor are not endless. According to the speculation of the Tianjizi sect's founder, when the vitality tide recovers again, the Immortal Gate will reopen. At that time, the creatures in the Immortal Gate will once again rule the world. Chapter 312. Oh! Su Qin's gaze sharpened. The Immortal Gate was a small world created by a few supreme experts during the previous Vital Chi Tide era. It was similar to an otherworldly paradise. In order to avoid being affected by the stillness of vitality in the mortal world, the Immortal Gate should be completely isolated from the outside world. However, Su Qin thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. The supreme powerhouses could shatter the void with the raise of their hand, and they were so powerful that they could even open up worlds. But in fact, how could the worlds opened up by the supreme powerhouses compare to the vast mortal world? If the mortal world was in a period of stillness, such a small world would naturally be a holy land for cultivation, enough for the immortals and even the supreme powerhouses to cultivate. But when the vitality began to recover and transition to the heyday, the small world would naturally be far inferior to the mortal world. Otherwise, in the last vitality tide era, the supreme powerhouses should have gone to the small world early instead of waiting until the vitality began to die down. How many supreme powerhouses entered the Immortal Gate back then? Su Qin pondered for a while and asked. In the heyday of the last vitality tide recovery, there were 7 supreme powerhouses who dominated the world. 2 of them were watched by a demon god in the depths of the cave world during the final battle with the cave world and escaped with serious injuries. The remaining 5 supreme powerhouses entered the Immortal Gate with their respective sects. At this point, Tianjizi paused for a while and continued, however, in addition to the 5 supreme powerhouses and their sects, other forces also entered the Immortal Gate. Are you clear about the current situation in the Immortal Gate? Su Qin asked casually. The Immortal Gate is completely separated from the mortal world. Even the people inside the Immortal Gate would find it extremely difficult to come out, let alone the people outside. Although my Tianji sect can calculate the heavenly secrets, the Immortal Gate is suppressed by the aura of the supreme powerhouses, and karma is not involved. At this point, Tianjizi didn't go on. Obviously, the means of the supreme powerhouses were too powerful. They could even shatter the void, let alone block the calculation of the Tianji sect. But after so many years, no matter how the Immortal Gate has changed, The sects left behind by the 5 supreme powerhouses should still exist, Tianjizi said with certainty. The celestial sects were established by powerful cultivators. 10,000 years had passed, and even if the most powerful cultivator died of old age, the methods he left behind were enough to ensure that the sect he left behind was in charge of the celestial sects. Over the past 10,000 years, there have been more than 10 land immortals from overseas, but none of them have entered the immortal sect? Su Qin seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Celestial, you must be joking." Tianjizi shook his head and said, "The celestial sect and even the small worlds created by the experts piercing through the void are not in the mortal world. If you want to forcefully enter the celestial sect from the mortal world, you have to use your physical body to traverse a void passage. However, the void passage is filled with the power of space. Apart from those who have mastered the power of space, even 100 Earth immortals would die if they went there." A trace of helplessness appeared on Tianjizi's face. Of course, coming out of the immortal sect is definitely not that dangerous, but it's not easy either. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single person from the immortal sect who hasn't stepped into the human world for 10,000 years. "I see," Su Qin said thoughtfully. If it were other land immortals, even a peak land immortal like Lord Donghai, they would never dare to touch the void passage. But Su Qin was different. Su Qin had the picture of the Great Sun. Once he cultivated the picture of the Great Sun to great mastery, he would be able to transform into the strongest divine beast of the fire element, the 3-legged golden crow. And with the physique of the 3-legged golden crow, even if it was just a cub, how could it be afraid of the power of space? Even if it was far from reaching great mastery in the picture of the Great Sun, Su Qin also had the War God Temple. The War God Temple was a spatial treasure left behind by a supreme expert, and unlike other spatial treasures, the War God Temple could accommodate living beings. If Su Qin was in the War God Temple and then controlled the War God Temple to traverse the void passage, there would be no problem. Next, Su Qin asked Tianjizi a few more questions. Tianjizi naturally answered everything he knew, and even took the initiative to answer some questions that Su Qin didn't ask. Although the Tianjizi sect didn't compete for external objects, it didn't mean that they weren't afraid of death. In front of a celestial like Su Qin, even Tianjizi had to be obedient. "Okay, you can go back." After Su Qin got the information he wanted, he waved his hand and said, "Go back. Can we go back?" Tianjizi calmed down and was overjoyed. "Thank you for your kindness, Celestial. My Tianjizi sect will always remember your kindness." Tianjizi hurriedly bowed to Su Qin. One must know that Tianjizi secretly spied on Su Qin and tried to use the divination secret technique to see the details of Su Qin's background. This kind of behavior was extremely offensive in a short period of time. It wouldn't be too much even if Su Qin killed them on the spot. After all, no expert would be willing to have their secrets spied on by others. And with Su Qin's permission, Tianjizi and the young Taoist quickly left Chang'an City. Inside the imperial palace, Su Qin walked slowly on the shaded path. According to Tianjizi, there are at least 5 inheritances left behind by the supreme experts in the immortal sect. Su Qin thought slowly in his mind. If the inheritances left behind by the 5 supreme experts were to spread to the overseas martial arts world, it would definitely set off stormy waves. Even many of the major sects would tremble in fear. This was the inheritance left behind by the supreme experts. Even the great sects like witchcraft and Raytheon, which had been passed down for thousands of years and had supreme treasures in their sects, were insignificant and not worth mentioning in the face of the supreme experts' inheritance. But no matter how strong the supreme experts are, there is still a Shoyuan limit. Earth immortals can live for thousands of years, but the supreme experts Shoyuan can only live for 3,000 to 5,000 years at most. Now that 10,000 years have passed since the last Vitality Tide era, the supreme experts of the first generation should have died of old age. As for whether they were born later, Su Qin shook his head. Perhaps the immortal sect was full of vitality and was close to the peak of the Vitality Tide. But to break through the void and become a supreme expert, one not only needed vitality, but also needed to comprehend the true great Tao of heaven and earth. This was something that only the human world could satisfy. As for the small world of the immortal sect, in Su Qin's eyes, it was at most vaster than the War God Temple and had more vitality. It could satisfy the cultivation needs of Earth immortals and even supreme experts, but it was far from enough to cross a major realm. But since the immortal sect is a small world, then some of my plans will have to be changed. Su Qin touched his chin. Originally, Su Qin planned to go to the immortal sect, then sign in at the immortal sect and collect all the Tao accumulations that had accumulated there for thousands of years. But now it seemed that it would not be possible. Because the immortal sect was not a place, it was a small world. The place Su Qin wanted to sign in was all the places in the immortal sect that might have Tao accumulations. In this way it would take a lot more time. However, for Su Qin, what he did not lack the most now was time. Once he stepped into the Earth immortal realm, Shouyuan would increase by at least 1,000 years. Coupled with the immortal peach, Shouyuan would reach at least 3,000 years. In terms of Shouyuan alone, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the supreme experts. Just as Su Qin was thinking about the immortal sect, deep in the sea above a valley shrouded in dark clouds, lightning kept falling as if it would never end. If there was a legend here, they would definitely recognize that this was one of the 9 forbidden areas in the sea, the Thunder Valley. The so-called forbidden area was an area that, due to certain reasons, was formed by the natural evolution of heaven and earth or man-made, was an area where ordinary creatures would definitely die if they entered. For example, the number 1 forbidden area in the sea, the crack of the abyss, was said to be connected to the underground cave world. Even Earth immortals did not dare to approach it. The Thunder Valley was also one of the forbidden areas. The Thunder Valley naturally attracted heavenly lightning, and a large number of heavenly lightning fell at every moment. Ordinary legends would be affected by the heavenly lightning even if they approached it, let alone entering it. Even the disciples of Raytheon were afraid of the Thunder Valley. Although the disciples of Raytheon cultivated the Tao of Thunder, the lightning in the Thunder Valley was too huge. There were even traces of the 9th heaven divine thunder in the depths of the Thunder Valley, which was extremely terrifying. It was said that a certain Earth immortal of Raytheon once went deep into the Thunder Valley, but not long after, he was seriously injured and came out. He barely recovered after 100 years of recuperation. Since then, this Thunder Tao Earth immortal had regarded the Thunder Valley as the forbidden area of Raytheon. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never allow the disciples of Raytheon to approach it. And at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the Thunder Valley, which was originally roaring with thunder. Behind this figure, there seemed to be thousands of thunder rumbling. Ha 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 ha. 300 years, I was trapped for 300 years. After the figure rushed out of the Thunder Valley, he looked up to the sky and laughed, but I still came out. The figure was a man. He was tall, but his clothes were tattered and simple, as if he had experienced hundreds of years. Behind the man, there was a 2-meter-long blade on his back. Vaguely, there were traces of purple thunder flowing around the blade. In addition, just as the man was laughing wildly, the void began to tremble. A vast and endless sea of vitality was attracted. In an instant, the void within a radius of hundreds of miles condensed and was under the man's control. Great Mastery Domain. This man was an Earth immortal who had mastered the Great Mastery Domain. However, although I was trapped for 300 years, without these 300 years, I really might not be able to enter the Earth immortal realm so easily. The man took a deep breath, as if he was enjoying something. Even if the man was extremely talented and was known as the most likely existence to enter the Earth immortal realm in 1,000 years, it was only the most likely. Whether or not he could become an Earth immortal was still uncertain. Perhaps he would encounter a bottleneck and be trapped for 100 years before reaching the limit of Shouyuan. Has the vitality tide begun to recover? Not long after the man came out, he sensed the vitality that began to boil in the void. He suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Forget it. It's time to return to Raytheon. I wonder if there is anyone in the world who remembers the name Lei Xuanzi after 300 years? The man's eyes flickered with lightning, as if a thunder god had descended to the world, suppressing the world. Chapter 313. Raytheon. As one of the major sects overseas, Raytheon had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and occupied a vitality-gathering node as the location of the sect. The vitality of heaven and earth was like a tide, rising and falling, and there were also differences in concentration. The so-called vitality gathering node was the place where the vitality of heaven and earth naturally gathered. Within the range of the node, it was filled with extremely rich vitality of heaven and earth and spiritual vigor. Compared to the vitality gathered by the heaven and earth great formation, this kind of vitality gathering node was more beneficial for the martial artist's cultivation, and even had a hint of the last vitality recovery era. Unfortunately, looking at the entire overseas, there were no more than 5 vitality gathering nodes. The Kurajankyo and Wanjian school were not qualified to occupy them at all. Only the major sects like Raytheon, which had a lot of heritage and treasures to suppress, had the confidence to own them. However, at this moment, outside Raytheon's gate of 10,000, many Raytheon disciples who were patrolling looked lost and absent-minded. Senior Brother Lu, is that celestial from the Tang Empire really that strong? Forcing me, Raytheon, to give up 3 pounds of Thunder Origin stones? A thin Raytheon disciple could not help but ask. Su Qin's reprimanding of several major sect masters on the imperial city had been witnessed by countless people, and could not be hidden at all. The Raytheon disciples naturally heard about it. In the eyes of many disciples, Raytheon stood overseas and looked down on all living beings. How majestic was it, but at this moment it was submissive in front of the Tangguotian people, and even did not hesitate to give up 3 pounds of Thunder Origin stones to apologize to the Tangguotian people. Such behavior naturally made many Raytheon disciples feel extremely aggrieved. As Raytheon disciples, they had always been the ones to bully others. When had they ever been wronged like this? Sigh. The Raytheon disciple named Senior Brother Lu sighed and shook his head. You don't know what it means to be a celestial. A celestial being was also an earth immortal. Even in the overseas martial arts world, it was hard to find one in 1,000 years. Even Raytheon's most talented martial artist, Lei Xuanzi, only had the highest chance of becoming an earth immortal. He was not guaranteed to become one. Even during the heyday of the last vitality tide, when there were powerful people dominating the world, earth immortals could also dominate a region and were well-deserved powerhouses, let alone now. I, Raytheon, have a supreme treasure to suppress it. There was once an earth immortal who tried to kill me, but wasn't he still blocked in the end? Why should we be afraid of the Tangguotian? The thin and weak disciple of Raytheon was unconvinced. Although earth immortals were invincible in the world, Raytheon was not to be trifled with. Even if they could not compete with an earth immortal head-on, they should not be so servile. When Senior Brother Lu heard this, he was silent for a while, and finally said slowly, the Tangguotian is different from other earth immortals. Different? What's the difference? When the rest of the Raytheon disciples heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. Although Senior Brother Lu was only a patrolling disciple, his identity was not ordinary. He was the descendant of one of the Raytheon elders. Maybe he could get other information from that elder. I've only heard my granduncle mention it. When Senior Brother Lu said this, he glanced around and lowered his voice. Ordinary earth immortals lead the vitality sea with their primordial spirit. They are one with the heavens and their aura is mighty. But the heavenly being from the Empire of Tang has never shown the aura of being one with the heavens. In other words, the Tangguotian has never borrowed the power of the vitality sea. According to my speculation, this celestial of the Tang Empire has not shown his true strength at all. Senior Brother Lu calmed himself down and paused for a while before he dared to continue. What do you think I, Raytheon, should do in the face of an unfathomable heavenly being who hides most of his strength? What? The Tangguotian has never shown his true strength? Many of the Raytheon disciples were shocked. If what Senior Brother Lu said was true, it meant that even when the 7 half-step earth immortals of the major sects joined forces to kill Su Qin, they did not force him to use much of his strength. He did not even use the power of the vitality sea. But how is that possible? Although there was a huge gap between a half-step earth immortal and a true earth immortal, an earth immortal would still have to make a move if he wanted to kill 7 half-step earth immortals. If an earth immortal was in the state of being one with the heavens, he would be able to draw the power of the vitality sea and shock the world. In my opinion, the strength of the Tangguotian has surpassed that of an ordinary earth immortal. Otherwise, why would the witchcraft in the Snow God Palace do the same? Senior Brother Lu let out a long sigh. In fact, senior brother Lu did not witness the battle where Su Qin killed the 7 half-step Earth Immortals with his own eyes. He only speculated based on the information he obtained and the reactions of the major sects such as Raytheon and the witchcraft. In senior brother Lu's opinion, if it were not for Su Qin's terrifying strength, the major sects would not have taken the initiative to apologize. While the disciples of Raytheon were chatting with their heads lowered and were shocked by senior brother Lu's words, a calm voice suddenly rang out. A Tangguitian? There's a heavenly being in this era. Who is it? Senior brother Lu frowned and looked into the distance. He saw a tall figure in tattered clothes standing there quietly with a 2-meter-long saber on his back. Who are you? Do you know where this is? Senior brother Lu stared at the tall figure and said in a deep voice, the Tangguitian is invincible in the world. It's not only known by Raytheon but also the other major sects such as the witchcraft. Senior brother Lu did not act rashly because he could see that the tall figure was not simple. Invincible in the world? The tall figure shook his head slightly and said, I didn't expect Raytheon to have declined to this extent. Although an Earth Immortal is powerful, they can't really ignore everything. How dare you look down on me, Raytheon? Senior brother Lu glared. The words of the tall figure faintly revealed his disappointment in Raytheon, which made many Raytheon disciples look angry. How could the tall figure be qualified to judge Raytheon's actions? Is this contempt? The tall figure chuckled and said bluntly, Who is the leader of this generation of Raytheon? Let him come out to see me. The tall figure had his hands behind his back. Although his clothes were tattered, he had an aura of heaven and earth. You want to see the leader? Senior brother Lu's face changed and looked at the tall figure in surprise. There were only 2 possibilities for the tall figure to say that he wanted to see the leader of Raytheon. One, he really knew the leader, and the other, he was courting death. Senior brother Lu instinctively felt that the tall figure was not the latter. Senior brother Lu was already a 3rd heaven immortal. He could not see the depth of the tall figure, so he was at least a 4th or 5th heaven immortal. How could such a powerhouse come to die for no reason? You wait. Senior brother Lu's face changed. Then he turned and walked towards the depths of Raytheon. A moment later, the leader of Raytheon hurried over. When he saw the tall figure, his face suddenly changed. He immediately stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Marshal Uncle Lei Xuanzi. Lei Xuanzi? He is Lei Xuanzi who has been missing for 300 years. Many Raytheon disciples around were stunned and could not believe it. Senior brother Lu in particular almost fell to the ground. Who was Lei Xuanzi? There wasn't a single disciple in the Thunder God cult who didn't know about him. As the most promising existence in the Thunder God cult to become a land immortal in the past 1,000 years, even if Lei Xuanzi had gone missing for 300 years, his fame was still circulating in the Thunder God cult. What happened in the past 300 years? And what's the matter with that Tangguitian? Lei Xuanzi said casually. Although he had heard some of the disciples talking just now, he did not know the details. Senior brother Lei Xuanzi, a bitter expression appeared on the Thunder God sect master's face as he recounted everything that happened during the 300 years Lei Xuanzi had left. The first 200 years were peaceful, but a few decades ago, the appearance of the land of great battle and Su Qin's several attacks shook the entire overseas. The Thunder Ancestor is dead? Lei Xuanzi looked at the depths of Raytheon with a trace of coldness in his eyes. As the most talented person in Raytheon for thousands of years, Lei Xuanzi was naturally taught by the Thunder Ancestor. In fact, the relationship between Lei Xuanzi and the Thunder Ancestor was more like father and son. That's right. The Thunder Ancestor and the other 6 half-step Earth Immortals besieged the Empire of Tang, but they died in Chang'an City. The leader of Raytheon's voice was also depressed. It was that battle that made Raytheon, witchcraft, and the other major sects tremble in fear. They immediately went to Chang'an City to ask for forgiveness. The Tangguitian, Lei Xuanzi said softly, damn it. Uncle Master Lei Xuanzi. The leader of Raytheon's expression changed and stopped. Su Qin was an Earth Immortal. If Lei Xuanzi's words were to spread, Raytheon would be in danger. Don't worry. I'll deal with that heavenly being from the Empire of Tang. Lei Xuanzi glanced at the leader of Raytheon and calmed down. Deal with the Tangguitian. The leader of Raytheon looked at Lei Xuanzi in disbelief. As for now, Lei Xuanzi ignored the leader of Raytheon. Instead, he looked at the entire Raytheon. The Thunder God Island is still too small. As soon as Lei Xuanzi finished speaking, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing in the sky. Uncle Master, what are you doing? A terrifying conjecture faintly emerged in the Thunder God cult's head. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, Lei Xuanzi raised his right hand. Suddenly, a vast sea of vitality chi appeared. Several small islands dozens of miles away rose into the air. They crossed the distance of dozens of miles and crashed into the Thunder God Island, expanding the size of the Thunder God Island. Suddenly, the entire Raytheon was shaken. Countless Raytheon's disciples and even their ancestors felt the world shaking as if it was the end of the world. Filling the sea and creating land. This is filling the sea and creating land. The leader of Raytheon's hands trembled as he looked at Lei Xuanzi, who was like a god, and said with a trembling voice. The rest of the Raytheon's disciples were also shocked. At this moment everyone had the same thought. Raytheon was going to produce another Earth Immortal. Chapter 3:14. Lei Xuanzi had appeared. When Lei Xuanzi used his great magical power to fill the sea and create land, it immediately shocked the entire overseas martial Dao world. As a peerless powerhouse who dominated the overseas region 300 years ago, Lei Xuanzi was known as the existence who was most likely to enter the Earth Immortal realm in the past 1,000 years. If it wasn't for his inexplicable disappearance and the lack of news for 300 years, with Lei Xuanzi's talent, he would have already begun to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. Is it true? Lei Xuanzi has appeared? It must be true, and Lei Xuanzi has already become an Earth Immortal. That's right. In just a few days, the Thunder God Island where Raytheon is located has expanded by 100 miles. With such means, other than an Earth Immortal who can fill the sea and create land with his great magical power, who else can do it? Lei Xuanzi has appeared at this time and stepped into the Earth Immortal realm. This world is going to change. Countless people looked at Raytheon, the most talented disciple of Raytheon who had disappeared for 300 years. Compared to Su Qin who appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the world, Lei Xuanzi was a disciple of a great sect who had walked step by step to the peak. Although he had disappeared for 300 years, his fame was still spread overseas. Not only had such an existence appeared, but he had also stepped into the Earth Immortal realm. One could imagine the impact it would cause. Will Lei Xuanzi fight with the Tangguo Tian? Many martial artists were discussing. Su Qin had killed 7 half-step Earth Immortals, and one of them was Raytheon's Thunder ancestor. If Lei Xuanzi hadn't appeared, Raytheon wouldn't have dared to take revenge on Su Qin. But now, Raytheon suddenly had an Earth Immortal, and the situation was different. There are 2 heavenly beings in the world right now. This is a golden age that has never happened in thousands of years. Some of the legends sighed. Since the end of the last vitality tide, it had been tens of thousands of years. The vitality chi of heaven and earth had been silent, and all kinds of dharma had withered. It was hard to find an Earth Immortal expert in 1,000 years, let alone 2 Earth Immortals existing in the same era. Just as many overseas cultivators were discussing this matter, a piece of news suddenly came from Raytheon. 7 days later, Lei Xuanzi will go to Chang, and in person to meet the Tangguotan. When the news spread, the entire overseas martial arts world was once again in an uproar. Obviously, Lei Xuanzi's visit to the Celestial of the Empire of Tang in 7 days was not a special visit. One should know that Su Qin had killed Raytheon's half-step Earth Immortal Patriarch. Although he had not completely fallen out with Raytheon, it was not far from that. Under such circumstances, it was obvious that Lei Xuanzi had other motives for paying a visit to Su Qin. Perhaps he wanted to use this opportunity to settle the score with Su Qin. In the witchcraft sect, the sect master of the witchcraft sect and several patriarchs were sitting cross-legged. Lei Xuanzi has become an Earth Immortal? A wrinkled patriarch said slowly with a hint of disbelief in his tone. Originally, the Tangguo Tian had dominated the world as an Earth Immortal, which was enough to shock them. But now there was another Earth Immortal. Moreover, it was Lei Xuanzi who had disappeared for 300 years. Lei Xuanzi and the Tangguo Tian are bound to fight. Suddenly, another patriarch of the witchcraft sect spoke. This is not only because the Tangwa Tian killed Raytheon's half-step Earth Immortal, but also because of the Land of Great Battles. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the patriarchs were shocked. If the Land of Great Battle hadn't appeared and the Vitality Tide hadn't recovered, there might not have been a conflict between the two Earth Immortals. After all, Earth Immortals wouldn't easily make a move, especially between two Earth Immortals, because it was not worth it at all. But it was different now. Whether it was the beginning of the recovery of the Vitality Tide or the appearance of the Land of Great Battles, they all showed the arrival of a great era in the future. In particular, the Land of Great Battles gathered the core of the entire Vitality Tide era. Even the strongest would be jealous, let alone the Earth Immortals. Now that the Tangwa Tian occupied most of the areas in the Land of Great Battles, if Lei Xuanzi was interested in the Land of Great Battles, a battle with the Tangwa Tian would be unavoidable. I didn't expect that I would be able to see two Earth Immortals fight in my lifetime. A witchcraft patriarch was full of emotion. Before the recovery of the Vitality Tide, although there were constant battles in the overseas martial arts world, many major sects had a tacit understanding to maintain a balance. Even if there was a battle, it was only between the younger generation. As for the peak mythical realm, there were very few opportunities for them to fight, let alone between Earth Immortals. For many eras there were no Earth Immortals born. As for the battle between Earth Immortals, it was even more impossible. But now, the appearance of Lei Xuanzi and the Tangwa Tian had created the possibility of a battle between Earth Immortals. If the Tangwa Tian and Lei Xuanzi were to fight, who would win? The third witchcraft patriarch could not help but ask. Although whether Su Qin or Lei Xuanzi won had nothing to do with his witchcraft, this was ultimately a battle between Earth Immortals. Everyone wanted to know who was stronger. According to the battle record, the Tangwa Tian easily killed 7 half-step Earth Immortals. Even in the diviner realm, they shouldn't be considered weak. But Lei Xuanzi is a descendant of Raytheon. He has mastered Raytheon's various inheritances, and the Tao of Thunder is good at attacking and destroying. The witchcraft patriarchs kept talking. In the end they came to a conclusion. In terms of realm, Su Qin should be stronger, but in terms of fighting ability, Lei Xuanzi was better. In other words, if the Tangwa Tian and Lei Xuanzi were to fight, the winner would probably be Lei Xuanzi. After 7 days, we will also go to Chang'an City to watch this rare battle. The patriarch who spoke first said with a frown. As soon as he said that, the other patriarchs nodded in agreement. For these old farts who were close to Shouyuan, their hopes of going further had long been cut off. If they could watch the battle between higher-level experts, their lives would not be in vain. It was not just the witchcraft. At this moment the Snow God Palace, Kuragenkyo, and many other major sects, as well as countless overseas mythical warriors, were paying attention to this matter. Lei Xuanzi wants to meet the third brother. The Emperor of Tang was puzzled when he heard the news. Who is Lei Xuanzi? Your Majesty. The Lao Dao master of the Dao sect said bitterly, Lei Xuanzi is the most talented descendant of Raytheon 300 years ago. Now he has even stepped into the Earth Immortal realm. Earth Immortal realm? Doesn't that mean he's the same as the third brother? When the Emperor of Tang heard this, he immediately realized that things were not going well. This is indeed troublesome. The Lao Dao master of the Dao sect had a grave expression. An Earth Immortal was not something a half-step Earth Immortal could compare to. Su Qin could easily kill 7 half-step Earth Immortals, but if he faced a real Earth Immortal, he would not be able to finish the battle in a few moves. He might even have to fight to the death. Those who could become Earth Immortals were all talented geniuses. None of them were weaker than the other. What should we do now? Should we tell the third brother? The Emperor of Tang paced back and forth and asked in a deep voice. We have no choice now. We can only wait. The Lao Dao master of the Dao sect shook his head. When it came to a battle between two Earth Immortals, even thousands of peak mythical warriors would not affect the outcome of the battle. Hence, no matter how worried they were, they could not change anything. The only thing they could do was to wait silently for the result. Lei Xuanzi, come and meet me in 7 days. In front of the East Palace, Su Qin, who was dressed in black, had a calm gaze. He was not worried at all. With the Golden Crow divine body, even if Su Qin had not taken that step, he could still stand shoulder to shoulder with an Earth Immortal. Not to mention that Su Qin was now trying to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. It just so happens that 7 days later I can test how strong I really am. Su Qin shook his head and stopped paying attention. At this moment, Su Qin's entire attention was focused on breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm. Even his incarnation in the outside world was focused on it. As for Lei Xuanzi's visit, he did not care about Su Qin at all. Time passed slowly. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Before this day, countless martial artists from overseas had arrived outside Chang'an City. They wanted to see the shocking battle between two Earth Immortals with their own eyes. Even the great sects were no exception. Some of the great sect masters had even arrived a few days in advance to wait. Finally, on this day, everyone saw a tall figure walking over step by step. This tall figure carried a 2-meter-long blade on his back. Although he was walking quietly and unhurriedly, it was as if the entire sea of vitality was being affected. An inexplicable aura filled the surroundings. Lei Xuanzi. He's Lei Xuanzi. Many martial artists stared at Lei Xuanzi with burning eyes. Is this an Earth Immortal? As expected, he's unbelievably powerful. Even if he doesn't reveal any aura, his natural state of being one with the heavens is enough to make any pinnacle myth unable to resist. Some martial artists were full of amazement as they whispered to themselves, "That's right." The other martial artists nodded in agreement. The aura Lei Xuanzi was displaying was completely different from a pinnacle myth or even a half-step Earth Immortal. If a half-step Earth Immortal gave them a great sense of oppression, this sense of oppression was brought about by the huge gap in strength. However, at this moment, Lei Xuanzi gave them a sense of grandeur and shock. This feeling did not come from his strength, but from the entire world. Under everyone's gaze, Lei Xuanzi walked dozens of miles in one step and finally stopped outside Chang'an City. An instant ago, everyone shut their mouths and quieted down. The entire area outside Chang'an City was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Lei Xuanzi, wanting to know what he would do next. Raytheon Lei Xuanzi greets the Tanguan. Lei Xuanzi's voice was extremely deep and powerful. It instantly reached everyone's ears. Time passed. A moment later, there was no response from Chang'an City. It was as if Lei Xuanzi was completely ignored. Seeing this scene, Lei Xuanzi's face turned cold. Since the heavenly beings don't want to see me, don't blame me for starting a massacre. As soon as these words came out, a terrifying killing intent burst out from Lei Xuanzi's body. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts were roaring at the same time, as if they were going to destroy the world. When the other martial artists outside Chang'an City heard this, their scalps went numb. Although Lei Xuanzi's words were said very calmly, he was openly threatening Su Qin. Just as the martial artists were staring at Chang'an City with pale faces, wanting to see how Su Qin would react. Bam! The city gate closest to where Lei Xuanzi was standing suddenly opened. Along with it was a calm voice that did not fluctuate at all. Come in and accept your death. Chapter 315. Come in and accept your death. When these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Even Lei Xuanzi, who had a calm and deep expression, had an ugly look on his face. Ever since Lei Xuanzi used his great magical power to fill the sea and create land on Thunder God Island, and forcibly expanded Thunder God Island by 100 miles, who in the entire overseas martial arts world didn't know that Lei Xuanzi was an Earth Immortal? Su Qin didn't hide the fact that he wanted an Earth Immortal to come in and accept his death. Looking at the history of the overseas, there was probably no other person like him. One had to know that this was an Earth Immortal, not some random cat or dog. Every Earth Immortal was an invincible, peerless figure who suppressed the world. Even in the previous Vitality Tide era, Earth Immortals were enough to dominate a region. Peak Earth Immortals like Lord Donghai even occupied the East Sea and wantonly enslaved the demon race. Don't the Tangguotian people know that Lei Xuanzi has already stepped into the Earth Immortal realm? How is that possible? Not to mention that the news of Lei Xuanzi filling the sea and creating land has long spread. Even if the Tangguotian people really don't know, Lei Xuanzi has already come here. Under the sensing of his aura, How can the Tangguotian people not notice? Many martial artists who were looking from afar whispered to each other. For example, an earth immortal like Lei Xuanzi, his physical body and primordial spirit had already been tempered by the vitality sea in the depths of the void. To some extent, he was already above ordinary creatures. In the face of such an existence, fourth or fifth heaven immortal martial artists were still fine. At most, they would only feel that it was unfathomable. However, once they stepped into the sixth heaven or even the peak mythical realm, they would be able to sense how terrifying an earth immortal's aura was. The kind of aura that seemed to be one with heaven and man, and represented the entire world, was enough to collapse the divine sense of an ordinary peak mythical realm. They didn't even have the courage to look directly at it. A peak mythical realm could feel the terror of an earth immortal, let alone an existence like Su Qin, who was equivalent to an earth immortal. Perhaps as early as Lei Xuanzi's entry into the battlefield, he had already alarmed the people of the Tangguotian. But even so, after the Tangguotian knew about Lei Xuanzi's strength, he still said, "Come in and accept your death." Such behavior was simply inconceivable. Outside Chang'an City, Lei Xuanzi regained his composure. He glanced at the depths of Chang'an City, took a step forward and disappeared. He went in. Lei Xuanzi went in. "I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch later. Let's hide further away. If the shockwaves from the battle between the two celestial professors sweep over, we won't be able to survive even if we have 10 lives." Countless martial artists looked solemn as they retreated several miles. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked toward Chang'an City. The same was true even for the major sections. Lei Xuanzi's visit to the Tangguotian made even ordinary martial artists who didn't know anything realize that something was wrong. In addition, the Tangguotian people had unabashedly, "Come in and accept your death." The confrontation between the two celestial beings had probably begun long ago. Outside the palace, Su Qin, dressed in black, stood in the air, looking down at Lei Xuanzi, who was slowly approaching. His eyes were deep, and no one could tell what he was thinking. "You Tangguotian people, you let me come in and accept my death. I'd like to see what you have to kill an earth immortal." Lei Xuanzi looked directly at Su Qin. His aura began to rise like a bright thunderbolt, revealing traces of destructive aura. "What do I have to kill you?" Su Qin shook his head slightly and said, "With my hands, of course." Haha. Lei Xuanzi's eyes were cold. At this moment, the killing intent in his heart could no longer be concealed. The terrifying aura continued to spread. In an instant, large dark clouds gathered over the entire Chang'an City, and a vast and endless sea of vitality loomed. "What a big tone." Lei Xuanzi's voice rumbled like thunder. "I've been cultivating in the Thunder Valley for 300 years. I don't know how many life and death crises I've experienced. In the end, I comprehended the essence of the Thunder Valley, and stepped into the Earth Immortal realm to get rid of it. Even the Thunder Valley, a forbidden area overseas, can't kill me. What do you Tangguotian people have to kill me?" Lei Xuanzi's voice was like rolling thunder. It seemed that he was questioning Su Qin, but in fact, he was brewing his own aura. The confrontation between Earth Immortals, compared to the fight between mythical warriors, paid more attention to the level of the soul and primordial spirit. Mythical warriors only needed to determine the strength of their realm and physical body. Thunder Valley? I didn't expect Lei Xuanzi to be trapped in the Thunder Valley. Although the vast majority of martial artists stayed far away from Chang'an City to watch the battle for fear of being affected, there were still some bold martial artists who approached. In addition, the old ancestors of various major sects were also standing not far away. Thunder Valley, that's a forbidden area overseas. A forbidden area that even Earth Immortals may not necessarily enter. Lei Xuanzi actually stayed there for 300 years without dying, and even went one step further and stepped into the Earth Immortal realm? Some old ancestors looked up to the sky and sighed with emotion. There were 9 forbidden areas overseas. These 9 forbidden areas were all related to the recovery of the previous vitality tide, especially the first forbidden area, the Abyss, which was the final battlefield of the battle between humans and countless demons in the cave world. Not to mention mythical warriors, even Earth Immortals would not approach these forbidden areas for no reason. Thunder Valley, on the other hand, was a valley full of heavenly thunder. In the depths of Thunder Valley, There was even the aura of the ninth heaven divine thunder. Once, a certain earth immortal of Raytheon wanted to use the power of Thunder Valley to cultivate, but in the end, he returned with serious injuries. One could imagine the horror of this kind of forbidden area. Many old ancestors never thought that Lei Xuanzi would have such a great opportunity. Just as many thoughts were going through their minds. Outside the imperial palace, Lei Xuanzi raised his right hand and slowly pulled out the 2-meter-long blade on his back. The world thinks that Thunder Valley is a forbidden area, and even the earth immortals of my sect will be seriously injured if they enter it rashly. But in fact, in the last Vitality Tide era, Thunder Valley was a place of inheritance left behind by a supreme expert. The power of thunder and lightning in Thunder Valley is just a test left behind by the supreme expert. Lei Xuanzi's tone was indifferent, and he didn't care about telling this big secret. No one knew how much thunder and lightning had accumulated in Thunder Valley, and even the earth immortals of Raytheon couldn't go deep, let alone others. Even if the world knew that Thunder Valley was the place of inheritance of a supreme expert, so what? Supreme expert? Su Qin's heart moved. The supreme expert could shatter space with a raise of his hand, and even break through the void and open up a small world, just like the immortal gate, to avoid the influence of the stagnant vitality. How was such a method different from the real gods and Buddhas? And now, Lei Xuanzi actually said that Thunder Valley was related to the supreme expert, and was even the place of inheritance left behind by a supreme expert. Naturally, it set off waves in Su Qin's heart. Lei Xuanzi didn't pay attention to Su Qin's expression at all. After he pulled out the 2-meter-long blade on his back, his face showed a trace of fanaticism. Do you know the origin of this blade? I have suffered in Thunder Valley for 300 years, and besides stepping into the earth immortal realm, this is my biggest gain. This blade is a thunder blade, and it was forged by a supreme expert using a complete ninth heaven divine thunder. Although it is not a supreme treasure, it is very close to it. Lei Xuanzi held the 2-meter-long thunder blade in his right hand and waved it casually. Rip. When the sharp blade cut through the air, there seemed to be a light purple thunder in the void. It was not considered tearing the air, but it was terrifying. Lei Xuanzi didn't use any power of the thunder blade. He just waved it gently and it caused this scene. From this, it could be seen how powerful the thunder power contained in the thunder blade was. Once it was fully unleashed, it was enough to threaten an earth immortal. It has been more than 10,000 years. This thunder blade has been silent in Thunder Valley for more than 10,000 years. Now, I will let it drink the blood of a celestial. Lei Xuanzi's thunder became more and more blazing, as if a real thunder was contained in it. Its aura rose and expanded rapidly, and finally filled the world, as if a real thunder god had come to the world. At the same time, even the air within 100 miles was condensed. The surrounding qi of heaven and earth couldn't flow at all. Lei Xuanzi stood there. He was like a god in control of everything within 100 miles, and all power was under his control. Great success domain. If a pinnacle mist's micro-domain could only be maintained within a range of 100 feet, and the control of that range was only on the qi of heaven and earth, then the real great success domain of an earth immortal not only soared to hundreds of miles, but in terms of control it was far beyond the micro-domain. After Lei Xuanzi pulled out the blade, he didn't have any intention of holding back. He directly suppressed Su Qin with his great success domain. Although in Lei Xuanzi's eyes, Su Qin was also an earth immortal and also had a great success domain to protect him, there were differences between great success domains. For example, Lei Xuanzi was an earth immortal of the Thunder Dao. His great success domain was more aggressive, like a thunder snake approaching inch by inch. It's meaningless. Su Qin's eyes were calm as he took a step forward. Boom! This step seemed to have stepped on a certain point. Lei Xuanzi's eyelids twitched. He only felt that his great success domain was actually beginning to be unable to suppress Su Qin. Su Qin's step seemed to be unintentional, but in fact it stepped on the foundation of Lei Xuanzi's great success domain. Fortunately, the great success domain was incomparably stable. Otherwise, if it was a micro-domain it would have already begun to collapse. Lei Xuanzi suddenly roared, raised the thunder blade, and slashed at Su Qin without hesitation. Die! All of a sudden, the thunder blade in Lei Xuanzi's hand continued to soar, as if it had turned into a light purple ninth heaven divine thunder. It was as if heaven and earth were angry and had sent down thunder punishment to punish Su Qin. At this time, Lei Xuanzi directly poured all of his primordial spirit mana into the thunder blade, causing the ninth heaven divine thunder, hidden in the depths of the thunder blade, to be directly awakened. The terrifying divine thunder aura shook the world. Good. Su Qin's eyes were calm. His qi and blood began to boil. He took a step forward and punched at Lei Xuanzi, who was holding the thunder blade. Rumble. The void boiled and the primordial qi surged. The heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of miles suddenly began to shake. Su Qin stepped on the void, and his aura was vast and mighty like a god descending to the world. Suddenly the calm void suddenly shook. The many patriarchs who were watching the battle not far away felt that the world was turning upside down, as if the end of the world was coming. Chapter 316. Crack. Heaven and earth yuan qi exploded. Especially Lei Xuanzi, who was holding a lightning blade. In the end, the lightning blade was constantly twisting and turning into a resplendent purple lightning. It constantly pulsed and emitted a faint aura of great destruction. Even a lightning Dao land immortal might not be able to control the nine heavens' divine thunder. Lei Xuanzi relied on this thunder blade that was personally forged by a supreme expert to directly save on a large amount of accumulation. The nine heavens' divine thunder that he controlled was simply disdainful. Many patriarchs who were watching the battle were in awe. Compared to Lei Xuanzi, the 7 half-step earth immortals were like air. Although the 7 half-step land immortals had barely reached the threshold of an land immortal with their joint attack technique, a threshold was only a threshold. How could they compare to an land immortal in his prime? Is the Tang Guotian planning to take on Lei Xuanzi's thunder blade with his body? Do you feel that the Tang Guotian's aura is a little strange? It's weaker than last time. Maybe it's Lei Xuanzi's doing. Many patriarchs' divine thoughts were intertwined as they stared at the battlefield. The battle between the two earth immortals was constantly changing. Even the patriarchs at the peak of the myth realm could only watch the battle without daring to be distracted. Dong! The sound of a bronze bell rang. Su Qin's qi and blood boiled. Vaguely, it was as if a grand sun was burning in the depths of his eyes. He threw a punch at Lei Xuanzi's thunder blade. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gaze, the lightning blade that seemed to have transformed into a purple lightning snake seemed to be suppressed. It instantly shrunk and turned back into a lightning blade. Lei Xuanzi even took 2 steps back because of this. However, compared to Lei Xuanzi, Su Qin took 5 steps back and his aura became unstable. Although he calmed down immediately, the patriarchs who were watching the battle still noticed it. How vast was the aura of an earth immortal? In the eyes of these patriarchs, even the slightest ripple was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Not to mention, Su Qin's aura was almost unstable just now. Not good. The Tang Guotian is actually at a disadvantage. Lei Xuanzi is too strong. He started to suppress the Tang Guotian with just the first attack. He's indeed an earth immortal of lightning Dao. Many patriarchs widened their eyes and exclaimed in their hearts. Since Su Qin's appearance, he had always dominated the earth immortals. Even when 7 half-step earth immortals joined forces against Su Qin, they could still suppress them with ease. Since when did this happen? When the patriarchs saw this scene, they heaved a sigh of relief. Compared to Su Qin being invincible, they were more inclined to believe that Lei Xuanzi could suppress everything. After all, Lei Xuanzi was a member of the Thunder God sect and could be considered to have some friendship with them. In the future, if some unimportant opportunities appeared in the battlefield, they might be able to drink some soup. How could they be like Su Qin, who was ruthless and directly drove them to the edge of the continent? At this moment, although Su Qin was at a disadvantage, he did not panic at all. Again, Su Qin stepped on the void and soared into the sky. He stood thousands of meters above the ground and no longer continued to attack Chang and City. Lei Xuanzi was also boiling with fighting spirit. Through the move just now, Lei Xuanzi vaguely grasped the scope of Su Qin's strength. Although he was powerful, he was still weaker than him, who had been cultivating hard in Thunder Valley for 300 years. In an instant, the two of them once again clashed. Su Qin's blood and qi rose, shrouded in red divine light, full of an aura that could burn all things, but Lei Xuanzi was even more powerful. He constantly used countless thunder secret arts. Coupled with the thunder blade in his hand and the power of the ninth heaven divine thunder, he was like a thunder god that could not be looked directly at. Even though Su Qin had stimulated the power of his body many times, he still could not suppress Lei Xuanzi. On the contrary, every time Lei Xuanzi slashed out a thunder blade, he could force Su Qin to take a few steps back. The terrifying aura of the ninth heaven divine thunder pervaded between heaven and earth, terrifying beyond compare. Ha 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 ha. Tanguatian, you're just so. If you beg for mercy now, hand over the battlefield, and bow to me, Raytheon, I can spare your life. Lei Xuanzi laughed and temporarily slowed down his offensive, not forcing Su Qin too much. Although Lei Xuanzi relied on the thunder blade forged by a supreme expert and suppressed Su Qin with the ninth heaven divine thunder and had the upper hand, he still did not have the slightest intention of underestimating him. At Lei Xuanzi's level, which one of them was not a proud son of heaven, a peerless genius that could not be found in hundreds of millions of living beings? Although Su Qin was suppressed now, if he was forced into a corner and used all his power to attack desperately, Lei Xuanzi would have a headache. Once Su Qin really fought desperately, Lei Xuanzi did not think that he could stop him without paying any price. At that time, Lei Xuanzi would also have to use all his power. Even if he defeated Su Qin in the end, it would be a loss for him. As for avenging the Lei ancestor and the disciples of Raytheon who fell at the hands of Su Qin, Lei Xuanzi certainly would not forget, but that was under the premise of protecting himself. When Lei Xuanzi occupied the battlefield and used it to advance further, his strength surpassing Su Qin's, it would not be too late to take revenge. Is that so? Su Qin punched out, seizing the opportunity when Lei Xuanzi slowed down his offensive, and directly hit the thunder blade. Suddenly, the thunder blade in Lei Xuanzi's hand let out a mournful cry, and its aura began to weaken. Even if the thunder blade was forged from the ninth heaven divine thunder, after such a long battle just now, under the collision of Su Qin's blood and qi, it had also been greatly damaged. Now that it was hit by Su Qin's punch, it was even more damaged. Celestial of the Tang Empire, you forced me to do this. Lei Xuanzi was enraged. To him, the Thunderblade wasn't just a weapon. The ninth heaven divine thunder in the Thunderblade was a supreme treasure in the eyes of any Lightning Dao land immortal. It could guide the Lightning Dao land immortal's cultivation. Su Qin's punch not only hit the Thunderblade, but also Lei Xuanzi's future path. How could Lei Xuanzi not be angry? If you don't know what's good for you, I'll hurt you severely even if I get hurt. Lei Xuanzi looked serious and the thunder blade in his hand suddenly let out endless purple auras. It was as bright and beautiful as a rainbow in the sky. Although the thunder blade was far less powerful than before, it was even more dangerous at the moment when the thunder energy was condensed to the extreme. It was enough to tear the air apart. Ordinary earth immortals would not dare to resist it and could only retreat. Go. As Lei Xuanzi waved his hand, the thunder blade instantly broke the hypersonic barrier and traveled 1,000 meters at a terrifying speed. It was as if a real ninth heaven divine thunder had struck. All the earth immortals felt a chill down their spines. This was Lei Xuanzi's real killing move. However, this move also consumed the origin energy of the thunder blade. If he used it too many times in a short time, the ninth heaven divine thunder in the thunderblade would be in danger of collapsing. If it was not a last resort, Lei Xuanzi would never use this move. At that moment, Su Qin's eyes seemed to be burning as he faced Lei Xuanzi's attack. The divine radiance that was released from his body began to burn. The fire was raging and it made him look like a fire god. Su Qin raised his hands and gathered all the energy in his body, clamping Lei Xuanzi's thunderblade between his hands. Ha ha ha. Tanguodun, you've been fooled. Lei Xuanzi saw this and immediately burst into laughter. A second thunderblade appeared in his hand and he slashed at Su Qin. Rip. The light purple ninth heaven divine thunder boiled and turned into a dazzling sword light. It crossed the void and slashed at Su Qin's forehead. Whoosh! Su Qin's figure flashed and instantly appeared several li away, but it was already too late. The light purple saber light had finally slashed down. However, Su Qin's final dodge was not completely useless. At the very least, the area from his shoulder to his chest had withstood the saber strike. Crack! A large amount of blood spilled and a huge wound appeared on Su Qin's body. It was more than a meter long and cut through his shoulder and chest. The sword mark extended from his right shoulder to his left abdomen. Under this saber, he was almost split into 2 halves. Tang Guotian is going to lose. The rest of the patriarchs who were watching the battle saw this scene and their hearts sank. Su Qin's injury was too serious at this moment. If he hadn't dodged at the last moment, his whole body would have been cut in half. Even so, Su Qin's energy was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, if it were other peak mythical legends, their body would have begun to collapse after suffering such an injury. They would not be like Su Qin, who was still hanging on to his last breath. Tang Guotian, how is the power of my attack? Lei Xuanzi's face turned pale and his energy was also weakened. Apparently, the 2 consecutive attacks and forced a part of the Thunderblade's origin had a great impact on him. The power is not bad. But it's useless against me. Su Qin nodded slightly and looked at Lei Xuanzi. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, Su Qin's body began to recover. Countless drops of blood turned into particles and flowed into his body. Almost in a blink, he was restored to his original state. Divine power, flesh rebirth. How is this possible? Countless mythical warriors were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. They had never thought that Su Qin's body would recover so quickly after being almost cut in half. Although the body of an earth immortal was called the Dharma body after being replenished by the essence Qi ocean, the stronger the body, the slower the recovery. Besides, Lei Xuanzi's Thunderblade had not only almost cut his body in half, but also the energy of the divine thunder of the 9th heaven was like a maggot, constantly destroying the other parts of Su Qin's body. Could it be that this celestial of the Tang Empire is from the monster clan? A peak mythical ancestral patriarch's voice trembled. Not only was Su Qin's body powerful, but it also had such a terrifying recovery ability. The ancestral patriarchs really couldn't think of any other possibility, except for the legendary monster race that dominated the body. While the ancestral patriarchs and many mythical warriors were shocked, Lei Xuanzi and Su Qin fought again. This time Lei Xuanzi was apparently a little crazy. He began to throw caution to the wind and even used the Thunderblade several times. Divine thunder of the 9th heaven, use me as the guide. Lei Xuanzi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the lightning blade. In an instant the sky dimmed as large amounts of dark clouds gathered. Vaguely, a purple lightning dragon was constantly churning within the dark clouds. Lei Xuanzi didn't hesitate to use half of his blood to summon the real divine thunder of the 9th heaven. It's over. Run. The ancestral patriarchs saw this scene and their hair stood on end. In front of the real divine thunder of the 9th heaven, even a trace of it was enough to doom them. Tang Guotian, let's see how you recover this time. Lei Xuanzi laughed wildly. Under the bombardment of the divine thunder of the 9th heaven, Su Qin's body would be directly turned into powder. Lei Xuanzi didn't believe that Su Qin could recover under such circumstances. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang stood in front of the Taiji Palace and looked up with Su Yueyun at Su Qin, who was like a speck of dust under the vast purple thunder dragon. His face was full of despair. Even he, who was so far away, was suffocated by the aura of great destruction, let alone Su Qin, who was facing this pressure directly. Chapter 317. Thousands of meters high in the sky. The wind was like a dragon. The momentum was like an abyss. And the terrifying power permeated every corner. Many peak myth realm old ancestors who were watching the battle were all dumbfounded, as they looked at the figure that was no different from Su Qin who had ascended to the sky. Many myths outside Chang and City also saw this scene. Although they were far less careful than the patriarchs in Chang and City as myths, they were extremely sensitive to auras, not to mention that there was suddenly an expert like Su Qin whose aura was comparable to the sky. What the hell is going on? Why are there 2 celestials of the Tang Empire? Countless people were dumbfounded and their minds went blank. They couldn't react for a long time. Just now, during the battle between Su Qin and Lei Xuanzi, the divine power shook the world. Even if they were dozens of miles away, they were still shocked. However, no one dreamed that when Lei Xuanzi finally gained the upper hand and used all kinds of means, and finally even used the thunder blade in his hand to receive the real 9th heaven divine thunder to defeat and suppress Su Qin, there was actually a second Su Qin running out? Could it be that the one who has been fighting with Lei Xuanzi is just the primordial spirit avatar of the Tangguo Tian? The patriarch of witchcraft seemed to have thought of something. His face changed slightly and his voice trembled. The so-called primordial spirit avatar was because the primordial spirit of an earth immortal expert had been nourished by the sea of vitality. When it was strong to a certain extent, it could be divided into a part and form the primordial spirit avatar. However, ordinary earth immortals were not willing to divide into a primordial spirit avatar. First, it was because dividing a part of the primordial spirit would have a certain impact on the earth immortal. If there were not enough elixirs to replenish the primordial spirit, even the earth immortal would be weak for a while. Second, the strength of the primordial spirit avatar was very different from that of the earth immortal. Moreover, the strength of the primordial spirit avatar was permanently fixed and could not be improved with the earth immortal. It was not worth it at all. Primordial spirit avatar? The hearts of the other pinnacle myth realm grand ancestors were filled with shock. All of them had earth immortals in their respective sections. The only sect that did not have an earth immortal was the Kuragenkyo, but they had also learned about the means of an earth immortal through other means. Therefore, when these patriarchs learned that Su Qin, who had been fighting with Lei Xuanzi until now, was only a primordial spirit avatar, one could imagine the shock in their hearts. Just how little did he think of Lei Xuanzi that he would only send out a primordial spirit avatar to deal with Lei Xuanzi. Moreover, he was able to fight to the death with a land immortal like Lei Xuanzi with just a primordial spirit avatar. Although he was at a disadvantage, he forced Lei Xuanzi to use all his means. In the end, he even summoned the true Nine Heavens divine thunder at all costs. Even his primordial spirit avatar possessed such heaven-defying strength. Then, just how terrifying was Su Qin's original body? Tangguotian people. Patriarch Raytheon's expression was ugly and extremely solemn. Originally, when Lei Xuanzi had the upper hand in the battle with Su Qin, he was extremely happy. Once Tangguotian people were defeated, Raytheon would once again rule the land of the Great Battle and monopolize most of the opportunities in the land of the Great Battle. But now? The one who had been fighting with Lei Xuanzi was only a primordial spirit avatar of Tangguotian. As for Tangguotian's original body, he was too lazy to make a move. If Lei Xuanzi had not summoned the Nine Heavens divine thunder at the end, Patriarch Raytheon even thought that Tangguotian's original body would not have shown up at all. This was no longer contempt. It was a complete and utter humiliation. No wonder I felt that Tangguotian's aura was not right this time. It's just a primordial spirit avatar. A thoughtful expression appeared on the face of a high-sex patriarch. Although the black-robed Su Qin's appearance and aura were exactly the same as Su Qin's, he lacked the oppressive feeling of looking down on all living beings. At that time he even wondered if he had sensed wrongly. Now it seemed that it was indeed the case. Although the primordial spirit avatar was also Su Qin in terms of strength, how could it compare to the real body? Two third brothers. In front of Taiji Palace, the Emperor of Tang and Su Yueyun blinked and looked at each other with puzzled expressions. The methods of a heavenly being are truly unpredictable. The old man Fei Yu looked up at the sky and marveled in his heart. He remembered that when he first met Su Qin had only just destroyed the Wanjian school. Although the old man Fei Yu did not witness the process of Su Qin destroying the Wanjian school, he was very sure that Su Qin was not an earth immortal. This could be seen from the appearance of the fire elemental origin, and the fact that Su Qin had killed a few high-sex primordial spirit realm patriarchs. If Su Qin had already become an earth immortal at that time, he could have crushed the few primordial spirit realm patriarchs into dust with a single thought. Why would he need to attack? In other words, in less than 10 years, not only had Su Qin surpassed the earth immortal realm, but he had also reached the depths of the earth immortal realm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to pester Lei Xuanzi for so long with an avatar. Compared to the other's shock and disbelief, Lei Xuanzi, on the other hand, was completely silent. Although he did not seem to show any emotions, his right hand that was holding the thunder blade could not help but tremble. It was clear that he was not as calm as he appeared. "This is your primordial spirit avatar?" Lei Xuanzi's gaze kept wandering between the two Su Qins. Although Lei Xuanzi asked this, he had already confirmed most of it in his heart. The two Su Qins had the same face and aura. Apart from the primordial spirit avatar, how could there be any other possibility? Sort of. Su Qin glanced at Lei Xuanzi. To be precise, the black-robed Su Qin did not belong to the primordial spirit avatar of an earth immortal in the traditional sense. The so-called primordial spirit avatar could only be possessed by an earth immortal. However, Su Qin's avatar had already been created through the demonic will separation parasitism technique when he was in the myth realm. Moreover, compared to other primordial spirit avatars, Su Qin's avatar had relied on the divine ability of flesh and blood rebirth. It had a physical body of the same origin, and its strength could still grow. It was unknown how much stronger it was than the primordial spirit avatar. However, Su Qin was too lazy to explain this. At this moment, Su Qin was immersed in the surge of strength. After nearly a year of closed-door training, he had finally stepped into the earth immortal realm. At this moment, Su Qin's primordial spirit was drawing on the primordial qi in the depths of the void. He only felt that he could mobilize endless power with just a thought. It should be known that the primordial qi that Su Qin had merged with was not on the surface, but in the depths, and it was close to the bottom of the primordial qi. With the primordial qi at such a depth, the improvement brought about by merging with the primordial qi was simply incredible. No wonder earth immortals are so powerful. Su Qin's heart stirred. The myth realm could grasp the power of heaven and earth, and the peak myth realm could even condense a miniature domain. However, compared with the primordial qi in the depths of the void, it was not on the same level at all. It was like the difference between the inner strength of the 9th grade martial arts and the true essence of the myth realm. This did not mean that the power of heaven and earth was inferior to the primordial qi. But the power of heaven and earth mastered by the myth realm martial artists was inferior to the primordial qi. The world was too vast. Even if earth immortals roamed the universe, it was difficult to reach the end of the world. The power of heaven and earth mastered by the myth realm martial artists was only a small part of the whole world. How could it be compared with the primordial qi in the depths of the void? That's right. And you? Su Qin turned his gaze and looked at Lei Xuanzi again. Although the one who fought with Lei Xuanzi just now was only Su Qin's incarnation, since Lei Xuanzi dared to come to his door, then he should be prepared to die. Thinking of this, Su Qin looked up at the dark clouds. Just now, Lei Xuanzi used the Thunderblade as a guide and forcibly summoned the 9th heaven divine thunder. At this moment, although the 9th heaven divine thunder had not fallen as time passed, the pressure accumulated was getting heavier and heavier, as if there really was a thunder dragon in the depths of the dark clouds. I don't like cloudy days. Su Qin's eyes were calm as he softly spat out 2 words. Call the wind. In an instant, black wind gathered above the 9th heaven and condensed into a black dragon. The next moment, the black dragon roared and blew away the dark clouds that were constantly gathering. The call the wind technique was a supernatural power that could grow with Su Qin's strength. At this moment, Su Qin was already an earth immortal, and with the help of the power in the depths of the primordial qi, his strength surpassed that of ordinary earth immortals. As a result, Su Qin's call the wind technique was much more powerful than before. Under the roar of the black dragon, even the 9th heaven divine thunder that symbolized the power of heaven and earth collapsed rapidly. Lei Xuanzi's expression was uncertain. Using the power of the Thunderblade to summon the 9th heaven divine thunder was already Lei Xuanzi's most powerful move, besides his last desperate move. But now, Lei Xuanzi watched the 9th heaven divine thunder that had just condensed collapse under Su Qin's words. Run! When Su Qin's original body first appeared, Lei Xuanzi still had some hope that Su Qin's original body might not be that strong. But now, as the 9th heaven divine thunder was blown away, Lei Xuanzi only had one thought in his mind, and that was to run. Even if they were all earth immortals, there were differences in strength. For example, perfected Lord Donghai stood at the peak of the earth immortal realm during the last Vitality Tide era. And the power that Su Qin had just displayed was obviously stronger than ordinary earth immortals, at least stronger than Lei Xuanzi, who had just entered the earth immortal realm. With such a difference in strength, if Lei Xuanzi continued to stay, not only would he be humiliating himself, but his life would also be in danger. Therefore, Lei Xuanzi turned around and fled without hesitation. Boom! Lei Xuanzi's figure retreated rapidly, and the space seemed to shrink under Lei Xuanzi's feet. The distance of hundreds of thousands of meters was crossed in an instant. Lei Xuanzi ran away? An earth immortal can actually run? Everyone who saw this scene felt as if they were dreaming. Even in the previous Vitality Tide era, an Earth Immortal was an absolute powerhouse who could dominate a region. As for the current Vitality Tide era, it was even rarer for one to appear in 1,000 years. Which Earth Immortal was not invincible in the world? But now, everyone actually saw an Earth Immortal who looked down on the world running away? It's not that Lei Xuanzi is weak, but that Tang Guotian is too strong. A high-sex old ancestor's tone was heavy as he thought about it. Was Lei Xuanzi weak? Obviously not. No matter in which era, Lei Xuanzi was not weak. But unfortunately, Lei Xuanzi met Su Qin. Su Qin's incarnation was already fighting Lei Xuanzi to the death, let alone his original body. Run! It's too late. Seeing this, Su Qin shook his head slightly. If Lei Xuanzi turned around and ran away before he came out of seclusion, there would be no problem at all. After all, although Su Qin's incarnation was powerful, it was difficult for it to keep an Earth Immortal behind. But now Su Qin had already come out of seclusion, so how could he let Lei Xuanzi escape under his nose? The next moment, Su Qin raised his right hand and slowly pressed down on Lei Xuanzi from afar. Rumble! A palm that covered the sky condensed and covered an unknown distance. It directly enveloped Lei Xuanzi, who was running away quickly. No! Lei Xuanzi's eyes widened as he blocked the thunderblade in front of him. In an instant, the thunderblade trembled as a terrifying power passed through the weapon forged by a supreme expert and blasted onto Lei Xuanzi's body. Puffed! Lei Xuanzi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Su Qin in disbelief. Even with the thunderblade blocking most of the power, Su Qin's palm still injured Lei Xuanzi quite badly. Chapter 318. Lei Xuanzi was very strong. Whether it was his body or his Dharma power, he had completely stepped into the level of an Earth Immortal. Even his realm of mastery was omnipresent. Even a half-step Earth Immortal would find it difficult to move an inch if he fell into it. Unless he immediately abandoned his body and escaped with his primordial spirit, he would only become a fish on the chopping board. As for the thunderblade in Lei Xuanzi's hand, it was personally made by a supreme expert with divine thunder from the ninth heaven. Even when facing other Earth Immortals, Lei Xuanzi could gain a great advantage with this thunderblade. Unfortunately, Lei Xuanzi met Su Qin, who had condensed the Golden Crow divine body Su Qin. The Golden Crow divine body was formed by Su Qin's great sun picture, transforming his body with a trace of the origin of the three-legged Golden Crow, the most powerful divine beast of the fire element. With the help of the Golden Crow divine body, even if Su Qin was only a level 9 martial artist, he was comparable to an Earth Immortal, not to mention that Su Qin had completely stepped into the level of an Earth Immortal. When he stepped into the level of an Earth Immortal, his primordial spirit merged with the Sea of Vitality and guided the power of the Sea of Vitality to nourish his body, making Su Qin's body soar again. This was also the reason why Su Qin could injure Lei Xuanzi with just one palm. Su Qin's palm was not only the power of an Earth Immortal, but also the power of the Golden Crow divine body. With the combination of the two, how could it be as simple as just doubling? This is impossible. How can your body be so strong? Although Lei Xuanzi was vomiting blood, his injuries quickly stabilized. This was the Dharma body of an Earth Immortal. It was full of qi and blood. Any injury, as long as it did not damage the origin, could be quickly healed. Of course, even 10 Dharma bodies were far inferior to Su Qin's flesh regeneration divine ability. For example, Lei Xuanzi's thunderblade almost cut Su Qin's incarnation into two. If it were other Earth Immortals, their bodies would have collapsed long ago. How could they recover so quickly? Tangguotian, why don't we stop? I, Raytheon, swear that I will never step into the border of the Empire of Tang in my life. Lei Xuanzi was indeed a land immortal that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Seeing that it was hard for him to escape unscathed, he immediately prepared to admit defeat. And Lei Xuanzi had to pay a huge price every time he used it. And he was not sure if he could defeat Su in the end. Lei Xuanzi. He was not sure if Lei Xuanzi would. Therefore, Lei Xuanzi did not hesitate to lower his stance. For Lei Xuanzi, he had just entered the Earth Immortal realm and still had 500 to 600 years of lifespan left. When Su Qin heard this, a trace of ridicule flashed across his face. Lei Xuanzi took the initiative to attack. Did he ever think about stopping the Empire of Tang? If it weren't for Su Qin's incarnation blocking Lei Xuanzi and stalling for time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Qin's place of seclusion was in the majestic hall under Chang'an City. It was protected by the million-spirit Buddha lamp and the Wutu flag. Even if Lei Xuanzi was an earth immortal, he might not be able to find him in a short time. But what about the others? If he couldn't find Su Qin, Lei Xuanzi would definitely vent his anger on others. By then, the family Su and the Emperor of Tang would probably die. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Su Qin never thought of stopping with Lei Xuanzi. No need. You'd better die. Su Qin stretched out his right hand again. A vast sea of vitality appeared like an ancient sacred mountain and pressed down on Lei Xuanzi. Lei Xuanzi raised his thunder blade again, trying to block Su Qin's palm. The terrifying power still penetrated through. Compared to the previous palm, Su Qin's palm was obviously much more powerful. He was still holding back. Lei Xuanzi's face was full of despair. Lei Xuanzi spat out another mouthful of blood. Boom! Before Lei Xuanzi could recover, another palm came down, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Many of the great sect's ancestors who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. The earth immortal in their eyes was like a stone in front of Su Qin. He was sent flying everywhere. It's about time. Su Qin sent out dozens of palms, and the power of each palm kept increasing. After 20 palms, the burst of power was earth-shattering. Fortunately, Lei Xuanzi was an earth immortal with a powerful Dharma body. Coupled with the fact that he had a phenomenal success realm to protect himself, as well as various other trump cards, he barely survived. Otherwise, even a mountain range would have turned into dust under Su Qin's dozens of palms. It's time to end this. Su Qin glanced at Lei Xuanzi. At this moment, Lei Xuanzi was extremely miserable. His clothes had long been tattered under the terrifying power. His face was ashen without a trace of blood. Even his body had begun to crack. Obviously, even after blocking Su Qin's dozens of palms, Lei Xuanzi was still seriously injured. In fact, it was already beyond Su Qin's expectations that Lei Xuanzi could hold on for so long. The power of each of Su Qin's palms was the power of an earth immortal, and the power of the golden crow divine body. It was enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Lei Xuanzi could still survive under such a powerful attack. This was enough to make Su Qin think highly of him. Go to hell. Su Qin sent out his final palm. Vaguely, the void within 100 miles began to condense. Lei Xuanzi's phenomenal success realm was directly suppressed. Even the thunderblade in Lei Xuanzi's hand let out a cry. No. Even the forbidden area of the Thunder Valley can't kill me. How can you, the Tangguotian, kill me? A faint purple thunderbolt appeared between Lei Xuanzi's eyebrows. A terrifying aura instantly erupted and broke free from Su Qin's control. Thunder Prison Blade. Lei Xuanzi held the thunder blade again. Accompanied by the terrifying power of thunder, he fiercely slashed at Su Qin. This slash burned Lei Xuanzi's vitality and primordial spirit. Even the ninth heaven divine thunder in the thunderblade was burning. An aura that surpassed the limits of the world and was about to shatter the void appeared. Thunder Prism Blade was the half-killing move that Lei Xuanzi finally comprehended after being in the Thunder Valley for 300 years. According to Lei Xuanzi's guess, this killing move should be one of the inheritances left behind by the supreme expert in the Thunder Valley. However, no matter how hard Lei Xuanzi tried to comprehend it, he could only comprehend half of it. Moreover, once this killing move was used, everything about Lei Xuanzi began to burn, including his vitality and primordial spirit. This was also Lei Xuanzi's last desperate killing move. Unless it was a last resort or a life-and-death situation, Lei Xuanzi was unwilling to use this killing move. After all, vitality symbolized Shouyuan. Once it was burned, it could never come back. With this slash, Lei Xuanzi lost at least 100 years of Shouyuan. Such a price could no longer be described as heartache. Rumble. The world instantly darkened. A blade light that seemed to split hundreds of millions of thunderbolts appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It directly slashed Su Qin's last palm. It's too terrifying. Is this the power of an earth immortal? Many ancestors who were watching the battle only felt their scalps explode. Even if the blade light was not aimed at them, Everyone still felt that their bodies were being cut open and their primordial spirits were slowly collapsing. Just looking at it from afar made them feel this way. What about Su Qin, who was facing this move directly? Can the Tangguotian block it? Countless people thought quickly in their hearts. Although Su Qin's strength had completely suppressed Lei Xuanzi, at this moment, Lei Xuanzi's slash had obviously undergone some qualitative change. It was definitely a trump card. Could Su Qin block it? Interesting. Is this a killing move left behind by a supreme expert? When Su Qin saw the blade light that cut everything apart, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Other martial artists might only think that this move was powerful, but with Su Qin's eyesight, how could he not see the aura that surpassed the limits of the world and was about to shatter the void when this blade was slashed out? Of course, the appearance of this aura was not because this blade light could cut through the void. It was just an aura, and it was still far from truly shattering the void. However, the existence of this aura meant that this killing move was related to a supreme expert or even left behind by a supreme expert. What a pity. It's only half a move. If you can slash out a complete move, there's hope that you can hurt me. But half a move. Su Qin shook his head slightly. The grand sun in the depths of his eyes suddenly began to burn rapidly, and finally spread to the entire eye socket. From afar, the flames in Su Qin's eyes burned fiercely, as if the god of fire had descended to the mortal world, controlling all flames and burning everything. Grand Sun Golden Pupil. After this Grand Sun picture was completed, Su Qin had mastered a divine ability related to the three-legged golden crow. At this moment it finally bloomed in the world. Buzz! It was as if there were two more suns under the sky. The terrifying flames directly turned into two fire pillars, sweeping out from Su Qin's eyes. Wherever the fire pillars went, the void began to distort. The blade light that slashed toward Su Qin only lasted for a few seconds before it quickly collapsed and became fuel for the flames. This. When Lei Xuanzi saw this scene, his hands and feet turned cold. He couldn't believe it. This was a killer move that he had comprehended in the Thunder Valley. It was very likely that it was left behind by a supreme expert. Even if Lei Xuanzi had only comprehended half a move, it was still not something that ordinary Earth immortals could easily block. Lei Xuanzi didn't hesitate to use this move. It might not be able to kill Su Qin, but it would at least cause serious injuries. By then Lei Xuanzi could easily retreat. But what was the truth? The so-called killer move was completely burned into nothingness in the flames that surged out from Su Qin's eyes. However, before Lei Xuanzi could react, the flames that spewed out from Su Qin's eyes surged and enveloped Lei Xuanzi. Then, Lei Xuanzi let out a shrill scream, and then his body began to burn into nothingness inch by inch. In the end, Lei Xuanzi's essence spirit escaped, trying to get rid of this terrifying flame. But the Great Sun Golden Eye was the innate ability of the strongest divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. Even if it was far inferior to the Great Sun True Fire and the Fire Spirit Immortal Body, it was still not something that Lei Xuanzi could escape from. Under the spread of the flames, Lei Xuanzi's essence spirit was also burned into nothingness. This Earth Immortal, who was rarely seen in 1,000 years, had completely fallen under Su Qin's divine ability without even his essence spirit escaping. There was dead silence. Countless martial artists who had witnessed this scene with their own eyes were in a daze as if they had witnessed a miracle. Chapter 319. Namo Amitba. Outside Chang'an City, an old monk with benevolent brows and drooping eyes looked at Lei Xuanzi from afar as he turned into nothingness in the flames. He could not help but lower his head and recite the name of Buddha. The overseas legacy had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Land immortals were above everything. There was no one who could coexist for a lifetime, let alone die. Even during the peak of the previous vitality tide, land immortals were experts who ruled over a region. They lived for more than 1,000 years, and their skills were formidable. The revered one of the world is getting stronger. Beside the old monk, the sixth forefather's eyes were filled with amazement. Even though the 10,000 Buddha Palace had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, had a vast foundation, and even had a Buddhist sect's finger bone suppressing it, it could only temporarily block and land immortal. As for killing one, that was impossible. Unless the 10,000 Buddha Palace's Buddhist sect's Almighty was resurrected, who else could kill a land immortal in this era of vitality chi? First forefather, do you think we should pay the revered one of the world a visit? Seventh forefather looked at the old monk with benevolent brows and drooping eyes and could not help but ask. Lei Xuanzi had returned and used his great supernatural power to fill the sea and create land on Thunder God Island. How big of a commotion was this? Naturally, the 10 forefathers of the 10,000 Buddha Palace had been alerted. The old monk with benevolent brows and drooping eyes was the first forefather of the 10,000 Buddha Palace. Legend had it that he had once stepped into the realm of Great Arhat. He had stayed in this realm for a while before he fell due to the impact of the Vitality Sea. Compared to the other half-step land immortals, the first forefather of the 10,000 Buddha Palace was more powerful. The other half-step land immortals had only taken half a step into this realm, but the first forefather had completely stepped into it. He was only forced to fall due to the backlash of the Vitality Sea. There's no need. With the revered one of the world's abilities, I'm sure he's already noticed us. If he wants to meet us, he'll summon us. It's not a good thing for us to force an audience. The old monk with benevolent brows and drooping eyes pondered for a while before he shook his head. His tone was filled with respect and admiration. To be able to see the revered one of the world in action, even if I fall into the cycle of reincarnation, it's worth it. The minds of the other forefathers of the great sects who were watching the battle were blank. They were speechless. Everyone stared blankly at the man whose eyes seemed to have the great sun. Lei Xuanzi had entered the earth god realm, and was supposed to rule the world for 500 years. However, he had fallen here. Who could have predicted such an outcome? Who would dare to predict? Invincible. This is the real invincible in the world. One of the ancestral patriarchs of the Medicine God Valley sect said with trembling hands. He looked at Su Qin with awe and admiration. Since the end of the previous Vitality Tide era, the overseas inheritance had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. In these tens of thousands of years, the land immortals were known to be invincible. However, the invincibility of land immortals came from the suppression of their realm. For example, a land immortal could crush hundreds and thousands of pinnacle mythical creatures with a raise of his hand. However, only someone like Su Qin, who could kill an earth immortal of the same level, could be considered truly invincible in the world. The rest of the ancestral patriarchs turned pale, especially Raytheon's ancestral patriarch. Extreme fear appeared on his face. Lei Xuanzi's advancement into the earth god realm was supposed to usher in the golden age of the Thunder God sect and suppress the world. But now Lei Xuanzi had fallen. Such a huge difference was enough to cause the Taoist heart of the Thunder God sect's patriarchs to crumble. Moreover, the ancestral patriarch of Raytheon was most afraid of how Su Qin would deal with Raytheon. One should know that Lei Xuanzi had personally attacked Chang and City, which meant that he had completely fallen out with Su Qin. Now that Su Qin had killed Lei Xuanzi, he would probably deal with Raytheon next. After all, although the land immortals looked down on the world and didn't care about the thoughts of ants, it didn't mean that they could be bullied by others. Raytheon had attacked Su Qin 3 or 4 times. Now, he had even mobilized an earth immortal. How could Su Qin let him go so easily? The strength of the Tangguotian is truly awe-inspiring. An ancestral patriarch of the Snow God Palace said slowly. His tone seemed to be filled with inexplicable shock. As soon as he said that, the other ancestral patriarchs' hearts trembled. The word awe had always been used to describe the gods and Buddhas in myths and legends. Ordinary experts, even earth immortals, were at most powerful and terrifying. Now the ancestral patriarch of the Snow God Palace used awe to describe Su Qin. One could imagine that in her heart, Su Qin had already risen to the same height as the gods and Buddhas. In an era where vitality was stagnant and all methods had withered, not only did he become an earth immortal, but he also killed an earth immortal with a raise of his hand. If such talent wasn't a god or Buddha, what was it? The Tangguotian, an ancestral patriarch, said these 4 words in a low voice that seemed to suppress the world. Compared to the panic of the ancestral patriarch of Raytheon, the other ancestral patriarchs were much calmer. After all, Lei Xuanzi was a member of Raytheon and had nothing to do with the other major sections. Moreover, they were not the ones who ordered Lei Xuanzi to attack Chang and City. However, even so, the ancestral patriarchs were still extremely shocked. Originally, in their hearts, the battle between Lei Xuanzi and Su Qin would at most result in both sides suffering losses. After all, in a battle between Earth immortals, even if one side was no match for the other, the most they could do was to retreat. However, now Lei Xuanzi had actually fallen. The Tang Guotian had killed an Earth immortal with his invincible talent. This was simply beyond everyone's imagination. Third brother has won. A smile finally appeared on Emperor Tang's face. As for Su Yueyun and the other members of the family Su, they breathed a sigh of relief and almost couldn't hold on. The battle just now was too intense. Especially when Su Qin didn't appear in person and only used his incarnation to fight against Lei Xuanzi, it was even more dangerous. In the end, Lei Xuanzi's thunderblade almost cut Su Qin in half. This simply made the family Su's hearts tighten. Third uncle is too powerful. Li Wan clenched the long sword in his hand and blinked his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. With Lord's strength, who in the world can be Lord's opponent except for the immortal sect? The old man Fei Yu swallowed his saliva and felt that he had made the right decision in his life. He took the initiative to surrender on the Myriad Sword Island, and revealed the secret of the immortal sect to obtain Su Qin's protection. Divine power, golden eyes of the great sun. As expected of a fire-type offensive divine power, thousands of meters in the sky, Su Qin didn't leave immediately. Instead, he repeatedly scanned the surroundings with the power of his primordial spirit and his domain to confirm whether Lei Xuanzi had completely fallen. After all, compared to the myth realm, the life-saving ability of an earth immortal was much stronger. Not to mention the physical body, just the power of the primordial spirit alone was extremely difficult to kill. Even a pinnacle myth realm could possess another body and be reborn, let alone an earth immortal. As long as a trace of the earth immortal's primordial spirit escaped, he would be able to recover his strength and return in a few decades at most. This was also the reason why earth immortals didn't easily fall in the previous era of vitality recovery. Even a pinnacle earth immortal like Lord Dong Hai wouldn't casually attack other earth immortals. Otherwise, if a trace of the other party's primordial spirit escaped and hid in the dark for revenge 100 years later, wouldn't that be a headache? Of course, with Su Qin's strength, he didn't care how many times Lei Xuanzi had been reborn, but it was still a problem. However, what Su Qin didn't expect was that Lei Xuanzi had completely fallen under the divine power. Golden eyes of the great sun awakened after the picture of the great sun was completed. Su Qin had underestimated the golden eyes of the great sun. Although the golden eyes of the great sun wasn't a great divine power of the fire-type supreme divine beast, the three-legged golden crow, it couldn't be underestimated. Lei Xuanzi had just become an earth immortal, and he had already been severely injured by Su Qin. How could he resist the golden eyes of the great sun? Of course, whether it was the golden eyes of the great sun or other divine powers, it all depended on Su Qin's strength. If Su Qin had the ability of an adult three-legged golden crow, the entire world would probably be burned into nothingness under the illumination of the golden eyes of the great sun. After confirming that Lei Xuanzi had completely fallen, Su Qin continued to carefully sense his own strength. He had to admit that Lei Xuanzi's strength was indeed great. Even if he had just become an earth immortal, with the thunder blade in his hand and the thunder prison blade, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the elites who had been in the earth immortal for many years. However, although Lei Xuanzi was strong, Su Qin was stronger. In the next moment, Su Qin took a step forward and disappeared from thousands of meters high in the sky, appearing in front of the great sect patriarchs who were watching the battle. "Greetings, heavenly man," the patriarchs shuddered in fright and hurriedly bowed in respect. At this moment, Su Qin was no different from a god in the hearts of the patriarchs. How could they not bow? "Heavenly man, Only the patriarchs of Raytheon had a bitter expression. When Su Qin appeared in front of them, these Raytheon patriarchs felt a terrifying aura locking onto them. Su Qin had his hands behind his back as he looked down at the terrified Raytheon patriarchs and said calmly, "Raytheon, you've provoked me repeatedly. Do you know the consequences?" "Heavenly man, I, Raytheon, know that I've done wrong. Please forgive me, heavenly man," one of the patriarchs of Raytheon quickly said. "There's no need." Su Qin shook his head. With a thought, his area of great accomplishment spread out. A vast sea of vitality chi vaguely appeared and crushed the patriarchs of Raytheon into pieces. In 3 days, I'll personally visit Raytheon. Su Qin glanced at the other patriarchs. After leaving these words, he disappeared again. In 3 days, I'll personally visit Raytheon. The patriarchs were shocked. Su Qin's words kept ringing in their ears. They felt their mouths turn dry. They dared not imagine it. With Su Qin's status as a terrestrial immortal, it was only natural that he would not visit Raytheon. According to the patriarch's speculations, Su Qin's visit to Raytheon in 3 days would be similar to how he dealt with the Wanjian school. He would completely destroy the great sect that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, Raytheon. The Tangguotian is going to destroy everything and reshape the world, muttered one of the patriarchs. When the other patriarchs heard this, their hearts were also stirred. When Su Qin destroyed Wanjian school, it also caused a stir overseas. However, in the eyes of the patriarchs it was barely acceptable. After all, although Wanjian school was a legacy left behind by a terrestrial immortal, it had not produced a powerhouse for a long time. Without a half-step terrestrial immortal to suppress the sect, even if Su Qin did not make a move, it might still be destroyed in a few thousand years. However, Raytheon was different. Raytheon had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Since the end of the last vitality tide, it had always stood at the peak overseas. How could such a great sect be destroyed so easily? However, when Su Qin said this, the patriarchs present felt that Raytheon was about to meet its end. To be able to destroy Raytheon, a great sect with tens of thousands of years of history, was equivalent to Su Qin overturning the situation of many great sects overseas with his own strength. If this was not reshaping the world, what was it? After today, the Tangguotian will truly be invincible in the world, said one of the patriarchs with a bitter smile. Chapter 320. When the high sect ancestors and the other legends who were watching the battle trembled at Su Qin's terrifying strength, Su Qin had returned to the palace. The Emperor of Tang, Su Yueyun, and the others immediately surrounded Su Qin. They wanted to say something but hesitated, staring at Su Qin. If you have any questions, just ask. Su Qin smiled gently. After entering the Earth Immortal realm, his every move was in harmony with heaven and earth. Even if he did not reveal any aura, it was enough to make people's hearts palpitate. The stronger one was, the clearer it was to experience this. Third brother, the one who appeared in front of us during this time is. The Emperor of Tang hesitated for a while and asked cautiously. That's one of my incarnations, Su Qin said calmly. Before becoming an Earth Immortal, Su Qin might have needed to hide the existence of his incarnations. After all, only the real Earth Immortals had incarnations. Below the Earth Immortal realm, the power of the primordial spirit was not enough. So how could they dare to split their primordial spirit? Su Qin only dared to try to split his incarnations in the myth realm because he had the demonic will split parasitism and countless pills to replenish the primordial spirit. As for now, Su Qin had completely entered the Earth Immortal realm. There was no need to hide the existence of his incarnations because there was no need to hide it. Incarnation. The Emperor of Tang blinked. Don't worry, the incarnation is me. There's no difference, Su Qin explained patiently. My lord, has the Earth Immortal Raytheon completely fallen? Old man Fei Yu asked tentatively when he saw that no one else asked. He's completely fallen. Su Qin nodded slightly. After completely burning Lei Xuanzi into nothingness with the golden pupil of the great sun, Su Qin deliberately stayed for a while and scanned with the power of his primordial spirit and great accomplishment domain. Finally, he opened the Eye of Truth and confirmed that Lei Xuanzi's aura had completely disappeared before leaving. How could Su Qin not know about eliminating the source of trouble? Even the martial artists in the lower realm knew about this. It's good that he's fallen. Old man Fei Yu and the other legends immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At first, they were worried that Lei Xuanzi's primordial spirit would escape and seek revenge in the future. Now it seemed that Su Qin had erased their worries. Third uncle, you're really too strong. Even Grandpa Wanjian can't compare to you, Li Wan said excitedly. Grandpa 10,000 swords? Su Qin was slightly stunned. In the next moment, Su Qin slowly looked at Li Wan. To be precise, he was looking at the extremely illusory sword essence in Li Wan's body. Kunzu had comprehended the sword will from the 9,000-foot sword peaks on the 10,000 Swords Island. It was said to be one of the 10,000 Swords Taoist legacies, and was extremely precious. When Su Qin brought Li Wan back, he had carefully examined the sword will, but could not find anything. The sword will was extremely illusory, and even if it had parasitized Li Wan's body, it would only last for a few hundred years at most. After that, the sword will would completely collapse. Even so, at this very moment, when Su Qin had completely stepped into the realm of earthly immortals and looked at the sword will again, he saw something that he had never seen before. Humph! A cold look appeared on Su Qin's face as he raised his right hand and gently pressed. In an instant, the sword will in Li Wan's body was forcibly pulled out by Su Qin. The sword will was illusory and kept churning before finally turning into an illusory middle-aged man with a gaze as sharp as a sword. The 10,000 Swords Taoist? Su Qin said flatly as he stared at the illusory middle-aged man. Even if Su Qin had never met the 10,000 Swords Taoist, he was absolutely certain that even if the illusory middle-aged man he had forced out was not the 10,000 Swords Taoist, there was a great connection between him and the 10,000 Swords Taoist from over 4,000 years ago. Otherwise, who could unleash such a pure sword will aside from the 10,000 Swords Taoist, a swordsmanship land immortal from over 4,000 years ago? Master has long since fallen. I am merely a sword spirit he left behind. The illusory middle-aged man sighed softly and said truthfully, a sword spirit was a swordsmanship land immortal who split a portion of his Yuan spirit and refined it according to the method of refining mystic treasures. From a certain point of view, a sword spirit was an independent life form that had nothing to do with the 10,000 Swords Taoist, although it might have inherited part of the 10,000 Swords Taoist memories and hence become a brand new life form. A sword spirit was not human, and was more like a spiritual life form. Of course, there were many ways for a sword spirit to be born, with the most common being for a divine sword to naturally develop a spirituality after thousands of years, which would then accumulate over endless time and gradually form a spirit. However, the latter would take an exceedingly long time to condense a sword spirit, at least 10,000 years. Moreover, the aura of the illusory middle-aged man before him was of the same origin as the 10,000 Swords Taoist, which meant that he could only be refined from a portion of the 10,000 Swords Taoist Yuan spirit. Sword spirit. Su Qin's eyes narrowed slightly, but he believed most of it in his heart. The 10,000 Swords Taoist was a land immortal from over 4,000 years ago. Logically speaking, he should have died of old age, so how could he have lived until now? It would make sense if he was a sword spirit. A sword spirit was neither the 10,000 Swords Taoist nor a human, but a spiritual life form that could easily live for thousands of years. Why did the 10,000 Swords Taoist keep you? Su Qin asked flatly with a calm expression. Master wishes to pass down his legacy. The illusory middle-aged man quickly answered, being very cooperative. Even the 10,000 Swords Taoist might not be able to defeat Su Qin's ability over 4,000 years ago, let alone a mere sword spirit. Therefore, the only thing the middle-aged man could do if he wanted to live was to answer any of Su Qin's questions. Pass down his legacy? Isn't Wanjian School the 10,000 Swords Taoist legacy? Su Qin replied non-committally. Having destroyed Wanjian School with his own hands, he was naturally aware that the Wanjian School was a sect established by the 10,000 Swords Taoist. Wanjian School? The illusory middle-aged man shook his head. Wanjian School isn't a legacy my master left behind. It was merely a descendant who discovered my master's cave abode and learned a few of my master's moves, before shamelessly boasting that it was my master's sect. There was a hint of disdain on the middle-aged man's face at that. I see. Su Qin appeared thoughtful when he heard that. That would explain why Wanjian School was so weak. Even Kunzu, the sect's most powerful individual, had only metamorphosed into a primordial spirit. After all, even the Kuragenkyo, which had never produced an earth immortal, had the first ancestor who was comparable to a half-step earth immortal. How could Wanjian School, a sect that inherited the legacy of an earth immortal of Sword Dao, only have one Kunzu? After all, if an earth immortal had truly left his legacy behind, he would definitely have set up many layers of reserves, even specifically selecting some Dao protectors to elevate their ability to half-step earth immortal. They would then seal themselves in slumber and only awaken when the sect was in danger. On the other hand, Wanjian school. The 10,000 Swords Taoist was an earth immortal from over 4,000 years ago. Compared to other earth immortals who had long since passed away, he was considered extremely young. How could he not be able to resist Su Qin? After all, Su Qin's primordial spirit had yet to metamorphose when he destroyed Wanjian school. If a half-step earth immortal was truly slumbering in the Wanjian school, Su Qin would have to pay a price even if he relied on his many trump cards to destroy Wanjian school. While half-step earth immortals were not as strong as true earth immortals, they still had glimpses of the essence of earth immortals, and their every move would be above ordinary pinnacle myths. Even as Su Qin conversed with the sword spirit left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist, the crowd around them was left gaping. The information that the illusory middle-aged man spoke of was definitely a great secret of the overseas martial world. That was especially the case for the old man Fei Yu. He never imagined that Wanjian school was not the sect that the 10,000 Swords Taoist had left behind, and that it had simply been taken over by someone else. No wonder the shaman king of witchcraft attacked Wanjian school 3,000 years ago, only to stop in front of the 9,000 feet sword peaks. Perhaps the shaman king had already realized that Wanjian school was not the 10,000 Swords Taoist's true sect, which was why he left in disinterest. In the blink of an eye, one thought after another flashed through the old man Fei Yu's mind. So, the only reason you've placed yourself in Li Wan's body is to teach her the 10,000 Swords Taoist legacy? Su Qin looked at the illusory middle-aged man with a half-smile. Exactly. The illusory middle-aged man's expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, although Wan Er's talent is only at the body of the sword heart, her understanding of the sword is unbelievably profound, and much better than that Kunzu. That Kunzu had studied for centuries without being initiated, but Wan Er has surpassed him in just a few years. The illusory middle-aged man's voice abruptly turned fanatical at that. With Li Wan's talent, she could surpass Kunzu and ascend to the level of an earth immortal in 400 years at most if she took things step by step and received the 10,000 Swords Taoist legacy step by step. As for whether she could reach the level of an earth immortal in the end, no one could guarantee that. Even the 10,000 Swords Taoist had only ascended to the level of an earth immortal due to luck, and there was no way to replicate it. In fact, no one could be certain that they could become an earth immortal even in the era of the revival of the tides of vitality. While innate talent and comprehension were important to reach the level of an earth immortal, luck and opportunity were equally indispensable. Is that so? Su Qin's mastery of his domain and Yuan spirit shrouded the area. After confirming that the illusory middle-aged man was not lying, he continued, "One last question. Please ask Heavenly One." The illusory middle-aged man quickly said, "I would not hide anything as long as I know. Did the 10,000 Swords Taoist enter the immortal sect all those years ago?" Su Qin's gaze was profound as he enunciated each word. Over the course of 10,000 years, every earth immortal who was born would wander the universe in their later years, scouring the world in search of immortal sects, vainly hoping to borrow their power to improve themselves and live another life. Naturally, the 10,000 Swords Taoist was no exception. And what Su Qin was curious about was whether the 10,000 Swords Taoist had actually entered the immortal sect all those years ago. Immortal sect? The illusory middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. Chapter 321. Su Qin had been rather curious about the Immortal Gate, ever since he learned that it was a small world created by several Paragon champions working together to break through the void during the last tide of vitality. Still, the Immortal Gate was considered a great secret even among the many great sections. Even the divination sect, known as the Master of All Lives, did not know much about it. However, the sword spirit left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist was different. As a part of the 10,000 Swords Taoist's Yuan spirit, the sword spirit had inherited part of the 10,000 Swords Taoist's memories. Back when the 10,000 Swords Taoist roamed the universe and scoured the land, his understanding of the Immortal Gate would definitely far surpass that of the divination sect. After all, the Immortal Gate was opened by Paragon champions and was suppressed by their aura, not tainted by karma. No matter how the divination sect calculated, they would not know much. And how could they compare to the 10,000 Swords Taoist who was personally searching for the Immortal Gate? Master has definitely found the Immortal Gate. The illusory middle-aged man was silent for a long time before speaking. Oh! Su Qin's eyes lit up. Still, I don't know if Master actually entered the Immortal Gate. The illusory middle-aged man shook his head. But Master told me in the end that entering the Immortal Gate meant certain death. The reason why he did so was because he was unwilling. The illusory middle-aged man imitated the 10,000 Swords Taoist's tone over 4,000 years ago, with a faint reluctance and helplessness. Was there any being who could overcome all obstacles and become a terrestrial immortal in an era of dormant vitality who was not blessed by the heavens? How prideful would they be? In the end, they could only watch helplessly as they were restrained by their environment and slowly walk towards old age and death. In the end, they would still search for the Immortal Gate despite knowing that they would die. From a certain perspective, any martial artist who became a terrestrial immortal in an era of dormant vitality would at least reach the pinnacle of terrestrial immortals in an era of dormant vitality. They would not lose out to True Lord of the Eastern Sea, and might even reach the threshold of Paragon. Death is certain. There was a thoughtful look on Su Qin's face. It was similar to what he had guessed. The Immortal Gate was opened by Paragon champions who pierced through the void, and was definitely not in the mortal realm. And one would have to pass through the void passageway to enter the Immortal Gate. The void passageway was filled with the power of space. Any existence below the level of utmost powerful beings could not cross it at all. They would only be crushed into dust under the boundless power of space. Does the 10,000 Swords Taoist know anything else about the immortal sects? Su Qin asked, stroking his chin. According to Su Qin's plan, he would definitely make a trip to the Immortal Sect in the future and sign in at all the places where he could sign in. Therefore, he naturally wanted to know more about the Immortal Sect in advance. Other news about the Immortal Sect? The illusory middle-aged man lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Master once said unintentionally that if it weren't for the Immortal Sects, the Vitality Tide's heyday would have lasted for 2,000 years. A few supreme experts broke through the void and opened up a small world of the Celestial Gate. However, in the beginning, what the supreme experts opened up was not a small world. At most, it could only be considered a vast space. Although it could contain living creatures, it was difficult for martial artists to appear because of the incomplete rules. The illusory middle-aged man said slowly, "Really?" Su Qin's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of the War God Temple. As a spatial treasure, the War God Temple also did not exist in the mortal realm. However, unlike the mortal realm, although the War God Temple had abundant vitality, it was almost impossible to break through due to the lack of rules. In history, the other martial artists who entered the War God Temple also advanced by leaps and bounds after coming out of the War God Temple. In other words, it was impossible to break through in the War God Temple. However, according to what Tianjizi and Su Qin said, the small world of the Immortal Sect could clearly allow Earth Immortals and even supreme experts to cultivate and break through. The vitality of the world is like a tide. When there is recovery, there will be decline. However, whether recovery or decline, it will proceed slowly and step by step. However, at the end of the last vitality tide, after a few supreme experts opened up the Immortal Sect, they forcefully poured a small portion of the mortal realm's rules and vitality into the small world of the Immortal Sect. Because of that, the vitality tide of the mortal realm fell completely silent in just a few years. When the illusory middle-aged man said that, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even the supreme experts had their own selfish motives. Otherwise, why would the Immortal Sect appear? I see. Su Qin nodded slightly. At this very moment, Su Qin had a general idea of what the Immortal Sect was. Strictly speaking, there was no essential difference between the Immortal Sect and the War God Temple. The only difference was that the Immortal Sect was far vaster than the War God Temple. After all, the Immortal Sect was established by several supreme experts working together, while the War God Temple was refined by a single supreme expert. There was naturally a difference between the two. Moreover, the Immortal Sect had poured a small portion of the mortal realm's vitality and rules into it, making it far easier to cultivate compared to the War God Temple. That was why the Immortal Sect was called a small world. Celestial, I have told you everything I know. As for Wan Er's body, it is entirely because Wan Er is suitable for Master's legacy. The illusory middle-aged man bowed deeply at Su Qin. I hope that you will grant my wish, Celestial. The 10,000 Swords Taoist legacy, huh? Su Qin's gaze was calm as he swept a glance at Li Wan beside him. At the moment, Li Wan was still dumbfounded. She never imagined that the Grandpa 10,000 Swords that often appeared in her mind was actually the sword spirit left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist, a swordsmanship land immortal from over 4,000 years ago. As for the Emperor of Tang, Su Yueyun, and the others, they did not react for a long time as well, their gazes sizing up the illusory middle-aged man. On the other hand, the old man Fei Yu and the other legends were staring at Li Wan enviously. The sword spirit was refined from a part of the 10,000 Swords Taoist soul, and having the sword spirit's guidance was equivalent to having a land immortal personally instruct. Such an encounter was something that no legends overseas would even dream of. I hope you don't have any other ideas, Su Qin muttered to himself for a moment, before raising his right hand and pointing a finger between the illusory middle-aged man's brows. In the next instant, the sword spirit left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist turned back into an illusory divine sword, and returned to Li Wan's body. Although the sword spirit was refined from a part of the 10,000 Swords Taoist soul, it was fundamentally different from the 10,000 Swords Taoist. Strictly speaking, the sword spirit was no longer the 10,000 Swords Taoist or even human. That was why Su Qin did not have to worry that the 10,000 Swords Taoist would possess Li Wan's body and be reborn. After over 4,000 years, even sovereigns would have died of old age, let alone a mere land immortal. Moreover, Su Qin's final finger had left a little trick in the sword spirit's body, which further cut off any other ideas the sword spirit might have. All right. I'm going to seclude myself. Su Qin left a few more instructions to Li Wan, and after chatting with the Emperor of Tang and the others for a while, he returned to the black, majestic underground palace. Finally, I can take a closer look at the changes in my ascension to Earth Immortal. Su Qin sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into his physical body. When Lei Xuanzi attacked, Su Qin had to come out of seclusion and kill him as soon as he ascended to Earth Immortal. As a result, Su Qin did not have the time to thoroughly feel the changes in his own ability. As an Earth Immortal, the Yuan spirit could fuse with the Sea of Vitality in the depths of the void at any time, mobilizing its power and maintaining the state of being one with the world. It's truly unbelievable. Su Qin abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with awe. He finally understood why Earth Immortals were undefeatable. They controlled the power of the Sea of Vitality. How vast was the Sea of Vitality? It was the place where the power of vitality converged, symbolizing all vitality and vigor in the world. And it was precisely the fluctuations of the Sea of Vitality that caused the revival and decline of the Tide of Vitality. Even if a pinnacle Earth Immortal could only control a negligible portion of the Sea of Vitality, it was still far beyond the imagination of any myth-tier martial artist. Earth Immortals are divided into 3 parts: Spirit Separation, Origin Restoration, and Divine Ruins. And right now, I should be at the Spirit Separation realm and at the peak of it. Su Qin clenched his fists, feeling the boundless power in his body, and the abundant power of his Yuan spirit, that was almost tangible. His heart was in turmoil. The so-called Spirit Separation realm was the ability to split one's Yuan spirit. It was a technique that all Earth Immortals possessed, and they could split a Yuan spirit clone if they wanted to. However, most Earth Immortals who had just ascended to the Spirit Separation realm would not split a Yuan spirit clone, because the price was too great. Earth Immortals who had just ascended to the Spirit Separation realm did not even have enough Yuan spirit power. So how could they be willing to part with part of their Yuan spirit? There were definitely not many who used part of their Yuan spirit to refine a sword spirit like the 10,000 Swords Taoist. The peak of the Spirit Separation realm, Su Qin's gaze was deep, and a smile appeared on his face. Other martial artists who had just ascended to the Earth Immortal realm had just ascended to the Spirit Separation realm, but Su Qin was different. Using the connection between the Golden Crow Divine Body and the Sea of Vitality, Su Qin's Yuan spirit easily reached into the depths of the Sea of Vitality until it stopped at the bottom, and broke through with the help of the Sea of Vitality there, allowing Su Qin to stand at the peak as soon as he ascended to the Spirit Separation realm. If other Earth Immortals knew about this, their eyes would surely turn red. It should be known that the cultivation of Earth Immortals was untold times more difficult than the myth realm. For example, the Earth immortals who had walked out of the sea for thousands of years might not necessarily reach the peak of the spirit separation realm until they reached the end of Shouyuan's life. And yet, Su Qin was already at the peak of the spirit separation realm when he had just ascended to the Earth immortal realm. It was simply shocking. Even at the peak of the last tide of vitality, when vitality was abundant and spiritium was everywhere, spirit separation realm Earth immortals would need 100 or even 200 years of bitter cultivation to reach the peak of the spirit separation realm. It seems that my choice of using the Golden Crow divine body to communicate with the Sea of Vitality, and using my Yuan spirit to go deeper was the right choice. Su Qin looked extremely satisfied. In fact, when Su Qin entered the unformed Earth elemental source in the Western Desert, he could already choose to break through to the Earth immortal realm. There were only two prerequisites for breaking through to the Earth immortal realm. One was to condense a miniature domain, and the other was to transform a Yuan spirit. Su Qin was already satisfied at that time. In addition to the Earth elemental source, there was no problem for him to break through to the Earth immortal realm. Even if the Earth elemental source was not formed, Su Qin had accumulated enough. However, in that case, Su Qin would definitely not be able to go deep into the Sea of Vitality with his Yuan spirit. Even if he successfully stepped into the Earth immortal realm, he would only be at the early stage of the spirit separation realm. How could he compare to his current peak? With the strength of the peak of the spirit separation realm and other trump cards, even if I encounter a true realm Earth immortal, I should be able to fight, Su Qin thought leisurely. Whether it was a spirit separation realm Earth immortal, a true realm Earth immortal, or a peak divine ruin realm Earth immortal, they were all different levels in the Earth immortal realm. Although there was a difference, it could not be considered a qualitative change. At the very least, the difference between the spirit separation realm and the true realm was not like a natural chasm. As for the divine ruin realm, the divine ruin realm among the Earth immortals was very special. The divine ruin realm already stood at the peak of the Earth immortal realm. The powerful divine ruin realm Earth immortals had already begun to come into contact with the power of space. Although they could not break it as casually as the supreme experts, they were still far superior to other divine ruin realm Earth immortals. Of course, most divine ruin realm Earth immortals would never be able to come into contact with the power of space in their lifetime. Even if they did come into contact with the power of space by chance, whether they could step into that step and become a supreme expert was another matter. Compared to the breakthrough of the realm, the improvement of the physical body is even greater. Su Qin suddenly thought of something and looked down at his hands. Any peak legend who stepped into the Earth immortal realm would experience a huge increase in the physical body and Yuan spirit. The Yuan spirit would fuse with the Vitality Sea and be nourished by the Vitality Sea. Then it would draw the power of the Vitality Sea to replenish the physical body. The Golden Crow divine body is a divine body condensed after the Great Sun diagram has reached minor completion. When the Yuan spirit draws the fire-type Vitality Sea from the Vitality Sea to strengthen the physical body, it is also constantly cultivating the Great Sun diagram. Su Qin closed his eyes and sank his mind into the Great Sunstone diagram in the depths of his mind. The cultivation of the Great Sun diagram is divided into initiation, minor completion, and great completion. The Great Sun diagram at great completion can allow me to transform into the strongest fire-type divine beast, the three-legged Golden Crow. Su Qin looked at the Great Sun stone diagram in the depths of his mind. The stone diagram was covered with tens of thousands of light spots. At this moment, there were already more than 500 light spots flickering faintly at the edge of the stone diagram. 500 light spots have already lit up? Su Qin's eyes lit up, and the smile on his face could not be concealed. One had to know that before Su Qin went into seclusion, the Great Sun diagram had only reached minor completion and lit up 100 light spots at the edge of the stone diagram. This was based on Su Qin's decades of non-stop sign-in and the final impact of the fire elemental source. But now, just by stepping into the Earth God immortal realm, he instantly lit up 400 light spots. This change simply made Su Qin overjoyed. Even though Su Qin had already faintly felt the changes in the Golden Crow divine body and speculated that the Great Sun diagram had improved by leaps and bounds, when he saw the cultivation progress of the Great Sun diagram with his own eyes, he was still full of joy. The fire-type Vitality Sea in the depths of the Vitality Sea is simply too vast. Su Qin sighed sincerely. just by using the Yuan spirit to draw the fire-type vitality C from the vitality C to nourish the physical body, his great sun diagram cultivation was pushed to such a level. If my physical body enters the vitality C and breathes in the huge fire-type vitality C, I'm afraid I can cultivate the great sun diagram to great completion in a short time. Su Qin's heart palpitated. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.